Chapter 1099. The God King immediately waved his hand and said, "Young Master Ling, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that. Please listen to my explanation first. Then if you don't give me a reason, this young master will definitely teach you a lesson." Ling Xiao was a rich young master who used his power to bully others, full of arrogance. Lai Ruyu watched from the side and muttered in his heart, "Looks like this guy really has some talent for acting. But no matter how he acts, he still looks like a perverted thief." However, the few god kings behind Ling Xiao felt that Ling Xiao's move was pretty good. Not only could he find out the whereabouts of the mad monk, but he could also settle their mission for this trip. If Ling Xiao had only blindly searched for the whereabouts of the mad monk and did not complete the mission given by the alliance leader, they would definitely not have allowed Ling Xiao to continue messing around. The god king called Ji Qing explained, "Every time, there is a limit to the number of people who can enter the black market, no matter what power or background they come from. Only 5 people can enter at a time. Furthermore, they have to be recommended by old members to enter, otherwise, they won't be able to enter to trade. This has always been the rule, and it is to prevent people from causing trouble, so I can't bring so many people with me." What bullshit rules? This young master is the young master of the Ling family, the tyrant of the southern mountains. Do you believe that I won't let this trade go on? Ling Xiao cursed angrily. Ji Qing said disdainfully in his heart, "What Ling family haven't I heard of? Even a superpower doesn't have this ability. What a reckless fool." There's another rule, and that is that whoever wants to enter must cover their faces and walk through the spatial formation. These are the rules set by the various bandit leaders, so I can't do anything about it, Ji Qing said. Ling Xiao did not continue to pester him. Instead, he pulled Ryoi to the side to discuss this matter. "Elder Yong, you should know this rule, right?" Ling Xiao asked Ryoi. "I've only heard of it. I didn't pay much attention to it before." Ryoi replied. Ling Xiao continued, "We can only bring 5 people in. Besides that guy, we can only bring 4 more people. Even if we get in, I'm afraid we won't be able to find the bloodthirsty roving bandits. Moreover, we've never seen them before. It won't be easy." "You don't need to worry about that. Perhaps the other small shrimps can't recognize them, but I can recognize the famous leaders of the bloodthirsty force," said Ryoi. "Even if you can recognize them, are you confident that you can keep them here?" Ling Xiao asked. Ryoi said, "You don't have to worry about that. As long as we can find them, we have a way to make them suffer." Ling Xiao saw that Ryoi was so confident that he probably already had a plan to deal with it, so he was too embarrassed to ask further. "If that's the case, then let's choose the people who can enter the black market," said Ling Xiao. Ryoi frowned and said, "Why don't you wait outside with the miss? I'll go in with the other elders. There might be a fight inside the black market." Ryoi didn't care about Ling Xiao's life, but Ling Xiao's strength was limited. Even if he went in, he wouldn't be able to help much. Ling Xiao refused. "No, I must go in." The reason why Ling Xiao was so determined to go in was that he wanted to broaden his horizons. He also guessed that he might have a chance to meet Euro Fei's adoptive father, Mad Monk. After all, that was the best place to hide. He believed that even the snake loyalty sect wouldn't dare to cause trouble there. It's useless for you to go in with your strength. Moreover, you might die at any time. Ryoi said bluntly. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Without my cover, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter. Since you know about the roving bandits and the other bandit leaders, how can they not recognize you? With me, a fake young master, I can share their attention." He paused for a moment and said, "I think that besides me, we should find another holy emperor to enter. This way, our strength won't be too obvious and won't attract too much attention. What does Elder Yong think?" Ryoi didn't reply. Instead, he pondered for a moment. He had originally planned to bring the strongest people in. It would be convenient for him to do things, but after hearing Ling Xiao's words, he felt that what he said made sense. If they were to enter the 5 great god kings at once, it would be too eye-catching. It would be easy for others to see through their identities. But what if something happens? Ryoi said hesitantly. Who knew that before he could finish speaking, Ling Xiao had already interrupted him and said, "Elder Yong, listen to me. We definitely can't capture people in the black market. Instead, we have to confirm their identities, find their lair and capture them all in one go. If we beat the grass and alert the snake in the black market, then no matter how many people we send in, I'm afraid that it won't be enough for the few great roving bandits to join forces and kill us. Ryoi didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so experienced at such a young age. Even he couldn't help but agree with Ling Xiao's words. Alright, then we'll decide on the candidates after we reach the place. Ryoi replied. After Ling Xiao and Ryoi came to an agreement, they went in front of Ji Qing and threatened him. First, they asked the mercenary group to pay attention to the whereabouts of the mad monk. Then, they asked Ji Qing to bring them to the entrance of the black market. Ji Qing didn't refuse. It wasn't known if he was afraid of the coercion from Ling Xiao and the others, or if he had other plans, but he agreed very readily. Ling Xiao and the others followed Ji Qing to the chaotic ridge for a few more days. Along the way, they encountered many mercenaries and rogue cultivators. There were even some roving bandits who blocked the road and robbed others. Ling Xiao and the others didn't meddle in other people's business. Those who provoked them were directly killed, and they weren't as easy to talk to as before. After a few days, Ji Qing brought Ling Xiao and the others to a majestic mountain range. The entrance of the black market is right in front. We'll go in from here. Ji Qing's eyes flashed with a strange light. Alright, if we can get something good in there, you'll get a share. Ling Xiao replied straightforwardly. I'm afraid this isn't the entrance of the black market. Ryoi snorted coldly. Ji Qing's body trembled slightly as he said, How can it not be? I'll get someone to come out and pick us up. After saying that, Ji Qing's figure suddenly flew forward. It was obvious that he was trying to escape. At the same time, he shouted in surprise, Great Leader's big fat sheep is here. At this moment, Ling Xiao and the others realized that Ji Qing wasn't bringing them to the entrance of the black market. Instead, he was bringing them to the real nest of the roving bandits. As soon as Ji Qing's voice fell, a strong aura surged from all directions. Many roving bandits who were riding various kinds of spiritual beasts emerged from the mountain range. Among them, there were a few auras that were shockingly strong. It was obvious that they were existences of the God King realm. These people surrounded Ling Xiao and the others. The spiritual beasts roared nonstop, appearing extremely arrogant. There were a total of 3,000 of them. All of them had the strength of a saint or above. Most of them had the strength of the Holy Emperor. There were a few demigod kings and 6 god kings. The leader of the high-level god kings was riding an ancient wild bull, which was already a rank 10 holy beast. Spiritual beasts were divided into different levels. Some spiritual beasts could only be called holy beasts no matter how high their levels were. They could not be called divine beasts. As for divine beasts, no matter how low their levels were, the title of divine beast would not change. Therefore, even though the ancient wild bull was a rank 10 spiritual beast, which was the top spiritual beast, it could only be called holy and not divine. Divine beasts could only belong to the true dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise, qilin, the 9 great races. This was because their bloodline was the most supreme among all the spiritual beasts. They were the kings of all spiritual beasts. They were the true overlords among those of the same level. However, among these few god kings, only the ancient wild bull was a rank 10 mount. The others were only rank 9. It's the roving bandits of the Ox Village gang. I didn't expect the Green Bamboo mercenary group to be their people. A mid-level god king on Ling Xiao's side said, Prepare for battle. It seems like they already knew we were coming. Ryoi said indifferently. There was no change in his expression. It seemed like he was not afraid of these people in front of him. At the same time, the people on Ling Xiao's side immediately summoned their spiritual beasts. Lai Yong's spiritual beast was also a 10th tier extreme flame tiger, while the other mid-level god king called Lai Shi also had a 10th tier dragon-patterned leopard, while the other 3 god kings all had peak stage 9th tier saint beasts. Ha! You dare to be arrogant in my territory? You must be tired of living. Niu Dei laughed wildly as he rode on the ancient wild bull. Their Ox Village gang could be considered one of the top roving bandits in the Chaotic Ridge. There were more than 10 god kings in the gang, so they had the qualifications to be arrogant. After they received the news from Ji Qing's sound transmission stone, they brought a group of people to lie in ambush. In their eyes, Ling Xiao and the others were fat sheep. As long as they could rob them, they would definitely gain a lot. Ling Xiao once again showed his arrogant nature and said, "You roving bandits, do you believe that this young master will get people to kill all of you? TSK, it seems like you still don't understand the situation. We are just bullying you with numbers. By the time your reinforcements arrive, you will already be on the road to the Yellow Springs." Ji Qing revealed a sinister smile. "Cut the crap, immediately take them all down." Niu Dei bellowed and took the lead to attack. Although the other party had fewer people, there were 5 great god kings, which made him a little worried. Although he had an extra god king on his side, if he were to encounter a troublesome opponent, his losses would not be small. "Lai Shi, you stay behind and protect the young miss. The rest of you, follow me and kill." A divine spear and a shield appeared in Ryoai's hands. With a shout, he charged towards Niu Dei. As the 2 god kings made their moves, the others naturally made their moves as well. For a moment, the entire world began to shake. Many terrifying powers shook the space to the point of distorting. God King against God King, but on the side of the Holy Emperor, Ling Xiao and the others were at a huge disadvantage. However, with Lai Shi staying behind to protect them, many of the Holy Emperor did not dare to take even half a step closer. And Ryoai's strength was the strongest. He was actually able to fight 1 against 3, sharing a large portion of the pressure on his side. This was the first time Ling Xiao had seen a battle between God King Realm S. He looked up without blinking, his divine eyes revealing an incomparably dumbfounded expression. "Is this a battle between God King Realm S? It's terrifying." Ling Xiao murmured to himself. Chapter 1100. Those who could be called gods were existences that had the ability to reach the heavens and the earth. They could destroy the heavens and the earth and overturn the seas and rivers with just a wave of their hands. It was Ling Xiao's first time witnessing a battle between divine kings. His eyes were filled with shock and nothing else. Every move they made shattered the space. Cracks in the space kept appearing, and the destructive power of the elemental power that burst forth from the divine power was even more shocking. Everyone had to retreat as far as they could. Once they were affected by this power, they would probably die. The cracks in the space were filled with all kinds of turbulence. Any holy emperor that was sucked into it would have a hard time surviving. Battles of this level rarely took place on the ground. The more they fought, the higher they rose to the 9 heavens. Otherwise, their power would flatten everything in the vicinity. At that moment, the Bull Village gang's demigod kings and many holy emperors worked together to fight Lai Shi. They planned to kill them first. However, Lai Shi was a true mid-tier divine king. With a pull of his hand, a 10,000-meter-wide spatial crack suddenly appeared. Several saint emperors didn't even have the chance to scream before they were sent into it. It was possible that they would never be able to return. Those people were so scared that they didn't dare to act rashly. They only hoped that their leader could quickly take care of the other divine kings and come back as soon as possible to take down these people. Originally, Ling Xiao's side was safe with Lai Shi guarding it. However, someone just loved to stir up trouble. "Today, I'm going to kill the roving bandits too. I'll let these guys know how powerful I am." Lai Ryu shouted with an excited expression. Then, 2 red fire rings appeared in her hands, and a majestic and beautiful fire phoenix appeared under her feet. The fire phoenix was already at the peak of rank 9. It could undergo its last nirvana at any time and become the true supreme vermilion bird divine beast. As expected of a great force. They can even get a divine beast like this. Ling Xiao was secretly shocked. "Don't be rash, Mississippi. They have the advantage in numbers," Lai Shi advised. However, Lai Ryu was a restless person. How could he listen to Lai Shi's words? He waved his pair of fire rings and smashed them out. Ling Xiao noticed that the fire rings weren't ordinary items. The instant he threw them out, The shadows of the fire rings immediately spread in all directions and flew towards the Ox village gang members. Wherever the ring of fire went, the Holy Emperor would try to block it, but all of them ended up dead. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. Fortunately, a demigod king noticed it in time and managed to stop it with the demigod weapon in his hand. However, his demigod weapon did not last long before it was completely destroyed. However, the demigod king was not the Holy Emperor. He still had a chance to escape from a real divine weapon. "Damn it, I'll kill you first," the demigod king shouted angrily. His figure flashed and he charged towards Lai Ruyu. However, before he could reach Lai Ruyu, Lai Shi had already appeared in front of him. He swung his long sword and cut the demigod king in half. As Lai Shi went to rescue Lai Rui, the other roving bandits finally found a chance to attack Ling Xiao and the others. Fortunately, there were still 10 demigod kings here, so they could block most of the attacks for now. Otherwise, with so many roving bandits attacking them at the same time, only death awaited them. Just as Lai Shi was about to start a massacre, an intermediate stage god king came down from above and stopped him, so he could not split his attention. "Everyone, take care of the young lady." Lai Shi knew that the situation was urgent, so he could only order his people to focus on Lai Ruyu. If anything happened to her, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Lai Ruyu held the divine artifact double rings in her hands, and each ring took a life. She was in high spirits, and she purposely headed towards the places with the most people. However, her body technique had reached the advanced stage, and her speed was comparable to a wind attribute martial artist. She could fight and hide, so she killed many Holy Emperor in a short time. However, the demigod kings who followed her had it tough. They had to withstand the strongest firepower from the other party to prevent Lai Ruyu from getting hurt. The 20 high-leveled Holy Emperor following the blazing flame merchants were very powerful, and each of them had the combat power to fight 1 against 2. However, they could not withstand the large number of people, and soon, someone was injured. Even Ling Xiao was chased by many people. Their group was scattered by more than 3,000 people. Ling Xiao was furious. Initially, they had a god king to protect them, so those people would not dare to do anything. However, Lai Ruyu just had to cause trouble, and it was really infuriating. At this moment, more than 10 Holy Emperor riding spirit beasts surrounded Ling Xiao. They were full of murderous intent, and their attacks were merciless. They looked like they were going to kill Ling Xiao immediately. Ling Xiao knew that these people were desperados, and they were definitely not comparable to the ferocity of ordinary martial artists. That murderous intent was condensed after going through a lot of killing. If it was anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits. Ling Xiao realized that he had to end the battle quickly to conserve his combat power and save his life. Ling Xiao opened up his spiritual sea, and the Khanate In wind bead emitted clouds of dense murderous aura. The murderous aura had become extremely terrifying following the advancement of the Khanate In wind bead. Even the Holy Emperor would have a hard time getting rid of it. A few of them did not realize how powerful the murderous aura was. They accidentally breathed a little and immediately cried out in pain, and hurriedly used their strength to resist. However, Ling Xiao was already holding the golden dragon spear, and he transformed into 108 silhouettes, charging towards them. Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear took out one person at a time, and they did not even have the chance to fight back before they were killed. The others knew that Ling Xiao was emitting a strange energy, and they all activated their defensive force to block the corrosive energy. At the same time, they attacked Ling Xiao from a distance. Ling Xiao's speed was at its peak, and he constantly left after images in the air. Those people's strength could not even touch him at all. Every time he went around to the side or back of his opponent, he would attack them mercilessly. That unstoppable attack made those people's defenses seem like they didn't exist. They were completely useless. The weaker Holy Emperors were shocked, and they wondered if the person in front of them was a demigod king. However, there were many experts among the roving bandits. 2 peak-stage Holy Emperor's strength had already discovered that Ling Xiao was powerful. They rode on rank 9 spirit beasts and charged towards Ling Xiao. Their aura locked onto Ling Xiao, and they surrounded him from the left and right, and each of them attacked with their most powerful attack. Ling Xiao was surrounded by layers of blade lights and sword shadows, leaving him nowhere to hide. "Then I'll fight you head-on." Ling Xiao smirked, and he waved his golden dragon spear, blocking all the powerful attacks. He was sent flying far away from the impact, but he did not suffer any injuries. However, as soon as Ling Xiao's silhouette came to a stop, his real body disappeared. Just as the two peak stage Holy Emperor's body was shocked, Ling Xiao appeared above them, and a round of attacks swept towards them like a storm. The two of them tried their best to block, but they realized that the mid-level Holy Emperor's strength was overwhelming, and they could not tell east from west from south. "Go to hell!" Ling Xiao smirked, and he spun around, and the golden dragon spear smashed one of the people's weapons and head. The other person was shocked, and he quickly retreated, but he realized that a golden dragon shadow was roaring towards him. That terrifying power was like the descent of a divine beast, and it was majestic. He was so scared that he lost all will to fight, and in the end he was devoured by the golden dragon. Just as Ling Xiao was about to continue killing them, a terrifying tremor came from the sky. It was as if the sky and earth were about to collapse. Waves of terrifying spatial power descended from the sky, and the people below all fell to the ground. All of them were badly frightened. They knew that a battle between deities would definitely be earth-shattering. Their strength was on a completely different level compared to theirs. Waves of majestic energy rang out for a while, and then a voice came from the sky. "Everyone retreat." Immediately after, two pathetic figures quickly opened up spatial cracks in the sky and escaped. When the people from the Ox Village gang heard this, they all felt their hearts sink. They had the advantage in numbers, but they still lost. The outcome of the battle between the God Kings had already been decided. Out of the 6 God Kings from the Ox Village gang, only 2 were left. 4 of them had already fallen. The people from the Ox Village gang immediately scattered, running as fast as they could. They were afraid that when the God Kings returned, none of them would be able to escape. However, this was the reality. Beams of light descended from the sky, shooting towards the people who were escaping in all directions. The people from the Ox Village gang who were escaping were all hit by the beams of light, and they cried out in pain. Just like that, they died in large numbers. Some of the people who were fast enough were lucky enough to escape. When Ryoi and the others returned, only one of the 5 God Kings was heavily injured, and the others were only lightly injured. Lai Mai, who had fought 1 against 3, was actually unharmed. He held a spear and a shield, and he looked as mighty as a god. The extreme flame tiger he was sitting on was constantly roaring, and his king's might was on full display. Most of the people from the blazing flame merchants had stopped. Only Lai Ruyu was still in a state of excitement as she chased after a peak holy emperor. "Don't run, I haven't killed enough yet." Lai Ruyu shouted in shock, and a ring of fire in her hand chased after that person. The ring of fire was extremely fast, and everywhere it went, it brought with it a large area of fire. It was quite frightening. That peak holy emperor couldn't escape in time, and was hit by the ring of fire. His body was immediately cut into 2, and a large pool of blood spread in all directions. Lai Ruyu withdrew the ring of fire, and found that many of the people from the Ox Village gang had already disappeared without a trace. She stomped her feet angrily and said, "Damn it, these roving bandits can't even withstand a single blow. They actually ran away just like that. I haven't had enough fun yet." Lai Ruyu returned to the group with some unwillingness. Among these people, there were already 11 holy emperors who had fallen in the battle just now. The others were only slightly injured but not fatal. Chapter 1101. Not bad, not bad. In my first battle, I killed hundreds of roving bandits. When I get back, I must let my father and grandfather know that I am very strong. Lai Ruyu was like a child showing off, and laughed proudly. The others all forced a smile and said some respectful words. Only Ling Xiao said to himself angrily, "Big-breasted, brainless woman." Ling Xiao didn't say it loudly, but everyone present was an expert among experts, and they all heard what Ling Xiao said. Lai Ruyu was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and immediately shot two fierce glances at Ling Xiao, as if she couldn't wait to shoot Ling Xiao full of holes. What did you say? Speak clearly or else I won't let you off. Lai Ruyu instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao, and pointed at Ling Xiao as she shouted. This was the first time she had fought to her heart's content, and she was even scolded by this pervert. She was very angry. This was the first time Ling Xiao was pointed at by a woman like this, and he was instantly enraged. He slapped Lai Ruyu's palm away and shouted, I said, you're a big-breasted, brainless woman. Do you know that we didn't need anyone to die? Because of your momentary pleasure, they all died because of you. Don't you feel sad at all? Even if they are hired by the Merchant Alliance, they have no obligation to die for you. What a brainless woman. In the future, you guys go your own way and I'll go my own way. I don't want to accompany a brainless woman like you to die. Do you really think you're invincible with just this bit of strength? Ling Xiao left as soon as he said he wanted to, and didn't hesitate at all. Who knew that before he left, Lai Ruyu was already charging towards him. I'll kill you. Lai Ruyu was like a furious lioness. She shouted, and the dual hoops in her hands immediately attacked Ling Xiao. The two rings left a series of afterimages in the air, and there were even more blazing flames that could hurt people. Ling Xiao felt a terrible pressure coming at him. He had no choice but to jump up from where he was to avoid the attack. Fortunately, he was fast enough. The two hoops merely brushed past his feet, causing a scorching pain in his feet. You must die today. I will let you know how powerful I am. Lai Ruyu had been spoiled rotten since she was young, and this was the first time she had been scolded like this. She controlled the two hoops to fly back, her fingers trembling non-stop. The hoops seemed to be guided by something, and they kept attacking Ling Xiao in a crisscross pattern. So, the ring of fire attacked continuously, and its power was astonishing and extraordinary. Ling Xiao cut a sorry figure as he kept dodging. Every time, he would brush past the two fire rings. It was really a close call. You're going too far. Ling Xiao cried out in shock. The golden dragon spear appeared in his hand as he blocked the two hoops. Ding dang! The golden dragon spear blocked the two hoops, but Ling Xiao was forced to retreat more than 10 steps. Moreover, cracks actually appeared on the golden dragon spear. Ling Xiao was shocked. He quickly retracted his golden dragon spear and did not continue to fight. Otherwise, the golden dragon spear would really be destroyed. You forced me to do this, don't blame me. Ling Xiao snorted inwardly. His body suddenly changed, and his speed actually increased once again. His movement technique became erratic, like an antelope hanging its horn without a trace. Lai Ruyu suddenly lost sight of Ling Xiao, and her face revealed a surprised expression. Should we teach this kid a lesson? A low-level god king asked Ryoi. Ryoi shook his head lightly and said, Forget it, let the young people settle their own matters. That was what he said, but in his heart, he secretly said, Little girl, it's time for you to suffer a little. Otherwise, you'll suffer sooner or later. When Lai Ruyu found Ling Xiao again, Ling Xiao was already behind her. Ling Xiao shouted in shock. Don't think that just because you're the Alliance Master's daughter, you're amazing. Clatter. As his voice fell, Ling Xiao unceremoniously slapped Lai Ruyu's buttocks. Lai Ruyu let out a strange cry and immediately dodged. A blush appeared on her face, but her eyes were filled with viciousness. It was interlinked. Lai Ruyu withdrew her two hoops and shook her hands once again. The hoops that filled the sky charged towards Ling Xiao one after another. Many divine hoops carried a terrifying destructive power as they directly locked onto Ling Xiao's throat. It could be seen how angry Lai Ruyu was right now. This was the first time she had been attacked by a man, the first time she had been scolded by a man, and the first time she had been slapped on the buttocks. These 3 times of humiliation were things that she would never forget for the rest of her life. If she did not kill Ling Xiao, how could she take this lying down? Before Ling Xiao, he only felt that countless fire rings had already sealed off all his paths of retreat. If he was hit by any of the fire rings, even if he did not die, he would only be left with half a life. This was a true divine weapon. Ling Xiao did not even think as he raised his movement techniques concept to the extreme and silently dodged these attacks. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Everything in Ling Xiao's vicinity was smashed into powder by the ring shadow. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and stone fragments flew everywhere. Lai Ruyu was like a crazy woman as she raised all her strength to the extreme. Her combat power was actually not much weaker than a demigod king's. She locked onto Ling Xiao and chased after him, attacking him mercilessly. Ling Xiao was sweating profusely. He did not expect Lai Ruyu to be so ferocious when she exploded. He could only dodge. There were a few times when Ling Xiao's body was hit by the fire ring's energy, and his body was smashed hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. He kept vomiting blood. Fortunately, he was not hit by the true rings. Otherwise, even if his body was strong, he would have died. F***ck, if this goes on, I'll really be killed by this big-breasted, brainless woman. Ling Xiao cursed. After dodging a few times, he finally made a decision. At this moment, Ling Xiao's back was hit again, and a large amount of blood flowed down his back. Go to hell! Lai Ruyu seemed to be possessed. She shouted and the two rings returned to her hands. At the same time, she combined them and smashed them toward Ling Xiao's face. If you want me to die, you'll have to pay the price. Ling Xiao shouted and pointed a three-divine finger at Lai Ruyu. Lai Ruyu realized that Ling Xiao's finger was very powerful. She quickly retracted the two rings and deflected the finger light. Even so, she was still pushed back more than 10 meters by the powerful force. Following that, Ling Xiao's divine spirit clone appeared instantly. The divine spirit clone's speed was raised to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Lai Ruyu. He used one hand to knock the two rings out of her hands, and his real body swept over. First, he used his real body to hug the panicking Lai Ruyu, and his divine spirit mercilessly slapped her jade-like butt. Slap, slap. Although I'm a guest deacon of your merchant union, I'm not your slave. This slap is on behalf of the brothers who died because of you. If you didn't act on your own, they wouldn't have died. This slap is on behalf of the union leader to discipline you. The union leader gave you countless halos, not for you to be unruly and willful, not for you to throw a tantrum. Ling Xiao said angrily as he slapped her. Lai Ruyu lost her two rings, and her body was tightly held by Ling Xiao's real body. She couldn't struggle, and the flames that she burst out didn't seem to have any effect on him. This shocked her, and she thought that Ling Xiao was going to kill her. However, when Ling Xiao slapped her but heavily, a feeling of pain and embarrassment came over her. After being patted twice by him, she found that her entire body was numb, and a feeling that she had never felt before came over her. Hearing Ling Xiao's angry scolding, she felt even more wronged. Two streams of tears rolled down her delicate face, and she cried bitterly. Hit me, hit me. If you have the ability, then kill me. Lai Ruyu shouted loudly. At this time, Ryoi finally couldn't stand it anymore, and he rushed over and shouted, Enough! Then he forcefully flung Ling Xiao's real body and divine spirit away. Boom! Ling Xiao's real body and divine spirit heavily smashed into the mountain ridge below, and the mountain ridge caved in. It could be seen that Ryoi really didn't have any mercy. Miss, are you okay? Ryoi looked at the crying Lai Ruyu and asked. This was the first time he saw this miss so wronged and sad, and he cursed in his heart, Stinking brat, you actually hit me so hard. I'll definitely teach you a lesson later. Woo-woo. Lai Ruyu kept crying and ignored Ryoi. Ryoi didn't know how to comfort people, so he looked in Ling Xiao's direction and said sternly, I'll go kill that brat and help Miss vent her anger. After saying that, he was about to rush in Ling Xiao's direction. Come back. Lai Ruyu called out. Ryoi stopped and replied, Miss, what orders do you have? Why don't I catch this brat for you to deal with? I guarantee that he won't resist. Lai Ruyu didn't answer, but said, Uncle Yong, am I very unreasonable, unruly, 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 and disregarding the lives of others? Evil woman? Lai Ruyu asked with a tearful voice, looking so pitiful and moving. Ryoi instinctively shook his head and said, Of course not. Miss is incomparably beautiful, gentle, kind, well-mannered, and cares for her subordinates. She is a rare good miss. I didn't expect this guy to look so cool, but he actually has a knack for flattery. Ling Zhao's real body and divine soul merged once again as he thought disdainfully in his heart. However, he didn't dare to escape for the time being. Instead, he focused on healing his injuries. With the divine king present, if he really wanted to kill him, it would be impossible for him to escape. Then why did he scold me like that? Why do I feel that what he said makes sense? If it wasn't for my impulsiveness just now, with Elder Lai Shi's protection, they wouldn't have died. It was my fault too. Lai Ruyu cried. She wasn't a stupid person, she was just a little unruly and willful. After being scolded by Ling Xiao, she thought about her previous impulsiveness and felt that she had done something wrong. Actually, he's right, but not completely right. Miss, you don't have to take it to heart. They are from the Merchant Alliance, so it's normal for them to work for the Merchant Alliance. Ryoi said. Then tell me what I should do. In the past, grandfather wouldn't let me fight with others, saying that I wasn't strong enough to protect myself, but I really want to know just how strong I am. I also have the ability to kill enemies. Lai Ruyu explained. She kept crying and complaining, as if she wanted to let out all the emotions in her heart at once. Chapter 1102. How could Ryoi understand a girl's thoughts? He had spent his entire life on cultivation and had never taken a wife. Although he had always been by Mrs. side, he really did not understand what she was thinking. In desperation, he could only look at Ling Xiao as if to say, "You'll solve the problem yourself, or I'll deal with you." Under the threat of Ryoi's old eyes, Ling Xiao had no choice but to fly over. Ryoi waved at the others, and they all retreated, leaving only the young man and woman in the world. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands and revealed an awkward expression. Can you stop crying? Lai Ruyu turned around and ignored Ling Xiao, continuing to cry. Her eyes were red, and she looked very pitiful. Missy, I beg you, can you stop crying? Otherwise, people will think that I'm bullying you, Ling Xiao begged. Now that he thought about it, did he go too far just now? In any case, he was also a man. Why did he have to make things difficult for a rich missy like her? Great, now he had to spend his breath to comfort her. Although he was kind, handsome, and pure, but he did not know how to comfort this kind of unruly missy. Usually, it was the women who comforted him. The more Ling Xiao persuaded, the louder Lai Ruyu cried, as if she wanted to cry until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Ling Xiao could not take it anymore. This was definitely a woman's greatest killing power, and he had no way to resist it. Missy, I beg you, can you stop crying? Just now, my mouth was cheap. I shouldn't have scolded you, I shouldn't have hit you. Why don't you hit me to vent your anger? Don't be like this, you don't want to hit me? Then tell me your condition. As long as I can do it, you can do whatever you want, I'm still a virgin. Hey, I said that's enough. If you do this again, I won't care about you anymore. Lai Ruyu's heart was filled with complicated feelings. She didn't know why, but she just wanted to see Ling Zhao's anxious look, as if all her grievances were disintegrating and dissipating bit by bit. She recalled how cool Ling Xiao looked when he snatched the branch and how he had been pretending to be a rich young master recently. She recalled the moment when he scolded her just now. She realized that other than being a little lecherous, a little annoying, and a little weak, this man still had some good points. At least when he comforted people, he was a little cute. If Ling Xiao had heard her words, he would have strongly objected, "Girl, you're getting it backwards." Ling Xiao comforted her for an hour until his saliva was dry, but Lai Ruyu kept crying. This time, he was extremely annoyed. Enough. If you cry again, I'll spank you again. Ling Xiao roared angrily. This time, it really worked. Lai Ruyu immediately stopped crying and covered her buttocks with both hands, afraid that Ling Xiao would hit her again. Why don't you have any tender feelings for the fairer sex? Lai Ruyu glared at Ling Xiao angrily. Seeing that Lai Ruyu had stopped crying, Ling Xiao immediately said, "Please, you're a man now." After a pause, he said, "All right, I admit that I was wrong to hit you just now. You can tell me how you want to punish me, but if you want to kill me, I won't let you off easily. Ling Xiao didn't want to go crazy with Lai Ruyu, so he immediately declared. Lai Ruyu clenched her fists and glared at Ling Xiao. In the end, her beautiful eyes turned misty again, and she looked like she was about to cry again. Ling Xiao immediately surrendered and said, all right, if you want to kill me or cut me up, it's up to you. After saying that, Ling Xiao closed his eyes, looking like he was ready to be ravaged. Suddenly, Ling Xiao smelled a fragrant scent, and his heart suddenly turned cold. He wailed, today you've tainted my innocence. How am I going to face people in the future? Just as Ling Xiao thought of this possibility, he felt a pain on his arm. It turned out that Lai Ruyu didn't want to force herself on him, but she used her pearly white teeth to bite Ling Xiao's arm. In order to discourage Lai Ruyu, Ling Xiao didn't use his qi, so he let her bite him. Golden blood flowed out of his arm. After a long time, Lai Ruyu slightly blushed and let go of Ling Xiao's arm. She really didn't expect that she would do such a childish thing instead of killing him in one move. Are you a dog or a wolf? You bit me so hard. Ling Xiao said as he touched his wound. Lai Ruyu said angrily, I'm a tiger, I'll bite you to death, you perverted thief. Ling Xiao shook his head and sighed, that was a misunderstanding. It was a mission that the Vice Dojo Master gave me. Forget it, you won't understand even if I explain it to you. Let's go meet up with Elder Yong and the others. Hey, wait. Lai Ruyu called out to Ling Xiao. Eldest miss, you can call me Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's smile. Thank you. Ling Xiao emphasized. Lai Ruyu couldn't help but laugh when she heard Ling Xiao's explanation. That handsome man's face was filled with charm. Lai Ruyu knew that she had lost her composure and quickly retracted her smile. She then said, Can you stay with me and talk to me? Did I do something wrong? Ling Xiao didn't expect that Lai Ruyu would actually admit her mistake. This wasn't the eldest Mrs. character. Actually, you didn't do anything wrong. There were too many. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to say anything more about this big-breasted brainless girl. That's still wrong. Lai Ruyu said with a wronged expression. She then said, I know what you said is right. It was my stubbornness that caused them to lose their lives. I'm sorry. Ling Xiao sighed, say that to your dead brother. He paused for a moment before continuing, I hope that in the future, no matter what you do, you will not only think for yourself, but also for the people around you. Not only will you be able to get more people to work for the merchant union, but you will also be able to preserve your strength. After saying that, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to talk to her anymore and flew forward. Lai Ruyu carefully pondered over the meaning of Ling Xiao's words. She then looked at his flying figure and couldn't help but be a bit dazed. When he arrived at the front, Ryoi and the others were already waiting. Elder Yong, I hit the eldest miss. This is my fault. I'll accept any punishment you want. Ling Xiao immediately said to Ryoi. There was no use running away now, so he might as well take responsibility for it. You do deserve to be punished, but didn't the young miss already punish you? Ryoi revealed a rare faint smile. He knew the situation of Ling Xiao and Lai Ruyu like the back of his hand. Naturally, he knew that this matter was over. He also had to thank Ling Xiao for helping Lai Ruyu understand more principles. Although this brat took advantage of the young miss, he also helped the young miss understand more principles. He taught her a lesson, so we're even. But this brat has actually condensed a flesh and soul, and he's so young. He's a perfect match for the young miss. What a pity! Ryoi thought to himself. At this time, Lai Ruyu had already followed them over. Her face didn't look like she had cried at all. Instead, there was a faint sadness. I'm sorry, Uncle Yong. I harmed the others. Lai Ruyu apologized sincerely to Ryoi. Lai Yong revealed an expression of admiration and said, This isn't entirely your fault. We didn't expect that Ji Qing was actually a member of the Ox Village gang, so we were ambushed. However, they don't have the right to target us. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, it's not like we didn't gain anything from this trip. At least we learned a few things about the black market. Ling Xiao asked in surprise, Elder Yong, what did you discover? The Ox Village gang's people were either dead or had escaped. They didn't leave any clues. Ryoi revealed a fierce look and said, "Of course I found them using the soul-searching technique. The black market does have a limit on the number of people who can enter, but it's not too complicated. It's fine as long as you have this token." With that, a strange token appeared in Ryoi's hand. It was obvious that he had taken it from the divine kings he had killed. The soul-searching technique? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Just from the name, one could tell that it was a rather strange technique. Then Elder Yong must have a plan? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, let's do as you said before. We'll sneak into the black market first, then we'll think of a way to find the bloodthirsty roving bandits, Ryoi replied. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment, then said, Actually, I've thought of a better way. Maybe we can really lure the bloodthirsty roving bandits out. Oh, what is it? Tell me about it. Lai Yong said in surprise. The others also looked at Ling Xiao with inquisitive expressions, waiting for his good suggestion. Then Ling Xiao said, I don't know what the merchant union has lost, but I'm sure it's a top-notch divine item. In the black market, everyone wants to buy what they need. However, the black market's price is definitely lower than the auctions outside. Otherwise, it won't be easy to trade, right? Ryoi and the others nodded, obviously agreeing with Ling Xiao's words. Ryoi said, So what? That's the key. As long as we buy a batch of the merchant union's lost goods at a high price, I think the bloodthirsty bandits will be tempted, and they won't go through the auction process. At that time, we can directly arrange a meeting with them, and I think they won't refuse. At that time, we'll just have to see how Elder Yong plays with them. At that time, we'll just have to find their lair. But then again, the roving bandits are the most untrustworthy. Maybe they'll buy the goods for us and then come back to rob us, Ling Xiao explained. Ryoi, Lai Shi, and the others looked at each other. They hadn't expected Ling Xiao to come up with such an idea. Before they could speak, Lai Ryu exclaimed, Lewd, Ling Xiao is right. This is a good suggestion. As long as they show up, we can leave a mark on them. Then we can inform Father to lead the army here and kill them all. Ryoi also nodded and agreed, yeah, that's a good idea. But if we buy them so openly, won't they be suspicious? Ling Xiao smiled and said, Don't worry about that. I have my own plan. I can definitely make them count the money for us after they've been sold. Not only was Ling Xiao's Tenbin cultivation amazing, but his intelligence wasn't any worse than Xian Yao's. It was just that he was too lazy to use his brain. Alright, if we can really recover the lost goods and destroy the bloodthirsty roving bandits, you'll be the first to do it. Ryoi replied. Chapter 1103. There were still a few days before the black market transaction. Ling Xiao and the rest had asked the mercenaries, but they were unable to find the whereabouts of Mad Monk. However, when he heard that the Snake Righteous sect was also looking for the Mad Monk, he immediately began to pay attention. He absolutely could not let the Snake Righteous sect know that he had any relationship with the Mad Monk, or else they would deal with him first. As the black market transaction approached, Ling Xiao had no choice but to give up on the search. He had to first settle another matter for the Blazing Flame merchants. However, before that, Ling Xiao entered a short period of closed-door cultivation. Ever since he obtained the power of the fetus, he had achieved divine soul, and his strength had quickly risen to the middle-stage Holy Emperor. It had already been 2 years since he had become a middle-stage Holy Emperor. During this period of time, he had been in the Stronghold Heaven domain, and most of the time, he had been in the Heavenly domain. The spiritual energy and source energy here were incomparable to other places. And Ling Xiao had the help of the 3 foreign objects and divine soul. Even if he did not cultivate in peace, the energy he absorbed was definitely not something others could compare to. Under such an excellent environment, Ling Xiao had already accumulated his strength to the late stage of the middle stage Holy Emperor, and was only a step away from the peak of the middle stage. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to accumulate his strength to the peak, and then think of a way to advance to the next level, but this might take another year or 2. This time was already extremely fast for others. It was just that Ling Xiao felt that he was treading on thin ice here. Without reaching the true Divine King realm, his life would be in danger at any time. Thus, he decided to first consume this Origin Heart pill and raise his level. He had originally wanted to break through to the high-stage Holy Emperor by himself, and then use the Origin Heart pill to reach the peak of the Holy Emperor in one go. Now, he had no choice but to advance his plan. After all, he did not know what would happen in the black market. If something really happened, he would have an additional ability to protect his life. After Ling Xiao adjusted his condition, he swallowed the Origin Heart pill. The Source Heart pill was a 30,000-year-old elementary tier divine medicine. It contained pure elemental energy, and it was a great tonic for divine kings. As soon as Ling Xiao swallowed it, waves of pure and vast energy flowed through his limbs and internal organs. Every part of his body felt like it was bathed in the sunlight after the rain. It was a wonderful feeling. At the same time, most of the power rushed into Ling Xiao's 5-color dantian from his meridians. Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent. He immediately circulated the deity technique and began to digest this energy. As his dantian gradually strengthened, Ling Xiao's strength also began to rise. It was also at this time that Ling Xiao's divine soul's power actually snatched food from the sea of consciousness, absorbing the origin fruit's power into his sea of consciousness, strengthening his power. His divine soul and dantian absorbed at the same time, and a bridge was gradually formed between the two. Unfortunately, it was only faintly discernible, and Ling Xiao could not tell what was going on. He only knew that it was following the unique divine art of primordial unity and ancient emperor divine art. There should not be any mistakes. The Origin Heart fruit's power was indeed worthy of being a divine fruit of origin that even divine kings needed to absorb. Ling Xiao's aura actually reached the peak of intermediate Holy Emperor very quickly. He was only one step away from becoming a true advanced Holy Emperor. Ling Xiao knew that this was a crucial step, so he immediately used all of his trump cards and swept over the spiritual energy and power of origin within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles. Outside where he was, everyone looked at the sea of power that Ling Xiao had gathered with astonishment, especially the Holy Emperors. They felt that Ling Xiao did not look like he was breaking through to the advanced Holy Emperor realm, but more like he was about to break through to the Demigod King realm. It was extremely terrifying. What level is this kid breaking through? How can he gather so much energy? Intermediate Divine King Lai Shi was shocked. Even when he was breaking through to the Holy Emperor realm, he could not gather so much spiritual energy and power of origin. Metal, wood, water, fire, wind. Metal, wood, water, fire, wind, these 5 elements belong to him, and he cultivates all 5 at the same time. This kid is really abnormal, and he's not even 100 years old. It's no wonder that First Miss, with her fire god physique, can contend against him. However, this kid can't be judged by normal standards. He has already condensed a body of flesh and soul, and he can even use his soul to fight. He's really a monster. If he was a disciple of our merchant union, then there would definitely be a place for him among the thousands of divine kings in the future. Why do you say that, senior brother? He has already condensed a divine soul, and the next step is the divine king realm. Why doesn't the merchant union accept a disciple like this? Lai Shi asked in confusion. Lai Ryu also did not understand. Yeah, Ling Xiao looks a bit annoying, but he has some skills. Why did sister only let him be a guest deacon? When we get back, I'll ask Grandpa to accept him as a disciple. If it were anyone else, if the old master were to accept this kid as a disciple, that would be the good fortune he has accumulated over several lifetimes. But it just so happens that this kid is someone we can't do that for the time being. Lai Yong revealed a helpless expression as he spoke. But Grandpa is the strongest person in the heaven region. Isn't he qualified to teach him? Lai Ryu was unconvinced. At this time, Lai Shi seemed to think of something and said, Is he related to that clan? That's right, he should be a descendant of that clan. It's just that he hasn't acknowledged his ancestors yet. That clan's strength is beyond our imagination. I'm afraid that even the old master is somewhat afraid of them, Ryoi sighed. Uncle Yong, Uncle Shi, what clan are you talking about? Why don't you explain it clearly? Lai Ruyu urged anxiously. The strongest clan in our Sky Dragon region. Ryoi said. Lai Ruyu's beautiful eyes revealed astonishment. It's the Kim people. That's right. Otherwise, how could our merchant union let go of such a monster? What a pity. Ryoi sighed. At this time, the heaven-earth spiritual chi became a bit gloomy, forming a spiritual chi storm that wrapped around the place where Ling Xiao was breaking through. But not long after, the spiritual chi completely dissipated, and there were no signs of Ling Xiao's breakthrough coming from inside. This caused everyone to be especially astonished. They all knew the effects of the origin heart fruit. Even without the heaven-earth spiritual chi here, it was enough for an ordinary person to break through a level. Could it be that something went wrong? Everyone had the same thought. However, when they saw Ling Xiao walk out unscathed, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was just that the Divine Kings could tell at a glance that Ling Xiao's cultivation was actually only at the peak of the middle stage Holy Emperor. He hadn't broken through to the high stage Holy Emperor. You actually didn't break through? Why is that? Lai Ruyu couldn't help but ask. The others also looked at Ling Xiao curiously. They also didn't understand what was going on. Even if Ling Xiao's foundation was deep, this was a divine fruit. No matter what, it should be enough for him to break through a level. Ling Xiao spread his hands and said, I also don't know what's going on. Maybe this origin heart fruit is a little small, and it doesn't have enough energy. Everyone had a strange look on their faces. This guy actually said that the origin heart fruit was a little small. Those holy emperors almost wanted to beat their chests and curse. These fruits were all about the same size, and the energy was all the same. Otherwise, why would it be a divine fruit that even divine kings wanted to eat? That's impossible. Back then, when I absorbed one, I directly reached the middle stage of the middle stage Holy Emperor realm from the low stage Holy Emperor realm. Lai Ruyu said as she rubbed her chin in confusion. Ling Xiao didn't expect this girl to actually talk to him in a friendly manner. He was a little surprised. Lai Ruyu looked at Ling Xiao's eyes, and her face was a little red. She said, What I said is the truth. After saying that, she turned her face to the side and didn't dare to look at Ling Xiao. She didn't know why, but she felt that Ling Xiao's gaze was lascivious, and it made her feel extremely shy. If it was before, she would have definitely dug out Ling Xiao's thieving eyes, but now, she couldn't even muster the slightest impulse to get angry. Damn perverted thief, even though he has some ability, why would I be afraid to look at him? Lai Ruyu cursed in her heart. She didn't realize that a delicate feeling was slowly nourishing her heart. It's not that the origin heart fruit is too small, it's just that its energy isn't enough to support your breakthrough. Ryoi said. Ling Xiao scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, You can even see through this. Elder Yong's eyes are truly sharp. How about Elder Yong lend me another origin heart fruit? I believe that I will definitely be able to break through this time. Indeed, the origin heart fruit's power was boundless, and it had greatly benefited Ling Xiao. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to break through, his divine soul had forcefully absorbed more than half of the origin heart fruit's power, causing the origin heart fruit's power to be halved. In the end, he had no choice but to borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to break through. Unfortunately, after trying a few times in a row, he returned empty-handed. Ling Xiao had no choice but to give up on breaking through. Of course, his harvest was not only to reach the peak of the middle stage Holy Emperor, the strength of his divine soul had also increased by quite a bit. After this growth, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the battle prowess of his divine soul avatar was no less than that of an ordinary demigod king. It was more than 2 times stronger than before. Ryoi shook his head and said, Even if I give you another origin heart fruit, it won't allow you to break through to the next level. This kind of divine fruit is only the most effective when taken the first time. The second time, it will be halved. However, even though he said that, an origin heart fruit still appeared in his hand. He then said, You have already formed a divine soul, and the power of the origin heart fruit is also very useful to it. I believe that the origin heart fruit you took before was because of the divine soul, so take this one. Although it can't help him advance by another level, it will be of great benefit to your divine soul. Ling Xiao was originally just joking, but he didn't expect Ryoi to be so generous. However, when he thought about how the other party had the strength of a divine king, it probably wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain this origin heart fruit, so he happily accepted it. "Thank you, Elder Yong," Ling Xiao said gratefully. Even if he didn't need this origin heart fruit, it was just right for Xin Yuyi. It would give him more assurance when he broke through to the divine king realm. "No need to thank me, this is what you deserve," Ryoi said indifferently. Ling Xiao had taught Lai Ryu a lesson earlier. Although it was a bit excessive, it had allowed her to understand a lot of principles, and it could be said that the merit was greater than the fault. This origin heart fruit should be given to Ling Xiao, and at the same time, it could be considered as forming a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Chapter 1104. The Black Market was a trade fair held by all of the roving bandits and the whale gang in the Chaotic Ridge. This trade fair was similar to an auction, but it was also different. This was because there were usually two types of trade. The first type was free trade. The seller would bring out all of the items for those who entered the black market to choose from. As long as both parties had no objections to the price, they would be able to reach an agreement. The other type was auction, which was similar to an auction. Usually, the final auction would be for the best items, and their value would be relatively high. Naturally, the highest bidder would be able to win. The first type had all sorts of items, but they were usually items that weren't too valuable or couldn't be identified. These items could be purchased with top-grade mysterious crystals. The second type, on the other hand, mostly contained divine items that required divine crystals. Before the black market trade began, the leaders of the roving bandits had gathered together. These roving bandits were the Whale Gang, the Bloodthirsty Gang, the Fierce Bandits, Mine Gang, the Ox Gang. There were more than 10 leaders in total, and all of them were God Kings. The Whale Gang's leader wasn't the Whale Gang's leader, but the Supreme Elder. He held quite a bit of authority within the gang. His name was Hai Kao, and he was dressed in a set of blue robes. His face was thin, and his eyes were as small as a mouse's. There were 2 thin eyebrows at the corners of his mouth. One look was enough to tell that he was a crafty person. The leader of the bloodthirsty roving bandits was Kong Shuekyung. He looked like a middle-aged man, but he possessed the strength of a high-level god king. His bright, piercing eyes were filled with bloodlust, and a vicious aura swirled around him. Anyone who saw him could tell that he was someone who would kill without batting an eyelid. There were a few others with similar strength, including Lu Biao, Mine Gang, and Niu Dei Gang. Hai Kao stroked his mustache and said in a shrill voice, "Brothers, how are the preparations for this year's goods?" "Brother Hai Kao, looking at your glowing face, it seems that you've brought a lot of good things. Why don't you take them out first and let us see if there are any suitable things for us?" Lu Biao said in a rough voice. Lu Biao was a straightforward person with a strong sense of brotherhood. If he had not been betrayed by one of his brothers, he would not have become a bandit. Hee, us giant whales make a living on the sea. Every year, we go back and forth with the same stuff, Hai Kao said modestly, then continued, but this time, we really got some treasures. At this moment, the eyes of the roving bandits lit up. Something that could be called a treasure by the sea examiner was definitely not an ordinary item. At this time, Hai Kao took out a silver stone. There were red lines around the stone that looked like blood stains. The stone was also emitting a faint glow. This rock was only a few dozen kilograms, but when it was gently placed on the ground, it immediately pressed the ground down. This is a blood-stained silver stone. A few of the bandit leaders cried out in surprise. Hai Kao stroked his mustache and said proudly, "That's right, it's a blood-stained silverstone. For it, we lost a few elders to kill the Class 10 blood-scaled snake near it." The blood-stained silverstone was a kind of refining material, but its use should not be underestimated. Its price was definitely more precious than a divine tool. Adding the blood-stained silverstone to a divine tool could not only increase its grade, but it could also allow the divine tool to produce a kind of blood chi. This would increase the user's combat power and cause great damage. This kind of blood-stained silverstone was not easy to find. It needed tens of thousands of years to be heavy, and it also needed to be formed in a special environment. In the eyes of ordinary people, its value might not be high because they had no use for it. But in the eyes of a divine tool master, its value was different. This piece of bloodstained silverstone was enough to satisfy the needs of a dozen divine tools. Moreover, among the divine tools of the same rank, the value of the bloodstained silverstone was twice as high. Therefore, this piece of bloodstained silverstone was more than several times more precious than ordinary divine tools. However, none of the people present were divine tool masters, so they did not care much about this bloodstained silverstone. They were just a little envious. This bloodstained silverstone is a treasure for those blacksmiths. Brother Hai Kao can get a good price this time. Lu Biao praised. The others also expressed their admiration. Hai Kao smiled and said, "This bloodstained silverstone of mine is not worthy of your attention. I wonder what other good things you have? I heard that Brother Xue Jing made a big profit, so you must have some heavyweight divine objects, right?" The Whale Gang was the local tyrant of the chaotic Ridge and Clear River City. They had heard a little about Bloodthirsty's robbery of the Blazing Flame merchants, which was why they asked this question. Kong Shuekyung maintained a cold expression from beginning to end, as if everyone owed him millions of divine crystals. He said coldly, "You'll know when we get to the auction." After saying this, he did not say anything else. His attitude was quite arrogant. However, everyone knew Kong Shuekyung's personality, so they did not dare to press him. The others took out the items they wanted to auction to show off. Afterward, everyone discussed many things about the transaction and was about to leave. At this time, Niu Dei said to Kong Shuekyung, "Brother Xue Jing, the Blazing Flame merchants might be coming this time, but not many of them are coming. I just don't know if they are coming in batches." Kong Shuekyung frowned slightly and sneered, "If they are coming, then so be it. Maybe they are coming for the trade fair. They have plenty of divine crystals, so when the time comes, we'll take more from them." After saying this, he ignored Niu Dei and walked forward again. Niu Dei shook his head and thought to himself, "This guy is still as arrogant as ever. If you say a few more words, I, old Niu, will cooperate with you to kill the Blazing Flame merchants. In that case, you can avenge me." Kong Shuekyung shook off everyone and returned to his hidden camp. He then immediately ordered everyone to pay attention to the Blazing Flame merchants. This is my Bloodthirsty's territory. Even a dragon has to coil up and a tiger has to lie down. So what if it's the Blazing Flame merchants? In my eyes, they are just big fat sheep. Kong Shuekyung muttered with a somewhat cold-blooded smile. In the depths of the chaotic ridge, there were all kinds of poisonous and ferocious beasts. Ordinary people did not dare to enter. However, in such a dangerous place, a tall figure was walking barefoot. Every step he took covered a distance of 10,000 meters, as if he had the supreme power of shrinking the ground into an inch. From a closer look, this person was actually a monk. He looked middle-aged with 6 Buddhist precepts on his head. His face was resolute and his body was extremely sturdy. His bright eyes flickered with an indescribable profound intent. "Human, get lost." An extremely ear-piercing, hoarse voice came from not far away. A small figure appeared 100 meters in front of the monk. This person was naked, and his entire body was covered in abscesses and tumors. His appearance was extremely disgusting and frightening. It was a humanoid poisonous beast. Its arms and back were covered in sharp bone spikes that looked extremely ferocious and sharp. The monk ignored the poisonous beast's words and actually opened his mouth to suck in the poisonous gas in front of him. If other godly monarchs were to see this scene, they would definitely jump in fright. Then they would call him a madman. This was the abscess poison, one of the hundreds of origin poisons. Anyone who absorbed a little of it would die from all over their body. Even a god king would find it difficult to force it out. Is this human crazy? He actually dared to absorb my poison source. He really doesn't know how to die. The poisonous beast said in disdain. After the monk absorbed the poison source, his entire body began to fester. Abscesses and tumors constantly grew, and streams of poisonous blood flowed non-stop. He immediately became extremely terrifying. However, The monk did not show any signs of pain. Waves of light energy circulated around his body, and a dignified appearance rose up behind him. This power seemed to be resisting the poisonous gas, preventing it from poisoning him to death. In addition, at this moment, another strange aura appeared on the monk's body, fighting against the poison source. The three powers constantly intertwined, forming balls of evil aura that revolved around the surroundings. They were like demons, ghosts, venomous snakes, venomous insects. When the poisonous beast realized that the monk could actually resist the source of the poison, its triangular eyes revealed waves of hostility. "Damn human, I'm going to eat you," the poisonous beast said sternly. Immediately after, it pounced towards the monk. Its speed was abnormally fast, and ordinary people could not catch it at all. However, when the monk was fighting against the poison source, he could still capture the poisonous beast's figure. A dazzling light shot towards the poisonous beast. The poisonous beast seemed to be most afraid of this kind of light attribute power. After being shot, it let out a miserable cry. However, this could not make it retreat. Even though it knew that this human was very powerful, it was not weak either. It roared again and immediately changed back to its true form. Its appearance was strange and very ugly, but its strength was very low. However, it was already a rank 10 vicious beast. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of terrifying poisonous gas. This poisonous gas carried a strong corrosive force as it rushed towards the monk. As long as they were hit by this poisonous gas, anyone who heard it would probably die without a corpse left. Good. The monk finally spoke for the first time. He did not dodge or evade, and once again completely swallowed this mouthful of poisonous gas. His body became even more disgusting and ugly, and waves of evil aura shot into the sky. His entire person turned into a poisonous person, as if he could die at any moment. Who would have thought that at this moment, another kind of power would burst forth from his body and clash with the poisonous gas? The monk could not help but spit out a mouthful of evil aura, and even a lot of blood was spat out. It was a ghastly sight. However, after this mouthful of evil aura was spat out, the monk's condition actually became much better, and the poisonous gas on his body decreased sharply. Chapter 1105. Haha, I've finally expelled this damned corrosive snake poison. The monk laughed maniacally. During this period of time, he had been plagued by a poison called corrosive snake poison. Although he had the power of the light attribute to heal and expel the poison, he was unable to deal with a poison that was ranked in the top 100. He had taken many elixirs and could only suppress it temporarily. He could not erupt for a while. However, he had been continuously chased. If this went on, he would really die from the poison in less than a month. Fortunately, he knew that this poison was the nemesis of this corrosive snake poison. Therefore, after asking around and finding out that this poison existed in the depths of the chaotic ridge, he rushed over and decided to take the risk to fight poison with poison. As expected, he was really lucky this time and managed to expel the corrosive snake poison from his body. However, although he had expelled the corrosive snake poison, his body now had an additional type of corrosive snake poison. This was also a very terrifying poison source. However, he was not worried that he could not completely expel the poison. As the saying goes, all things reinforce and counteract each other. Where this poison source existed, there would definitely be a detoxifying item that could restrain the poison. However, he still had to get rid of this poisonous beast first. While suppressing the poison, the monk exerted all his strength. A Jianghu treasure form appeared behind him, and at the same time, countless punches of light blasted towards the poisonous beast. Divine Light Fist. Every punch carried the purest and most boundless power of the light attribute. It also contained some fist intent and was very powerful. The poisonous beast revealed a look of extreme disgust. Its figure constantly changed and shot out mouthfuls of seemingly solid poison towards the fist shadows. Rumble, rumble. The man and the beast began to fight fiercely. Actually, the monk was stronger than the poisonous beast. However, he had to use part of his strength to suppress the poison, so his combat power was greatly reduced. In the end, the monk took out a scepter and displayed a supreme invisible and shadowless divine art. He finally killed the poisonous beast. Even though the monk had killed the poisonous beast, the poisonous gas was unable to be suppressed any longer. It finally burst out. He quickly swallowed some elixirs and then smashed the poisonous beast's body. He took out its beast core and a beast gall. Without a second thought, he swallowed the beast gallbladder. There was naturally a reason why this poisonous beast could survive by devouring poisonous gas, and this beast gallbladder was a good thing that could suppress the poisonous gas. However, the beast gallbladder could only suppress the poisonous gas and could not detoxify it. In the long run, it would be a hidden danger. But in next to no time, the monk found a divine medicine nearby and consumed it. The poison in his sore was completely expelled from his body, and he became spirited and energetic. I've finally gotten rid of this poison. The monk let out a soft sigh. His eyes flashed with a ferocious light as he muttered, "The righteous snake sect, I will destroy them sooner or later." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and vanished from this expanse of the world. Not long after, another group of people arrived. The group of people were all god kings. There were a total of 6 of them, and they all wore silver armor. They wielded silver spears as their eyes were filled with malice. This group of people were 6 of the righteous snake sect's 18 silver snakes. They were Gamma Origi to Gamma Origi 5. 10th brother, this poisonous tumor beast is dead, but it seems like it died not long ago. That bastard must have been here. Gamma Origi 5 said to the older man. It seems like this mad monk has some tricks up his sleeve. He actually found a way to neutralize our corrosive snake venom. However, he killed brother 16. This enmity must be settled no matter what. Gamma Origi snorted coldly as he took the lead and chased in one direction. At this time, Gamma Origi 5 said, "10th brother, the black market in the Chaotic Ridge is about to start. We can go take a look. Maybe that mad monk will also join in the fun." Gamma Origi 3 agreed, "That's right. The mad monk is wanted by our righteous snake sect and has nowhere to run. He might join one of the roving bandits' forces." Gamma Origi 2 sneered, "Don't play tricks in front of me. Who doesn't know that you want to pick up Pingy?" As soon as these words were said, Gamma Origi 1 and Gamma Origi 3 laughed awkwardly, not daring to say another word. Who knew that Gamma Origi's words would change the topic? But what you said is not without reason. It's good to go take a look. When the others heard Gamma Origi's words, their faces revealed joy. The time for the black market trade had finally arrived. The location of the black market trade this time was different from the previous years. This had always been the rule. Every time the black market trade happened, the location would be changed to prevent others from using it to cause trouble. In a spacious area, everything had been cleaned up, and spatial stones were buried in the surroundings to encircle the area. There was also a special short-distance spatial formation here, which could be used from the various entry points outside. Currently, the people of the major roving bandits in the Chaotic Ridge, as well as many rogue cultivators and mercenaries, had entered this temporary space. These people came here because they had something to trade. Most of the things in their hands were ill-gotten gains, so they didn't dare to boldly auction them in the cities outside. After all, many good things would be branded by others. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to get rid of this brand, so when others sensed it, they would immediately rush over to take it back. Therefore, after the trade was done in the black market, they would immediately disperse, and the others would only look for trouble with the buyer. In addition, there was a temporary, simple, and spacious stone room. This stone room was only surrounded by 3 walls, and in the middle, there was a raised platform. This was the place where the black market auction was held. It was held once a year, and each time, it would only be for 1 day. After a day, this place would be destroyed and no longer exist. The black market trade finally began, and many people were teleported over from different entry points. Immediately, this temporary space immediately became extraordinarily lively. One by one, the warriors came here, looking for the high-grade holy objects or divine materials they needed. There were thousands of stalls, which was enough for the 10 or 20,000 people who came in to buy. Ling Xiao, Lai Ruyu, Ryoai, Lai Shi, and another middle-stage divine King Feng Wu had already entered here, while the others were outside the entry point. It's so chaotic. Can you even trade in this kind of place? Lai Ruyu looked at the wild and fierce men who had set up stalls here, and frowned in displeasure. What is a black market? It's a place where the black eats the black. They don't have reasonable rules and that's it. But you can't look down on them either. They're all just trying to survive. Ling Xiao said calmly by the side. He was somewhat displeased in his heart that Lai Ruyu looked down on these self-reliant people in front of her, but she came from a major faction. It seemed impossible to make her change her personality in a short time. He also could not be bothered to poke his nose into other people's business. It was just that Lai Ruyu's heart was clear. Moreover, she looked down on Ling Xiao's dissatisfied attitude, so she immediately felt somewhat wronged in her heart. I just feel that it's a little chaotic. Lai Ruyu explained in a low voice. Who knew that Ling Xiao already ignored her and walked to one of the stalls. Lai Ruyu stared at Ling Xiao's back view and lightly stomped her feet and said, "Annoying guy." Although she said so, she still followed over to watch the show. Bro, how much is this? Ling Xiao looked at the peak tier 8 spirit grass that a middle-aged man had set up before and asked. It's 2 million for a package and 300,000 for a single one, that middle-aged man said coldly. Goodness gracious, this is a full 10 stalks of myriad ivy. Each stalk is indeed 300,000 outside, but these 10 stalks are actually only sold for 2 million. It's not considered expensive. Ling Xiao secretly commented in his heart. Just as he was about to open his mouth and ask for all, another voice sounded out. I want all of this. Ling Xiao turned his head to look and saw a middle-aged man appear beside him with a few attendants. This middle-aged man was even wearing an alchemist robe very arrogantly, as if he was afraid that others did not know that he was an alchemist. Just as he was in a daze, the other party had already completed the transaction. The 10 stalks of myriad ivy were already bought by that alchemist. When that alchemist saw Ling Xiao looking at him, he immediately revealed a disdainful expression and said, "A country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world." Following that, he brought his attendants and went to the next stall. F***, this consort is being looked down upon. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. If this was outside, he would immediately drag this fellow out and give him a beating. However, here, he could only suppress his anger. However, he could not take this lying down. He had to find some trouble for that fellow. Following that alchemist walked towards that stall, and Ling Xiao immediately followed. That alchemist had his eyes on another batch of spirit grass. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, a lazy voice said from the side, "I want all of these. How many Shen crystals?" When the stall owner saw that Ling Xiao looked like a noble young master, he immediately replied with a smile, "If young master wants them all at once, just give me 5 million. All right, no problem." Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all and was about to transfer the Shen crystals to that stall owner. Who would have thought that the alchemist would unwillingly shout, "Everything has to be done first, I want these spirit grass." What a joke, whoever pays for it already owns it, don't you think so? Ling Xiao said disdainfully to the alchemist, but in the end his gaze fell on the stall owner. The stall owner quickly replied, "Of course, this is also the purpose of our transaction this time." "That's right," Ling Xiao replied and swept up the spirit grass on the stall. At the same time, he gave the Shen crystals to the stall owner. Finally, Ling Xiao looked at the trembling refiner and said, "A country bumpkin who has never seen the world." Then, he shook his hair and walked away. "Stop right there, do you know who I am?" When had the alchemist ever suffered such an insult? He immediately shouted at Ling Xiao. "What is it? Do you want to openly cause trouble here?" Ling Xiao turned around and sneered at the alchemist. The alchemist still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by a person beside him. "Saint Master Gu, don't be angry. It's not good to cause trouble here. We'll teach him a lesson when we get out." "Brat, you have guts." The alchemist unwillingly shouted at Ling Xiao, then walked in another direction. Chapter 1106. Subsequently, Ling Xiao mysteriously appeared next to the pill refiner called Gu Heng to buy the spiritual herbs first. However, the other party was already prepared and would call out early. Ling Xiao only managed to snatch the first 2 or 3 times. Helpless, he could only go to other stalls. At the same time, he planned to find the bloodthirsty bandits to carry out his plan. Unfortunately, no one responded to him, which made him rather depressed. He knew that he had been too naive before. Those roving bandits would not contact any buyer alone in advance. On the other hand, Lai Ruyu, Ryoi, and the rest were looking at the items at other stalls. However, with the power of the blazing flame merchants, they naturally would not care about these things. They just wanted to see if there were any exotic items that they had missed out on. Ling Xiao could not be bothered with them and continued to quickly buy the spiritual herbs that he wanted. After one round, Ling Xiao had already spent 20 million supreme-grade glazed crystals on many high-level spiritual herbs. In the end, he actually came to the same stall with Gu Heng. Gu Heng thought that Ling Xiao was here to cause trouble again, so he immediately said to the stall owner, "I want all of these spiritual herbs." As he said that, he actually wanted to keep the spiritual herbs. Who knew that the stall owner would not let go of the spiritual herbs? "You can take them after you give me the divine crystals." The stall owner looked a little sloppy and his hair was messy, but there was a determined look in his eyes. His strength was that of a demigod king. No wonder he could suppress Gu Heng's strength. "What do you want, divine crystals?" Gu Heng was a little surprised. At that moment, he noticed that there were actually 2 divine herbs on the stall. One was blue and the other was red. Both of them looked the same, but their colors were completely different. They were isolated by the cold jade plate, but he could still feel the waves that were emitted. "Twin star waterfire grass." Ling Xiao exclaimed at the side. The waterfire twin star grass grew in the same place as twins. Their appearance was the same, but their attributes were completely different. One was water and one was fire, so it was called the waterfire twin starflower. It was a low-level 9th-rank divine grass. It was rare for divine items to appear in the free market here. Generally, divine items would be auctioned off in auctions. But this person in front of him actually took out the twin stars of water and fire grass to sell. What was he thinking? Gu Heng also recognized the twin stars of water and fire grass. He immediately swallowed his saliva and said, "How many divine crystals does this cost?" 2 stalks, 500,000. The stall owner said indifferently, 500,000 divine gems. Each piece of divine gem was 1,000 times more valuable than a top-grade mysterious crystal. This price was definitely not reasonable, but it was not too expensive either. If they were to encounter a martial artist who cultivated both fire and water, they would be willing to pay 1 million. 500,000 is a little too expensive. Can't you be more reasonable? Although Gu Heng had some divine gems on him, he didn't have many. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao, who was next to him, said, "I'll take the 500,000 divine gems." Ling Xiao did have divine gems now. Ryoi had given him 1 million divine gems before he entered the black market. Ryoi had asked him to buy any divine materials that he liked, which could be considered as a favor to Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ryoi was an elder of the blazing flame merchants, so he was naturally rich. Giving 1 million divine gems to Ling Xiao was really not a big deal. Moreover, once Ling Xiao returned to the Kim people, it would not be difficult for him to get as many divine gems as he wanted in the future. "Wait, I wanted it first. I'll pay 500,000 divine gems." Gu Heng gritted his teeth and said. He looked at Ling Xiao, who was already on the verge of exploding with rage. "What a joke! Whoever offers the divine gems first gets it." Ling Xiao sneered. Brother, I'll pay 510,000 divine gems for it." Gu Heng did not argue with Ling Xiao and immediately said to the stall owner. The stall owner naturally did not have any objections. He was short of divine gems, so he would sell it to whoever offered the highest price. "Okay, since you want to compete, let's compete. I'll pay 550,000 divine gems." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Seeing that the stall owner was tempted again, Gu Heng cursed in his heart, "Damn it." Then he called out another price, 560,000 divine gems. Although he was a great saint master, he only earned top-grade mysterious crystals. Moreover, he did not have a 100% success rate in alchemy like Ling Xiao, so he only had 800,000 divine gems on him. It was impossible for him to add tens of thousands of divine gems all at once like Ling Xiao. At this time, the two began to compete, which attracted the attention of the people around them. "Brat, do you know who I am? If you continue to pester me endlessly, don't blame me for being impolite." Gu Heng was a demigod king, so he was already infuriated by Ling Xiao. He immediately threatened Ling Xiao. At the same time, a pressure attacked Ling Xiao, trying to make Ling Xiao back off. However, Ling Xiao's strength had already improved a lot, and the strength of his god soul had also increased a lot. He was not afraid of Gu Heng's pressure at all. "Old thing, if you don't have divine gems, just say it. Do you think I'm afraid of you if you want to use force to oppress me?" Ling Xiao said disdainfully as he pointed at Gu Heng. "How dare you!" Gu Heng shouted and was about to hit someone. At this time, a voice was heard, "Who dares to cause trouble?" They saw a group of boorish and ferocious-looking people walking in their direction, and the one leading them was a low-level god king. This was a free trade area. Although it was organized by a few groups of roving bandits, they still had the obligation to maintain the situation here. After all, it was only going to be held for a day. If something happened, it would be bad for the reputation of their black market. When Gu Heng saw the people coming, he actually revealed a look of joy. He bowed to the divine king and said, "Sir, I saw these two spirit herbs first. I didn't think that this brat would interfere. He's clearly here to cause trouble." The divine king recognized Gu Heng. He was a great saint master in the chaotic ridge. Many of their subordinates, the holy emperor, had more or less received some help from him. After all, to survive in the chaotic mountain range required all sorts of pills. Although Gu Heng was unable to concoct a divine pill, a great saint pill would be able to resolve many of the dangers his subordinates faced. Thus, the divine king gave Gu Heng some face. The divine king glared at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Brat, you don't know the rules, right? Scram to the side. These two divine herbs are the ones who saw them first, so it's none of your business." How could Ling Xiao not see that Gu Heng and the divine king were exchanging flirtatious glances? He frowned and said, "My lord, why did you listen to him and say that he saw them first?" "I said that I saw them first, and I was the one who offered the price first. He wanted to snatch them from me." The divine king didn't expect Ling Xiao to talk back to him. He was annoyed and said, "Who do you think you are? I said he took a liking to her first, so he took a liking to her first. If you say another word, I'll kick you out of here." If it was anyone else, they would probably have left with their tails between their legs. However, Ling Xiao had a stubborn temper, and was used to being soft but not hard. He faced the divine king and said, "Since when can the black market transactions be interfered with by law enforcement? The seller can sell it to whoever he wants, and you actually want to interfere? Then what are we doing here? We might as well let you sell it yourself. Everyone, let's judge whether I'm right or not." Although there were no civilized rules for black market transactions, as long as no one caused trouble here, ordinary people could not interfere with other people's transactions. With Ling Xiao's roar, the others also looked over. All of them looked at the divine king with disgust in their eyes. They were all here to buy things. If there was a deacon who wanted to make a move, it would harm their interests, so they were naturally very unhappy. That's right, it's not up to you to decide who the stall owner will sell to. He doesn't have enough divine crystals, so why bother fighting with him? Lai Ruyu walked out from the crowd and sneered at the divine king and Gu Heng. "Who are you? How dare you talk back to the Lord Deacon?" Gu Heng shouted from the side. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that we are all here to trade. We just don't want to see unfair treatment." Lai Ruyu looked at Gu Heng with disgust. Gu Heng's face turned red and white, but he didn't dare to refute because he and the divine king deacon could sense that the people behind this person were not simple. You'd better not cause trouble, or else I'll teach you a lesson." The divine king frowned and snorted coldly. He ignored Gu Heng and left with his people. At this time, Ling Xiao looked at Gu Heng and said with a smile, "Old thing, I'll pay 800,000 divine crystals for these 2 stalks of Icefire Twin Star Grass. Do you still want to increase the price?" Gu Heng's face twitched a few times, and he immediately revealed an extremely resentful expression. All right. This sacred master will remember you." After saying that, he turned around and walked to another stall. The stall owner said to Ling Xiao, 800,000 divine crystals, and these 2 stalks of Icefire Twin Star Grass are yours. Ling Xiao naturally handed over the divine crystals readily and put away the Twin Star Water and Fire Grass. The stall owner had some conscience. After receiving the divine crystals, he didn't forget to remind Ling Xiao, "This Icefire Twin Star Grass must be taken at the same time to produce the greatest effect. If you take it alone, it won't have much effect." Ling Xiao naturally understood the use of the Icefire Twin Star Grass. They were originally Twin Star Grass. For martial artists who cultivated both water and fire, it was a top-grade divine item. However, for martial artists who cultivated only water or fire, it was useless because they wouldn't have any effect if taken separately. However, what kind of person was Ling Xiao? He cultivated all 5 elements at the same time, and his ice element was just another form of the water element. These 2 stalks of Icefire Twin Star Grass were divine items that could help him break through to the high level of the Holy Emperor. After receiving the Icefire Twin Star Grass, Ling Xiao asked Lai Ruyu and the others, "Is there anything that you're interested in?" As soon as he asked this, Ling Xiao felt that he was being redundant. The Blazing Flame merchants were the wealthiest faction in the Sky Dragon domain. Their collection was naturally not something that ordinary people could compare to. How could they be interested in the things here? "There are some things that I'm interested in, but Uncle Yong won't let me buy them," Lai Ruyu said like a mischievous child. "We have those things," Ryoi replied. He then added, "When the auction starts, there might really be a lot of good things there." At this time, Ling Xiao showed a fawning expression to Ryoi and said, "Elder Yong, can we discuss this?" Ryoi seemed to have seen through Ling Xiao's thoughts and immediately said, "No." Ling Xiao's expression immediately fell. Who knew that Ryoi would say again, "You can discuss it with Ruyu. As long as she agrees, everything can be discussed." Chapter 1107. Ryoi was also a crafty old fox. He knew that only Ling Xiao could restrain Lai Ruyu and make Lai Ruyu change her willful habits. That was why he said this, to give Ling Xiao and Lai Ruyu more opportunities to communicate. After all, through these days, he could see that Lai Ruyu was gradually changing a lot, which was indeed beneficial to her growth. Although Lai Ruyu had the face of a beautiful woman, Ling Xiao didn't have much of a feeling no matter how he looked. However, he had no choice but to bow his head when he was under the eaves. Ling Xiao's face revealed a smile that he thought was the most charming. He looked at Lai Ruyu and said, Young Master Ruyu, can you lend me some divine crystals? I will definitely pay you back double in the future." Lai Ruyu looked at Ling Xiao's fawning expression and laughed. She thought to herself, "This guy is really good at acting. He's always changing." "You're the young master. I don't know how many divine crystals you want, but I still have to see if I have enough." Lai Ruyu followed Ling Xiao's words. "I'm not sure about that. Let's go to the auction later and take a look. If there's something suitable, we'll buy it. I think 10 million should be enough," Ling Xiao said. "All right, I can lend you the divine crystals for now, but there's a condition," Lai Ruyu said with a sly look. Ling Xiao immediately patted his chest and said, "All right, I can agree to any condition other than to marry you." "Bah, if I want you to marry me, don't be impatient," Lai Ruyu said with a drunken red face. She was disdainful, but she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. No matter what, she was a proud daughter of heaven. The line of people who pursued her was longer than the towering Sky River. How could this despicable guy in front of her say such words? After the few of them walked around these scattered stalls, Ling Xiao collected a lot of spirit grasses. Ling Xiao felt that he had gained a lot from the free trade alone. As for the auction, Ling Xiao did not want to compete with those god kings in auctioning divine items. His agreement with Lai Ruyu to borrow divine crystals was just a precaution. If he came across an item that he wanted, he would fight for it. In the afternoon, the auction finally began. In order to enter the simple and spacious stone room to auction items, one must first pay an entrance fee, and the entrance fee was not cheap. Those who hadn't reached the strength of a god king and didn't have god crystals were too embarrassed to enter. After all, this was the true place to trade divine materials, and they could only be purchased with divine crystals. Ling Xiao, Lai Ruyu, Lai Shi, and the others chose a seat near the front, while Lai Shi and the other god kings split up and joined the others. The purpose of this was to lock onto the people of the bloodthirsty roving bandits as soon as possible. This was the only way to find their whereabouts. The auction began. The auctioneer was a young woman who was dressed in revealing clothes. Only 3 of her vital areas were covered by beast skin, and the rest of her tender flesh was completely exposed. She looked like a beautiful snake, causing the blood of humans and beasts to boil. Many of the people below were people from the nearby forces, including the roving bandits of the chaotic mountain range, rogue cultivators, and mercenaries. When they saw such a woman, they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. How disgusting, wearing so little! Lai Ruyu looked at the young woman on the high platform in disgust. You feel disgusted because you're a woman. Didn't you see so many people around you screaming? This is called charm. Ling Xiao said as he looked at the woman. This kind of woman was full of wild temptation and could indeed make people go crazy. It was a pity that it was obvious at a glance that she was a coquettish woman. Ling Xiao didn't have much desire for her, he just looked at her for a bit. All the crows in the world are black. Lai Ruyu said angrily. Who knew that Ling Xiao's next sentence would make her smile? Although this woman is somewhat beautiful, in front of the young lady, she's a swan. Compared to an ugly duckling, the difference is like heaven and earth, Ling Xiao said respectfully. He had no choice. The situation was against him. If he didn't please this girl, he wouldn't be able to get his divine crystals. Are you telling the truth? Lai Ruyu revealed some shyness. Of course, even real gold and silver can't be so real. Ling Xiao said with certainty. This was the truth. Lai Ruyu's beauty could definitely be called a heavenly beauty. Few could compare to her. However, her personality still needed to be trained. You have good taste. Lai Ruyu glared at Ling Xiao and turned her face away, but her heart was beating very fast. At this time, the first item to be auctioned was finally presented. The young woman licked her sexy lips and said, Low-grade 9th stage sky rubic vine. The starting price is 15 divine crystals, and each increment must be no less than 10,000. As soon as she finished speaking, someone immediately rushed to bid 160,000. After a round of bidding, the sky rubic vine was sold for 250,000 divine crystals. Ling Xiao swallowed and said, Damn, if I had divine crystals right now, I would definitely bid for it. Ling Xiao was an alchemist, and sooner or later he would become a god king. These divine herbs were all rare divine items, and they were all useful to him. The atmosphere of the auction was very intense. This place wasn't like the auctions in the city that provided private rooms. Everyone was sitting in the same place, and it was easy to see each other's appearance and strength. Therefore, some people took the opportunity to pressure others. After all, no one wanted the auction price to soar higher and higher. Again and again, the killing and shouting pushed the auction to its climax. Ling Xiao temporarily made 3 moves. The first was for a light attribute divine herb, the moon rubic flower, the second was for an earth attribute divine herb, the yellow evil bamboo, and the third was for a wind attribute divine artifact called the wind shuttle. The lunar tide flower was a divine flower that grew from absorbing the essence of the moon. It was beautiful and resplendent. It was said that it only grew in the places closest to the moon. To light-attributed cultivators, it was an extremely difficult divine herb to find. The yellow evil bamboo was a divine object that grew together with the yellow evil dragon. This kind of evil dragon was only one step away from becoming a divine beast. The yellow evil bamboo that grew together with it contained a boundless evil energy that could increase the divine power of the earth burrowing technique. The wind shuttle was just a god artifact. It was only the size of a disc and there were sharp, octagonal gears around it. Once it locked onto an opponent, it could kill them with lightning speed. Even god kings would fear it. It was a strange, cold god artifact. Needless to say, the moon Rubik flower was collected by Ling Xiao for Euro Fei to use in the future. The yellow evil bamboo was for Xinyu Yi to use when he broke through to the God King realm. The wind shuttle was to be kept by his side for now, and he could give it to his master's wife in the future. The prices of these 3 items were not very good. He spent a total of 5 million divine crystals to get them. Among them, the wind shuttle was the most expensive, costing him 8 million divine crystals. This was not a small amount. It was not easy for any god king to take out such a sum. However, Ling Xiao had a rich little mistress by his side, so he was very forthright when he called out the price. He was not afraid of not having enough divine crystals. So the auction is so easy to finish. Next time, let me call out the price. I want to let them all know how powerful I am. Lai Ruyu said excitedly. She unknowingly fell in love with this noisy atmosphere because it was her first time coming to such an occasion. It made her feel very lively and curious, especially when she was calling out the price. It made her even more excited. No problem. Eldest miss, if there's anything you like, feel free to call out the price. The higher the price, the better. Ling Xiao replied. In his heart, he added, the items that you bid for will belong to me. Ryoai's face turned a little green. Although he didn't care about these divine crystals, he really wanted to curse when he heard Ling Xiao's last sentence. Do you think these divine crystals are useless rocks? The higher the price, the better. Although that was what Ling Xiao said, he would not let Lai Ruyu blindly bid for the items. Therefore, he tried to persuade her again, telling her which ones she could bid for and which ones she could not bid for. In the end, under Ling Xiao's guidance, Lai Ruyu auctioned the spiritual herbs. She got the chance to bid for them, so she was very happy to call out the price. However, Ryoai almost fainted from fright. The starting price of a mid-9th grade spiritual herb was 300,000 divine crystals, and the highest price was only about 600,000 divine crystals. However, Lai Ruyu called out 3 million divine crystals in one go. The scene fell silent, and everyone was instantly dumbfounded. They had seen many people bid very high prices in one go, but they had never seen someone bid so high. She had actually increased the price by 10 times in one go. She was simply not taking the divine crystals seriously. A thought popped up in everyone's mind. Is this guy an idiot? Why isn't anyone bidding? Lai Ruyu looked around at the people around her and asked in confusion. Everyone wanted to vomit blood. The value of that spiritual herb was extraordinary, but it couldn't compare to 3 million divine crystals. Ling Xiao broke out in a cold sweat, and he thought to himself, this little rich woman is indeed a little rich woman. Her boldness really makes me feel ashamed of my inferiority. Miss, that's not how an auction is called. We have to bid for the item at the lowest possible price. In other words, the price has to increase gradually until no one is bidding for it anymore. Ryoai could only explain to Lai Ruyu from the side. I'm also increasing the price slowly. Why aren't they increasing the price as well? This isn't fun. Lai Ruyu said in confusion. As the items were auctioned off one by one, the atmosphere in the scene reached a climax. Ling Xiao didn't bid anymore. He had been intentionally keeping people in the scene, hoping to find traces of Mad Monk, but he couldn't find anyone suspicious. Instead, Ryoai sent him a voice transmission. The 6 people in the second row on the left are the 6 god kings of the snake faction. Ling Xiao looked in the direction that Lai Yong had pointed out, and indeed saw 6 people who stood out from the crowd sitting there. They were wearing silver snake scale armor, so it was very easy to identify them. 6 god kings? I wonder if Ro Fei's adoptive father has escaped. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He was still very weak right now. Otherwise, he would have directly gone up to these 6 perverted snakes and asked if they had any news of Mad Monk. Next up are the last 3 divine items, an ancient serpent egg. The starting price is 3 million divinity crystals. Chapter 1108. Spirit beasts were divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. No matter how much effort was put into nurturing low-grade spirit beasts, it was impossible for them to become high-grade spirit beasts. The ancient serpent egg that was being auctioned now should be an ancient serpent egg. Once this kind of snake egg hatched, the snake beast would immediately reach the 3rd stage, and its potential would not be much lower than that of a divine beast. In the future, it could also reach the 9th stage or even the 10th stage, so its value was naturally extraordinary. As soon as the auction item was announced, the auctioneer on the high platform pulled down the red cloth on a jade tray, revealing a silver snake egg. There were waves of intense light rippling around the snake egg. It was obvious that this was a snake egg that was about to hatch. Many people in the audience immediately became restless. An ancient snake egg, this is a good thing, but I don't know what attribute it is. From the light it emits, it seems to be of the water attribute. No matter what attribute it is, it's worth it to give it to an outstanding junior. As long as you are willing to spend the capital, it should be able to be nurtured to the 10th stage. I want 3 million divine crystals. God knows if this snake egg can hatch or not. Everyone should consider it carefully. What a nice way to put it. I don't lack these divine crystals, 3,100,000. Nowadays, it was not easy to find high-level spirit beasts. Apart from divine beasts, those that could reach the 10th stage were some mutated spirit beasts or ancient spirit beasts. In modern times, reaching the 8th or 9th stage was already the limit. Therefore, the God Kings present all saw its potential and wanted to buy it and nurture it. After all, the lifespan of a God King was already endless, so they could have more time to plan for their descendants. At the location of the 6 silver snakes, Gamma Origi stared greedily at the snake egg and said, "This is a good thing. Brothers, we must take it." The reason why they were called the Righteous Snake Sect was because they all had snakes as their companions, and their protective spirit beasts were also snake beasts. And this ancient snake egg in front of them naturally became their favorite thing. That's only natural. This kind of treasure is hard to come by even in 1,000 years. I really didn't expect that there would be someone willing to take it out for auction. Gamma Origi's eyes shone brightly. Then he called out a bid. My Snake Righteous Sect bids 4 million divinity crystals. I hope that everyone will let me win. The Righteous Snake Sect was quite famous in the Heavenly Dragon domain. Although it could not compare to those superpowers, it was not an existence that ordinary people could challenge. Originally, there was a moment of silence in the hall. It seemed that everyone had some reservations. However, a voice rang out. The Righteous Snake Sect is nothing. This young master bids for 5 million divine crystals. Everyone looked toward the source of the arrogant voice and saw an excessively beautiful man gently waving a white paper fan. His eyes were filled with arrogance. However, most of the people present were God King experts. Their eyesight was astonishing, so they could tell with a single glance that the handsome man was merely a woman. This little girl sure has a big mouth. Is she not afraid of biting her tongue? Gamma Origi 5 glared at Lai Ruyu. Then he called out, 4,600,000. Lai Ruyu was very angry. You're the little girl. Your whole family is made up of little girls. I bid 5 million. Gamma Origi 5 was very angry. He wanted to retort, but Zeta Origi said, this little girl is not an ordinary person. Let's start the bidding first. If it doesn't work out, then we'll try something else. Gamma Origi 5 helplessly glared at Lai Ruyu. Then, he continued to increase the price. However, in terms of wealth, no one here could compare to Lai Ruyu, this little rich lady. She had forcefully raised the price of this ancient snake egg to 8 million divinity crystals. The 6 silver snake monarchs had no choice but to give up. You can't even withstand a single blow from this young master. Lai Ruyu was very happy. Then, she whispered to Ling Xiao, is this the right way to bid? Yes, it's absolutely right. Once the eldest miss appears, who can compete? Ling Xiao said with a thumbs up. He thought to himself, I think I'm the young master. Why is the limelight being stolen by her? Lai Ruyu said happily, hee hee, you're too right. However, I'm not the eldest Mississippi. I have an elder sister. Call me by my name in the future. Yes, it's eldest Mississippi. I won't call you eldest Miss anymore. Ling Xiao said very obediently. Ryuai's face turned greener. He doubted if it was the right decision to let Ling Xiao hook up with Ryu. Why did he feel that Ryu had been tricked by this kid? Alright, this ancient snake egg has been bought by this young master for 8 million divinity crystals. The next item is a divine technique that was excavated from an ancient tomb. However, this technique has a powerful restriction. Even the great god kings couldn't open it. You can imagine what kind of divine technique this is. The starting price is 10 million divinity crystals. Each bid must be at least 1 million. The sexy auctioneer caressed her soft breasts as she spoke. When the auctioneer finished, everybody's eyes had turned red. They all looked greedy. It was a divine technique that even the god kings couldn't break. It wasn't hard to imagine how powerful it was. Everybody thought of the ultimate experts at the incipient god realm. Those who could reach that realm were already the most powerful existences. No one could doubt their heaven-defying godly abilities. Their restrictions were definitely not something that a god king could break. If it was a divine technique left by an incipient god realm expert, its value would be immeasurable. 10 million divinity crystals was definitely worth it. After the first one made a bid, everybody else became crazy. The price of the item rose continuously, reaching an unprecedented height. Ming, the chief of bandits in a corner of the field, smiled coldly. He thought to himself, fight for it. Fight for it. In the end, it will come back to me. Should we bid for it? Lai Ruyu rubbed her fists and feet as she asked Ling Xiao. Apparently, she wanted to compete with the others. Of course. As Ling Xiao was about to answer, Ryuai coughed, interrupting Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wasn't an idiot. He knew what Ryuai was hinting at. He forced a smile and said, "Of course, we can't bid for it. It's too expensive. I don't know if it's useful or not. Let the others fight for it until they bleed." You're right. But if people are fighting for it so fiercely, it must be a good treasure. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't bid for it? Lai Ruyu was naive, but she wasn't a fool. Ryuai said, "Miss, it's possible that it's a scam. Even if we unseal it, it's just an ordinary scroll. We don't need it." As Ryuai had spoken, Lai Ruyu didn't want to bid for it. After a fierce bidding war, a peak god king finally bought the scroll for 3,500 divine crystals. This peak god king immediately became the target of everyone. Once he left this place, he would be targeted by many god kings because they wanted to reap without sowing. However, since this peak god king had the guts to bid for it, he was confident that he could take it away. Alright, now it's time for the finale. The auctioneer kept everyone in suspense. Immediately after, 10 strong men entered the arena at the same time. Each of them held a weapon in their hands. The weapon emitted a strong light that flickered in the spacious stone room. Everyone couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Ryuai's eyes were shining with excitement. "How dare you! You really took out our merchant union's divine weapon to auction." Ryuai cursed in his heart. There are a total of 10 different divine weapons here. However, they won't be auctioned one by one. Instead, they will be auctioned in a bundle. The starting price is 50 million divine crystals. Each increment must be no less than 1 million. The auctioneer made a flirtatious gesture. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar again. 10 divine weapons. How generous. Who's the seller? Who's willing to pay so much? What a pity. It would be great if they could auction one by one. They're actually auctioning it in a bundle. Who can take out 50 million divine crystals in one go? That's hard to say. There are many leaders of major clans here. They can definitely take it. 10 divine weapons, even if they're low-level ones, can increase any force's combat power. If I had divine crystals, I would also take it. 50 million divine crystals was indeed not something anyone could take out. Without a strong backer, it would not be easy to earn so many divine crystals. Therefore, only people from a few forces participated in the bidding. This time, Ryoi had no choice but to let Lai Rui participate in the auction. This was because these were the divine weapons that they had lost before. Now that they were being auctioned here, it was a slap in the face. Not only did they want to regain their face, but they also wanted to take back what they had lost. Lai Ruyu naturally knew that this matter concerned the reputation of the Merchant Alliance. She immediately said solemnly, "No matter the price, I will definitely get it." Hearing this, Ryoi had no choice but to say guiltily, "If it's more than 100 million divine crystals, then forget it." Back then, the 10 divine weapons that the Merchant Alliance had sold from the Divine Axe Gang were only worth 80 million divine crystals. If they were to sell them, they could double that price. It was just that they were auctioning something that belonged to them again. If the price was too outrageous, it would naturally not be worth it. Moreover, Ryoi had only brought so many divine crystals with him. If Lai Ruyu suddenly called out 200 million divine crystals, he would probably have to sell himself here. Alright, 100 million it is. Although it's a little less, I think it should be enough. Lai Ruyu was somewhat dissatisfied. 10 divine weapons being auctioned together was very attractive. The price quickly rose from 50 million to 70 million divine crystals. This price had already scared off many people. In addition to Lai Rui, people from the Snake Loyalty Sect and 2 other forces also followed up with a bid. However, Ryoi noticed that one of the people who bid was probably from the bloodthirsty roving bandits. That person only wanted to raise the price and would not take it down. In the end, Lai Ruyu shouted in a very extravagant manner, "I bid 100 million." Her exhalation silenced everyone present. Chapter 1109. 100 million divine crystals. This sounded like an insane amount, and it was enough to make several god kings sell their lives for her. The righteous snake sect's bounty on Mad Monk was only 50 million divine crystals and some divine materials. One had to know that Mad Monk was a god of death, so 100 million was enough to buy the lives of 2 gods of death. Damn, can you not bully people like this? What's so great about having divine crystals? I have 1 million, so what's 100 million? A god king said with tears streaming down his face. That's right, 100 million is 100 million. Why are you shouting so loudly? If you have the ability, go outside and buy divine artifacts. Why do you have to come and fight with us? What an idiot. Even if you spend 100 million divine crystals to buy these 10 divine artifacts, you probably won't be able to bring them out alive. That's right, she's just a little girl at the Holy Emperor realm. Even if she has a backer, it's not that great. One by one, the god kings were very indignant. Needless to say, they were envious and jealous. The people who were bidding against Lai Ruyu all shut up. It was obvious that they didn't have that many divine crystals on them. Ling Xiao sighed, "A little rich woman is a little rich woman. Whoever can get close to her won't be able to eat and drink for the rest of their lives." Ryoi, on the other hand, had a gloomy expression on his face. These were all his divine crystals. However, if he could get his lost items back, it could be considered an explanation. As for the other divine artifacts, he could just blame it on the bloodthirsty roving bandits when he took revenge. Ryoi went to hand over the divine crystals and retrieved all the items he had won from the auction. At this moment, the 6 people from the Silver Snake sect walked over to Ling Xiao and Lai Ruyu. Gamma Origi 5 glared at Lai Ruyu and said, "Little girl, don't walk too fast later." They were all very angry. The things that they were determined to get had been ruined, so they definitely wouldn't let it go. Hee, you can't win, so you want to bully others? No way. Lai Ruyu stuck out his tongue and revealed an extremely adorable smile. Gamma Origi said with a cold expression, "Didn't your elders tell you that there are some people you can offend when you go out?" Gamma Origi-in was a peak stage middle stage god king. As for the other 5 snakes, 2 of them were middle stage god kings, and 3 of them were low stage god kings. This group of people was indeed very strong. But Ryoi was a high-level divine king. He alone was sufficient to awe them. We should be the ones telling you this. The Snake E sect isn't some big sect. Ryoi returned to Lai Ryu's side and said faintly. Gamma Origi's eyes twitched. He looked at Ryoi with a complicated expression. Then he said to his brothers, "Let's go." The others glared at Lai Ruyu and Ryoi, then turned and left. They weren't afraid of Ryoi. Although Ryoi was a tier higher than them, they had their own methods. Once they left this place, everything would be easy. Ling Xiao realized that the 6 snakes were actually ignoring him. He was very angry. Hey, what's the meaning of you glaring at them and not at me? Are you looking down on this king? Indeed, Ling Xiao was only an ordinary follower among the 6 snakes. He couldn't enter their eyes at all. This made Ling Xiao feel very sad. Not so long ago, he had been ignored like this. However, he felt that he was a very generous person. Hence, after some deliberation, he still let them off. If I see you again, this king will glare you to death. Ling Xiao said heroically in his heart. When Ling Xiao and the others left the auction room, Lai Shi and another middle-stage god king had already gathered. Everyone gradually evacuated from the space formation. Just as Ling Xiao and the others were about to leave, they were intercepted by someone. "Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" A lazy voice rang out. Kong Shuekyung appeared in front of Ling Xiao, Lai Ruyu, and the others with a few god kings. Rai hurriedly blocked in front of them and said, "What's the meaning of this? Could it be that you're openly breaking the rules?" Ryoi, Lai Shi, and the other god king rarely appeared in front of others. They firmly believed that these roving bandits wouldn't recognize them as blazing flame merchants. However, when Ryoi saw Nyo Day not far away, he knew that he had already alerted them when he was outside. Of course, the biggest reason was because of Lai Ruyu's rich and overbearing manner, which made Kong Shuekyung certain that they were blazing flame merchants. "We'll definitely follow the rules to others, but not to you guys." Kong Shuekyung revealed a sinister expression. Then he waved his hand at his people, intending to have them take down Ryoi and the others. At this moment, a shout rang out, "Wait, bloodthirsty, what are you trying to do?" The person who came was the head of the roving bandits, Lu Biao, and his people. Kong Shuekyung looked at Lu Biao with a displeased expression and said, "What? Lu Biao, are you trying to meddle in my business?" He knew that Lu Biao was a man of principle. Even though he had become a bandit, there were many things that didn't seem to be done by the roving bandits. The bandits were more like a group of mercenaries. "Our guests haven't even left the space yet, and you're already trying to rob them? How shameless of you! You're openly breaking our rules. Who's going to come here to trade next year? You're ruining our livelihood." Lu Biao wasn't afraid of Kong Shuekyung at all. By this time, the other roving bandits had also appeared. The others who weren't involved left as quickly as they could to avoid getting caught up in the commotion. "That's right, bloodthirsty. You're being unkind here. They're here to trade divine crystals. If we deal with them now, our reputation will be tarnished. We won't be able to operate our black market next year," Hai Chao of the Whale Gang said. He was fully deserving of being the leader here, because the Whale Gang was a bit more powerful than the roving bandits. However, Kong Shuejing was the most powerful person among the leaders of the executioners. Beside him were 2 people who were ranked on the god slaughtering list. One was the Lion King Sherdong Tian, and the other was Feng Lung. The 2 of them were ranked 67th and 71st respectively. "I, bloodthirsty, don't need to care about your feelings when doing business. Get out of my way, or else, don't blame me for turning against you." Kong Shuekyung's voice was thick with hostility. "I knew you wanted to dominate the chaotic ridge. Come, let's see just how terrifying you, bloodthirsty, who's ranked in the top 10 of the god slaughtering list, are." Lu Biao shouted at bloodthirsty as a mace appeared in his hand. Right at this moment, Ryoi grabbed Ling Xiao and Lai Ruyu and rushed towards the space formation, hoping to leave this place first. As long as they could leave this place, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, someone else had arrived at the space formation a step ahead of them. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. We haven't settled our debts yet." This person was none other than Nyo Dei and a few other god kings. The one who spoke was Nyo Dei. They had lost a few god kings before, so they had to settle this debt as well. A great battle could break out at any moment. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Lai Shi, Take this brat and Ryu and leave first. I'll hold them off. Once we leave this place, send a transmission to the Alliance head. None of them can escape. Ryoi tossed Ling Xiao and Lai Ryu towards Lai Shi. At the same time, a spear and shield appeared in his hands. His 10th grade flaming tiger also appeared. You've lost to me, yet you still dare to speak so boldly? Since you dare block my path, your Oxtacade gang will be annihilated. Ryoi roared with a terrifying power. Back then, he was able to fight 1 against 3. His strength was naturally not something an ordinary God King could compare to. This was because he was a member of the Senjin of Goguryeo. Although he was only ranked in the 800s, there were definitely few in the same rank who could compare to him. Senjin of Goguryeo Ryoi, I've long recognized you. However, you can't act fierce here. Nyo Dei roared. He summoned his desolate ox and faced Ryoi with the others. On the other side, Kong Shuekyung did not fight against Lu Biao. Instead, it was Sherdong Tian, who was beside him, who faced Lu Biao. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A battle between godly monarchs was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, this spatial zone was only a temporary one, and the barrier was not indestructible. As soon as the battle started, a crack appeared in the space formation. Lai Shi immediately pulled Ling Xiao and Lai Ruhua towards the space formation. At the same time, Lai Shi raised an attack towards the space formation. As long as this place was broken, their chances of escaping would be greater. Moreover, they could also use the sound transmission stone to inform their reinforcements. You think you can escape? All of you will stay here. A figure flew over like the wind. An energy wave blasted Lai Shi's energy wave away. One of the god of killing, Feng Lung, had the strength of a high-level god king. He was once a cold-blooded killer. Later on, he was defeated by Kong Shuekyung and willingly became his right-hand man. Miss Ling Xiao, think of a way to escape. I'll stop him. Lai Shi threw the two away and attacked Feng Lung. Feng Lung did not seem to be in a hurry to catch Ling Xiao and Lai Ryu. Instead, he revealed a fake smile and said, "Let me see how powerful the experts of the Blazing Flame merchants are." He was clearly 1 level higher than Lai Shi, yet he said this. If this wasn't showing off, then what was it? Ling Xiao and Lai Ryu were thrown far away and infinitely close to the space formation. Lai Ryu tried her best to stop her figure and shouted, "I want to go back to help Uncle Yong and Shi Yong." As soon as she spoke, her protective spiritual beast, the Fire Phoenix, appeared and let out a loud and clear cry. Just as Lai Ryu was about to rush back, a strong hand grabbed her wrist and said, "You will only die if you go back. Let's go out first and then ask for help." Without saying anything, Ling Xiao pulled Lai Ryu and flew out of the space formation. Lai Ryu used all her strength to break free from Ling Xiao's hand and said angrily, "No, Uncle Yong has taken care of me since I was young. How can I abandon him? You are accusing me of being unjust. You brainless woman with big breasts, why can't you change your unruly habits? What kind of strength do we have, and what kind of strength do they have? If we escape, Elder Yong will naturally have a way to escape, but if we return and get caught, Elder Yong will die." Ling Xiao angrily shouted at Lai Ryu. Even so, his opinion of Lai Ryu had changed. This girl is quite loyal, not bad. Chapter 11:10. The battle between godly kings was earth-shattering. The spatial barrier was finally completely destroyed, and the spatial stones were completely shattered. Lai Ryu was once again scolded by Ling Xiao. Surprisingly, she wasn't angry. Instead, she felt that Ling Xiao's words were very reasonable. This was because she knew that she had to calm down and deal with the situation. This was what her grandfather had taught her. What are you waiting for? Quick, use the voice transmission stone to call for help. Ling Xiao shouted at Lai Ryu, who was in a daze. Lai Ryu hurriedly took out the voice transmission stone to ask her father for help. However, just as she took out the voice transmission stone, it disappeared from her hand. Bang! The voice transmission stone landed in Kong Shuekyung's hand, and he ruthlessly crushed it. Huh, the little princess of the Blazing Flame merchants actually came to our chaotic ridge. You really make our walls shine. Kong Shuekyung looked at Lai Ruyu and laughed maniacally. Since you know who I am, it's best that you step aside. Otherwise, all of you will die. Lai Ruyu said in a panic. In the face of a godly king, she couldn't maintain her composure. You have everything now. Stand behind me. Ling Xiao frowned and stood in front of Lai Ruyu. Even if he was about to die, Ling Xiao couldn't let a woman stand in front of him. That would make him look very ungentlemanly. Lai Ruyu looked at the figure in front of her, and her heart trembled. An indescribable feeling began to spread throughout her body. Brat, you're just an ant. Kong Shuekyung looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. An ant also has its own value. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He deduced the ancient emperor divine technique to the extreme, and the shadow of a dragon soared into the sky. The golden dragon roared for thousands of miles, and it looked down on the world majestically. Kong Shuekyung was one of the top 10 killing gods on the killing god list. He was also one of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. His willpower was naturally incomparable to others. Moreover, the fact that he dared to offend the blazing flame merchants showed that he was a fearless and fierce character. However, when he saw Ling Xiao's dragon aura and the layers of dragon scales around him, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. There was also a hint of concern in his eyes. Come and kill me. Are you afraid? We are in the wilderness. Even if you kill me, no one will know that you killed me. There is nothing to be afraid of. Ling Xiao shouted at Kong Shuekyung. He was throwing caution to the wind. He wanted to buy as much time as he could. Otherwise, he wouldn't have another chance. Brat, I don't care who you are. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Kong Shuekyung said sternly. That was what he said, but he didn't make a move. That's right, he was worried because Ling Xiao had displayed the ancient emperor's divine technique. He dared to offend the blazing flame merchants, but he didn't dare to offend the Dragon Gate, and he didn't dare to offend the Kim people. Otherwise, in the Sky Dragon District, he wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of others no matter where he went. Even the forces behind him couldn't help him. Coward, I thought the bloodthirsty killing god was a ruthless person. I didn't expect him to be so wishy-washy. Ling Xiao scolded disdainfully. Then he turned around and pulled Lai Ruyu's hand. If you don't kill me, then I'll take my woman and leave. I won't see you again. Ling Xiao used all of his strength and pulled Lai Ruyu to escape as fast as he could. However, someone was faster than them. Ryoi had already shaken off his opponent and had already pulled them into the space to escape. However, at this moment, an explosion that sounded like a bolt from the blue rang out. Ryoi, Ling Xiao, and Lai Ruyu were blasted out of the space at the same time. Kong Shuekyung held a blood spear in his hand and looked at them coldly. His protective spiritual beast had also appeared by his side. It was a level 10 blood toad. Sun Xuejing was able to enter the top 10 of the killing god list and was also one of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. He had extraordinary strength. It turned out that he was a traitor of the Godly Axe Gang. The Godly Axe Gang thought that he was a spy from another force because he didn't use axes and used blood spears instead. He didn't use the divine technique of the Godly Axe Gang, so they kicked him out of the gang. What the truth was, however, was unknown. The blood toad under Kong Shuekyung was one of the ancient spiritual beasts. The fact that it could advance to level 10 proved that it was extraordinary and powerful. Sun Xuejing stopped Ryoi, Ling Xiao, and Lai Rui. Niu Dei and the others also rushed over. Besides them, the people of the bloodthirsty roving bandits were also there. There were more than 10 god kings and 4 high-level god kings. With such a force, even Ryoi wouldn't be able to escape. On the other side, although Lu Biao and his people weren't angry at what Kong Shuekyung and the others had done, they knew that they couldn't change the truth. Hence, they could only give up on fighting against Sun Xuejing. Although he wanted to stick to his principles, the situation was beyond his control. If he used his brothers' lives to protect someone he didn't know, it wouldn't be worth it. The other people of the roving bandits didn't care about this matter and didn't interfere. Instead, some of them went to chase after the peak god king who obtained the godly scroll. As for Lai Shi and the other mid-level god king, they were already seriously injured and their combat power was greatly reduced. Ryoi, Ling Xiao, and Lai Rui's expressions changed. Sun Xuejing sneered, "Run, why not? Don't think that you're so great just because you're from the Blazing Flame Merchants." "That's right, I robbed your goods, and I didn't just rob you once. I'm going to rob you a second time. Ha! Do you think you have us in your hands?" Lai Yong looked around at the crowd, then looked at Kong Xuejing and asked nonchalantly, "That's right, what kind of storm do you think you can stir up? This is Lai Wudi's daughter, right? How courageous, daring to let her enter the chaotic mountain range. Then leave her here and let Lai Wudi take the ransom crystals in exchange for her life." Kong Xuekyung said confidently, "Bloodthirsty, you can have that little naughty girl, leave the others to me, I want them to live a life worse than death." Niu Dei said from the side. Not long ago, several of his brothers had died in battle, and now was the time for revenge. "I can only leave you with your souls, their spatial rings are mine," Kong Xuekyung said. Niu Dei's expression turned cold. If they couldn't even get a single spatial ring, what use would they have? Not to mention, they would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with these people. If Ryoi fought to the death, their losses would outweigh their gains. "You want to go back on your word?" Niu Dei said unhappily. "I'll leave you 5 divine artifacts," Kong Xuekyung said faintly. Niu Dei's expressions softened a little. If he couldn't get any benefits from this, he would rather take his people and leave now than be used by others. "Not good. Quickly kill them." At this time, Kong Xuekyung's expression suddenly changed and he shouted in alarm. The blood spear in his hand shot out a terrifying black and red blood mist towards Lai Ruyu. Ryoi was one step ahead and used an attack no less powerful than Kong Xuekyung's, blocking the black and red blood mist. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of fierce collisions rang out. The others still didn't know what was going on, but hearing Kong Xuekyung's shout, they naturally realized that the situation had changed. They simultaneously sealed off the space around them and attacked Lai Ruyu, Ling Xiao, and the others. More than 10 god kings attacked at the same time. It was a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Ling Xiao's face turned extremely pale as he thought to himself, "It's over. I'm going to die young." The power of space kept reverberating as the power intertwined with each other. It was as if heaven and earth were being trampled. Large amounts of space power twisted and fell, causing cracks and turbulence. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, a faint voice rang out from the 9 heavens. It was like a peerless demon god, causing everyone to shiver in fear. "Whoever dares to harm my granddaughter, I'll annihilate his entire family." The voice was like a bolt from the blue, completely overshadowing the attacks of the god kings. It was so loud that everyone's eardrums started to bleed. The god kings in the sky fell to the ground one after another. The sacred beasts also fell to the ground, letting out indignant roars. At the same time, a huge hand descended from the sky. It passed through the layers of clouds and landed directly in the middle of the god kings. It grabbed Lai Ruyu, Ling Xiao, Ryoi, and the others and pulled them into the sky. "Damn it. Everyone follow me and attack. We have to make them stay." Kong Xuejing was still able to stand. Clumps of thick blood mist burst out from his body, and the blood spear in his hand stabbed upwards. The blood spear was like a heavenly pillar, wanting to destroy the sky and smash the huge hand into pieces. The others also attacked because they had no way out. Rumble. Another wave of terrifying power appeared, wanting to go against the heavens and shatter the earth. The expressions of the few people who were pulled by the huge hand changed. Among them, the power of Kong Xuekyung's blood spear was the most ferocious. It was aimed straight at Lai Rui. Ryoi reacted the fastest. He struck with the spear in his hand with his strongest power, wanting to destroy the blood spear's power. However, he couldn't control himself and his attack was rather hasty. He couldn't neutralize the blood spear's power at all. There was still a lot of residual power attacking Lai Rui. Even if it was just the residual power, anyone in the Holy Emperor's realm wouldn't be able to handle it. This was because this was the terrifying power of a peak god king's all-out attack. Lai Ruyu's face was ashen and her mind was blank. It was as if she knew she couldn't escape this disaster. She only had one thought in her mind. I haven't found the person I like yet. I don't want to die. At this moment, she suddenly thought of a face that always smiled evilly. That face was a little blurry at first, but it became extremely clear later on. Help me look after my family. A voice rang in her ears. A pair of palms covered her breasts and pushed her away fiercely. She didn't seem to realize that she was being taken advantage of. She looked at the person who suddenly stood in front of her and moved further and further away from her. She let out a silent cry, "No!" Rumble. Intense energy fluctuations destroyed this part of the world. The spatial energy kept reverberating, and gusts of cold wind blew wildly. Drops of golden blood floated in the sky like a vast sky full of stars. They kept drifting and finally disappeared into the air. The smoke dispersed, and everything returned to its previous tranquility without the slightest ripple. Chapter 11:11. Damn it, they still managed to escape. Kong Shuekyung swung his spear and shouted. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. He originally thought that he could take down Lai Ruyu and extort a huge sum of money from the Blazing Flame merchants. Then he could escape from the Sky Dragon domain and live a carefree life. However, in the end, it was all for naught. Shi Dongtian came to Kong Shuekyung's side and said worriedly, I didn't expect the Blazing Flame merchants to place so much importance on that girl. That old man has been alerted. Should we retreat? Feng Lung also advised, we can't stay in the chaotic ridge anymore. That old man has already reached the Heaven's Fortune realm. Even if we sneak into the depths, he will definitely be able to find us. The two killing gods were afraid. They were not afraid of the heavens or the earth. Since they dared to offend the Blazing Flame merchants, they felt that they were no longer afraid of death. However, when they faced that unshakable godly aura just now, they knew that they were afraid. They didn't expect that such a terrifying old monster would be involved. Therefore, they wanted to leave the chaotic ridge. Otherwise, they would really die. Before Kong Shuekyung could say anything, Niu Dei and the rest were already prepared to run away. They had already decided to leave the chaotic ridge as soon as possible. They couldn't stay here any longer. Kong Shuekyung sighed heavily and said, Let's go. I hope we can make it in time. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering aura came from a direction. When these auras were combined, they weren't any weaker than the power transmitted by the giant hand that suddenly appeared. Balls of golden light appeared in the sky in one direction, accompanied by the roars of dragons, giving off an inexplicable sense of subduing fear. Niu Dei and the rest couldn't help but stop. They knew that it was too late to escape now. Moreover, if they split up their forces, they would die even faster. They're close. The terrifying power was already 1,000 meters away. The dozen or so god kings present all went on high alert. When they saw who it was, their eyes were filled with awe and fear. Kong Shuekyung, in particular, had an unprecedented look of panic on his face. He actually ran away as fast as he could, because he knew that if he didn't escape now, he would definitely die. His speed was so fast that the people around him didn't know that he was already 10,000 meters away. However, there was a figure that was faster than him. A figure that looked like a golden dragon dashed towards Kong Shuekyung. The golden dragon bit the blood toad and let out an intense collision, causing the world to tremble once more. A blood-curdling scream came from not too far away, making everyone who heard it feel incomparably terrified. First, a bloody arm was thrown over, followed by Kong Shuekyung. However, he was covered in blood and was missing an arm. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, his face filled with fear. The people from the bloodthirsty roving bandits and the Ox Village gang looked at this scene in fear. None of them dared to move. 100 dragon team appeared in front of them like heavenly soldiers and generals. They were clad in golden armor and wielded long spears. They were riding on mighty 9th stage WMs, and there were a few WMs that had already reached the 10th stage. Their shapes were extremely close to that of true dragons, and the terrifying pressure they exuded was suffocating. Lai Wudi and some of the god kings from the Merchant Alliance were also in this team. He glared at Kong Shuekyung, who was thrown on the ground, in anger. Damn bastard. Where are the people from the Merchant Alliance? Lai Wudi smelled the blood in the air and roared furiously. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure descended from the sky and stomped heavily on Kong Shuekyung's back, causing him to sink into the ground. Another blood-curdling scream was heard. Why ask so many useless questions? Just kill him and search his soul. Are you afraid that we won't find anything? A very cold man stood on Kong Shuekyung's back and said. Kong Shuekyung could no longer stay calm. He roared, even if my soul is destroyed, I won't let you get what you want. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a long spear pierced through his back. Are you done yet? How can you be in the ranks of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo with such strength? The man said disdainfully. Then he stretched out his dragon claw and crushed Kong Shuekyung's head. Kong Shuekyung's divine soul instantly appeared, and he revealed a pleading expression as he said, "Let me off. I beg you to let me off." Unfortunately, his begging for mercy was unable to move the man in front of him. His soul was directly imprinted with all kinds of marks, and all of his memories were taken out. Kong Shuekyung's soul let out a blood-curdling scream. The roving bandits were extremely afraid. They broke out in a cold sweat. After the man accepted Kong Shuekyung's memory, his expression became gloomy. He roared, "Bastard, kill them all!" Bang! The head and the soul in his hand were immediately shattered into pieces. As soon as the man finished speaking, all the roving bandits scattered and ran away. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of escaping, they had to escape. However, they did not even have a 1 in 10,000 chance. The 100 Dragon team had already sealed off this area. As soon as their leader finished speaking, countless golden lights fell from the sky and strangled more than 10 roving bandits. Screams resounded unceasingly. In the end, only a lot of blood was left. Lai Wudi went to the golden-haired man and asked, "How is brother Ling Fei?" "My daughter." Lai Wudi regretted his decision. He had asked Ling Xiao to bring Ryoi and the others into the chaotic ridge. First, he wanted Ling Xiao to find Mad Monk. Second, he wanted Ryoi and the others to find the location of the bloodthirsty roving bandits so that they could catch them all in one fell swoop. However, he could not resist his daughter's coaxing and pestering. In the end, he agreed to let her go to the chaotic ridge. However, not long after they entered the chaotic ridge, Ling Fei and the others came to Clear River City. They found him and asked for Ling Xiao. Lai Wudi did not expect that Ling Fei would come to him at this time. Lai Wudi had no choice but to explain everything that had happened. Who knew that Ling Fei would be so tough? He insisted on finding Ling Xiao. He also said that if anything happened to Ling Xiao, he would make them suffer. Lai Wudi did not expect that he had found a descendant for Kim people. Now, he was in trouble, which made him depressed. Helplessly, Lai Wudi could only bring Ling Fei and the others into the chaotic ridge. Of course, he was worried about his daughter's safety. At the same time, he wanted to borrow Ling Fei's power to wipe out the bloodthirsty roving bandits in one fell swoop. This would save him a lot of trouble. However, the chaotic ridge was too big. It was not easy to find someone. That was why they rushed here as fast as they could when they felt the commotion. Before Lai Wudi could finish, Ling Fei interrupted him. "Your daughter is fine. But my kid, he died trying to save your daughter. Damn it. He really deserves to die." Ling Fei's face was filled with anger. He faced the sky and roared. Lai Wudi let out a sigh of relief. However, looking at Ling Fei's expression, his heart sank. What did Ling Xiao's death mean? Lai Wudi did not dare to imagine. If Kim people wanted to deal with them, even if they were rich, they would not be able to resist. However, when he heard Ling Fei say that Ling Xiao died trying to save his daughter, his impression of Ling Xiao improved. Of course, he felt a little guilty. "Brother Ling Fei, this matter? Sigh, it's my fault. I didn't expect it to be like this. Let me see if I can make up for it in other ways." Lai Wudi said with a sorrowful expression. "Make up for it? That kid's bloodline has been activated to its peak. If there are no accidents, he will definitely surpass us in the future. The old guys in the clan admire him very much. They ordered me to find him no matter what and prepare to train him as a key disciple. Otherwise, Why would I make such a big fuss out here? How am I going to explain it to them when I go back? Ling Fei said angrily. Everyone knew that the Kim people were the most powerful clan in the Sky Dragon region. They were the most ancient clan in the Sky Dragon region. The Dragon Gate under them was even more famous in the Sky Dragon region. However, Ling Fei knew that the current situation in the clan was very embarrassing. As time passed, the descendants of the Kim people who could activate the power of their bloodline became fewer and fewer. Many of them married other clans, so it was even more difficult for their descendants to activate the power of their bloodline. Therefore, although the Kim people were very powerful, they were the least number of people among the many ancient clans in the Sky Dragon region. Now that they had met a descendant who had activated their Kim people's bloodline to its peak, how could they not be nervous? With the Kim people's ancient emperor's divine art, once they became a god king, they would be able to fight against several god kings at the same time. Lai Wudi was also a little annoyed by Ling Fei's aggressiveness. They were the ones who found Ling Xiao after all, and he was even their guest deacon. So what if he was a descendant of the Kim people? He hadn't even acknowledged his ancestors yet. Now that things have reached this point, there's no point in saying anything more. I will personally give you an explanation. Lai Wudi said, then turned his head and flew in a direction. Because he had received a sound transmission from Ryoi. Fifth Commander, what should we do now? A high-level god king asked Ling Fei. What can we do? Look around and see if there are any corpses of this brat. He cultivates my clan's ancient emperor's divine art. As long as he still has a breath left, he can be reborn. I hope he'll be lucky. Ling Fei said. Thus, the 100 dragon team spread out in all directions to search for Ling Xiao's whereabouts. After 2 days, they had searched the area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, but they couldn't find Ling Xiao's corpse at all. They felt that Ling Xiao probably didn't even have a corpse left. After all, Ling Xiao was only a middle-stage holy emperor. Even if he had the defense of the ancient emperor's divine art, he wouldn't be able to take a full blow from a high-level god king and not die. Chapter 11-12. Woo woo, the mournful cries echoed throughout the mountains and plains, making anyone who heard them cry. They saw a woman dressed as a man kneeling on the ground, crying in despair. There were 2 people standing next to the woman, and they couldn't bear to see her in such pain. Miss, don't be like this. The hegemon is already here. He will bring us back soon, Ryoi comforted her. He hadn't thought that Ling Xiao would save Lai Ryu at the last moment. This changed his impression of Ling Xiao. He sighed inwardly, God is jealous of such a talent. Uncle Yong, I want to take revenge. I want to take revenge for him. I want to kill all the members of the bloodthirsty roving bandits. I want to kill all the roving bandits in the Chaotic Ridge. I want them all to die with him. Lai Ryu screamed with grief and indignation. Ever since she was a child, she had never been so sad. She had never felt such heartache. She was a flower in a greenhouse. She had to be protected at all times, allowing her to bloom beautifully. However, after entering the Chaotic Ridge with Ling Xiao, she was taught a harsh lesson by Ling Xiao. From there, she learned more things. She knew that she couldn't act selfishly. She also needed to respect and cherish others. These were things she had never experienced before. Moreover, he was the first person who dared to disobey her. He was also the first man who grabbed her breasts and spanked her butt. In the beginning, she hated that he couldn't die. But now that he was dead, she hated that she couldn't die and let him live. Although they had only known each other for a short time, he had left an indelible impression in her heart. He was like a perverted thief. His eyes were always lecherous. He also acted like a rich young master, scaring people. But when he fought, he was super strong and had an evil charm. She couldn't deny that she had a good impression of him. At the very least, he was the most independent man she had ever met. However, he had blocked a fatal blow for her. She knew that her heart had been completely occupied by him. Miss, don't worry. This time, the old man is alarmed. No one here can live. Ryoi guaranteed. I want to go back, I want to find his corpse. Lai Ruyu stood up and summoned the fire phoenix, intending to return to where they came from. Rai hurriedly stopped her and said, "Miss, don't be like this. If you go back now, you will die. He can die for me and I can die for him too," Lai Ruyu said firmly. "Lai," she said from the side, "Miss, that's true, but if you die, who will take revenge for him? We can't convince the Alliance Master." When Lai Ruyu heard this, she stopped moving. Her face was still covered in tears. At this time, Lai Wudi and the people he brought with him finally arrived. Are you all right?" Lai Wudi saw his daughter from afar and immediately called out. The next moment he was already in front of Lai Ruyu. When Lai Ruyu saw her father appear, she plunged into his arms and cried bitterly. Lai Wudi patted his daughter's back with heartache and said, all right. It's all over now. Let's go back. Father, quickly bring people over and wipe out all the roving bandits here to take revenge for Ling Xiao. He was killed to save me," Lai Ruyu said to her father. "Don't worry, those people have already been killed," Lai Wudi said. "But, Father, I want to kill all the roving bandits here. I want them all to be buried with Ling Xiao," Lai Ruyu said angrily. Lai Wudi looked at his grieving daughter and sighed in his heart. He lightly patted the back of her neck and knocked her out. It was not easy to kill all the roving bandits here. Although the blazing flame merchants were powerful, it was not easy to do this. Moreover, the terrain here was very steep. Even if they could kill all the roving bandits, they would have to pay a huge price. Lai Wudi would not make such a decision based on his daughter's selfishness. "Alliance leader, I suspect that there is a traitor in our merchant group." Ryoi stepped forward and said to Lai Wudi. Lai Wudi looked at Ryoi in surprise and immediately said with a stern look, "We'll talk about this when we get back. I will make them die without a burial place." Immediately after, the blazing flame merchants and the others left the chaotic ridge. On the shore of the surging river, a small boat bobbed up and down on the stormy water. However, this kind of water, which was difficult for any martial artist below the heavenly venerable stage to withstand, could not do anything to this small boat. On the boat, there was a boatman wearing a cloak. He stood on the bow of the boat, constantly crashing against the waves. However, just as the waves were about to hit him, there was an invisible force isolating the waves, preventing them from wetting his body or destroying the boat. In the cabin behind the boatman, there was a slender figure. It was an extremely beautiful girl. The girl looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. She had a delicate face, large eyes, and eyelashes that seemed to speak when they blinked. Her nose was bright and translucent, and her lips were sexy. Her facial features were a perfect match for a beauty. She was dressed plainly, but it still could not hide her natural beauty. The girl caressed her hair and lightly opened her red lips to hum an unknown tune, adding a unique charm to the river. A muffled sound rang out in the cabin. The girl stopped humming and exclaimed in surprise, "Grandpa, come quickly, he actually woke up." The man wearing the cloak standing at the bow didn't move. He only responded softly, "When we reach the shore, send him up." "Grandpa, how can you be so heartless? He just woke up." The girl rolled her eyes at the man in the cloak and said coquettishly, "It's not that Grandpa is heartless, it's that you are too kind. We have already saved his life, so he is already very lucky." The man replied, "Be a good person to the end. We must wait for his injuries to heal before sending him ashore." The girl pouted her sexy lips. The man in the cloak sighed helplessly, but in his heart, he was thinking, "This girl is too kind. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing." The man lying in the cabin heard these words in his daze. He wanted to open his eyes and sit up, but he found that he didn't have the slightest bit of strength, and there was a sharp pain in his head. The man's hair was messy, and his clothes were wrinkled. He looked very down and out. He was Ling Xiao, who had just escaped death. Now wasn't the time to think about where he was, but to find a way to find out where his worst injury was and heal it as soon as possible. Ling Xiao wanted to operate his dantian, but he was powerless. He couldn't feel it at all. He thought, "Oh no, could it be that my dantian is broken?" Ling Xiao was secretly anxious, but he immediately forced himself to calm down. He tried to sense the existence of his divine soul, only to find that his divine soul was extremely weak. It was almost destroyed, just like his physical body. The divine soul and the dantian depended on each other for survival. If the divine soul was destroyed, the person would die, but if the dantian was destroyed, the person would be crippled. However, the divine soul and the dantian formed a bridge of power, which was called the divine bridge, which could make him a divine king. Ling Xiao knew that only by repairing his divine soul would he be able to circulate his dantian again, so he immediately relaxed. If an ordinary person didn't have a miraculous pill to repair their soul, then it would be a big problem. Not only would their cultivation level drop, they might also become delirious or even die. However, Ling Xiao had the soul-controlling art, so he could use the restoration art to recover his divine soul. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly felt his head being lifted up and placed on a soft place. A burst of fragrance assailed his nose, making him feel much more comfortable. Immediately after, Ling Xiao heard a sleep-talking voice. "You're seriously injured. I'll feed you some spring water. I hope you can get better soon." His mouth was gently opened, and a stream of clear spring water fell into his mouth. A vigorous life force began to nourish his body. If it was in the past, Ling Xiao would definitely use this power to immediately repair his body. However, his dantian was unable to circulate, and his divine arts were equivalent to being crippled. He was unable to absorb this energy as much as he wanted, and could only allow it to slowly repair his body's muscles. After a while, Ling Xiao felt much better, but from time to time, he would feel a sharp pain in his head. If it wasn't for the fact that he had cultivated a divine art to protect his body and the tree of immortality in his consciousness, he would have died a long time ago. He was also rejoicing that he was lucky. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes and discovered that a pair of round and plump, holy maiden peaks were blocking his line of sight, and his high nose seemed to be only a line away from the holy maiden peaks. He realized that he was in the arms of a woman, and his head was resting on her jade legs. No wonder there was a burst of intoxicating fragrance. A pure, flawless, and enchanting face appeared in front of him. A pair of big eyes blinked nonstop as she looked at him and said, "You're awake. Do you feel better?" Her voice was like the lingering of the heavens, and also like the low cry of a morning bird. This kind of ethereal feeling made Ling Xiao feel unprecedentedly comfortable and carefree. He grinned and said, "I'm much better. Many thanks. Many thanks to Miss for saving my life." "Hee, it's nothing. You don't look like a bad person, so I saved you," the young girl said with a faint smile. Ling Xiao only felt that this girl's smile was like 100 flowers blooming at the same time. It was incomparably beautiful, and he suddenly became dazed. The young girl sensed Ling Xiao's abnormality, and a rosy color appeared on her pure white face. Only then did she remember that Ling Xiao was resting on her legs, and she hurriedly put him down. Just like this, her body was slightly bent, and her full body was slightly pressed against Ling Xiao's face. This kind of warm, fragrant, and soft feeling made Ling Xiao's heart and mind go into a mess. However, he didn't dare to move recklessly. The girl in front of him was his benefactor, so how could he blaspheme her? "May I ask where I am right now?" Ling Xiao avoided the young girl's gaze and asked. "We are now on the boat. Me and grandfather are rushing back to the village. In one day we can go ashore," the young girl explained. Chapter 11:13. In the lower reaches of the towering river, at the edge of the chaotic ridge, there was an unknown village. There weren't many people in this village, only about 100 or so. However, all of them were quite simple and kind. They didn't forget to clean the roads and didn't close their doors. They worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, giving off a feeling of being aloof from worldly affairs. A young man was lying on a small hill with a blade of grass in his mouth. His eyes were looking at the clouds in the sky, and he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and ease. This young man had sharp features and a face as sharp as a knife. He was a rarely seen handsome man. Ling Xiao had been in this village for 7 days. In these 7 days he had used the soul-controlling art to repair his divine soul, but the effect was very little, which made him very anxious. After meditating just now, he lay there gloomily, thinking about how to solve the problem in front of him. The ancient Emperor Divine technique can only repair the body, not the divine soul. I thought the soul-controlling art could repair the divine soul, but it is missing the last scroll, and the chant is not complete, so it can't repair the divine soul that has already become flesh and blood. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. After a pause, he thought again. Unless there is a 9th stage divine herb or elixir that can repair the divine soul, I don't know when I can get better. The soul-controlling art was divided into 3 stages, and the healing art was also divided into 3 stages. Ling Xiao had already achieved divine soul, so the chant for the first 2 stages could not be repaired at all, which was what made Ling Xiao helpless. Now that he had lost his cultivation, he was like a cripple, unable to fly and fight. Fortunately, he had a body equivalent to a semi-divine weapon, so he had the ability to protect himself. There were only 2 or 3 9th-stage divine herbs in his medicine cauldron, which were auctioned in the black market. However, these divine herbs were not very useful for the divine soul, and the highest level of his medicine cauldron could only be opened at the God King realm. Otherwise, he could exchange for divine herbs that could repair the divine soul. Now, he had no other choice. Unless he returned to the blazing flame merchants, he would not be able to get this divine herb. Just as Ling Xiao was lost in his thoughts, a voice that sounded like the cry of a lark was heard from a short distance away. "Brother Ling Xiao, why have you come all the way here? Spirit beasts often appear here and you can't use your martial arts. It's very dangerous." Not far away, a woman in plain clothes ran over. Her face was carved, and there was a childlike innocent smile on her face, giving off a feeling of innocence and flawlessness. This girl was called Xiao Ling. She was the one who had saved Ling Xiao's life. Ling Xiao had heard her mention that she had found Ling Xiao in the towering sky river. Ling Xiao was swept away by the waves. Xiao Ling was curious, so she asked her grandfather to fish up Ling Xiao. According to Xiao Ling, Ling Xiao's body was already festering. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to survive, but he was still breathing. Because of this, Xiao Ling fed Ling Xiao some healing spring water, which saved his life. Ling Xiao was grateful to Xiao Ling from the bottom of his heart. Through these 2 days of contact, he realized that Xiao Ling was the most pure and kind of woman he had met. She didn't know how to scheme, nor did she know how to hide her thoughts. She was like a child, always so innocent and straightforward. This feeling made Ling Xiao feel very comfortable. He also had a very good impression of her. It was a pure good impression, not the kind of possessive desire to push her down. He had never had the slightest bit of profanity towards her. "Since I have nothing to do, I came out here to get some fresh air." Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Ling and said with a smile, "Well, this is also good. Anyway, your body is recovering fast, and your body is stronger than that of the village's idiots. Grandfather said that you have a tough life. I am just worried that a spirit beast will come out, so I came to take a look. But don't worry, Ling Er can help brother Ling Xiao drive away the spirit beast," Xiao Ling said happily to Ling Xiao. "Hee, Sister Ling Er is really amazing. No wonder the people in the village like you so much." Ling Xiao joked. "Well, brother Ling Xiao, do you like Ling Er?" Xiao Ling stared at Ling Xiao with her big eyes and asked. Ling Xiao would not think in other directions. He immediately touched her head and said, "Of course I like her. Who asked Ling Er to be so beautiful and lovely, and also my benefactor?" "Stop touching my head," Xiao Ling tilted her head and said. Then she said, "I also like brother Ling Xiao. You look so good when you smile." "Ahem, don't praise me like that. I will blush." Ling Xiao coughed slightly and said, "Of course not, I have never seen you blush. On the contrary, you look a little pale," Xiao Ling said seriously. Then she said, "But don't worry, brother. Grandfather will go to the mountains to collect herbs these 2 days. He said he has a way to make you better." "Really?" Ling Xiao said softly. "Of course, grandfather has never lied to Ling Er," Xiao Ling said. "Well, Thank you very much, Ling Heir and grandfather. Ling Xiao bounced up from the ground and responded. Ling Xiao could not see grandfather Xiao Ling's face clearly, but she was sure that he was definitely an extraordinary existence. It should be known that Xiao Ling's strength was now at the Saint Realm, and she was only in her 20s. This was definitely an existence more monstrous than Ling Xiao. To be able to cultivate such an outstanding junior, one could imagine the strength of her grandfather. After chatting with Xiao Ling for a long time, Ling Xiao and her returned to the village. The people in the village were not very strong, but they all had the strength of earthly sovereign or heavenly venerable. The village chief was even at the mystic the arch level. These people all knew that Ling Xiao was saved by Xiao Ling, and his appearance was dignified, but his face was a little pale. They knew that his cultivation was crippled, so they sympathized with him and did not look down on him. Ling Xiao smiled and greeted the villagers, then entered a bamboo house. This was the place where Xiao Ling and her grandfather lived. There were all kinds of strange flowers and plants around, and it was surrounded by mountains and rivers. The environment was very beautiful, and it was indeed a good place to hide from the world. However, Ling Xiao did not have the mood to enjoy this peaceful life. He was always thinking about recovering his strength, so that Feng Qingyuan and Xian Yao, who were far away in Blazing Flame City, would not worry. Originally, with his current situation, it was not that he did not have a way to go back. There were still 3 spirit beasts in the medicine cauldron, and Yuro Fei and Sha Tian were also there. However, when she heard Xiao Ling say that her grandfather went out to find medicine for him, she could not bear to say goodbye, so she temporarily waited for him to come back before making any plans. However, this wait lasted for a whole month. This made Ling Xiao extremely anxious. 9th-level spirit herbs are protected by terrifying holy beasts. Could it be that something has happened to Grandpa Xiao? Ling Xiao thought worriedly. On the other hand, Xiao Ling was not anxious at all, and would come and chat with Ling Xiao every day. She liked to talk to Ling Xiao about the outside world. She had never left her grandfather in her life, and the furthest she had gone was to go on a boat on a river, and she had only been to 2 or 3 cities. Ling Xiao patiently told her many interesting things, such as strange flowers and plants, different kinds of spirit beasts, and the customs of different places. He would never talk about those fighting and killing worlds, for fear of polluting Xiao Ling's pure heart. Sometimes, he thought that it would be best if Xiao Ling could only live in this kind of place where she stood aloof from worldly affairs forever. At the same time, Ling Xiao discovered that Xiao Ling's cultivation speed was really fast. It could be said that it was not slower than the speed at which he absorbed the 3 foreign objects at the same time. Under curiosity, Ling Xiao asked Xiao Ling about the doubts in his heart. Ling Heir, it's really good for you to cultivate Tenbin. I feel like you're improving every day. Xiao Ling held Xiangxi and said, Is it very fast? Why don't I feel that I'm far from Grandpa? She paused for a moment, then said, My martial arts were all taught by Grandpa. He said that I can use it to bully bad people, but brother Ling Xiao, you're not a bad person. Ling Heir won't hurt you. Hee, Ling Heir is really good, but if there are bad people who want to bully Ling Heir, brother Ling Xiao won't let them hurt you even if I have to risk my life. Ling Xiao said seriously. Such an innocent and beautiful girl, anyone would want to protect her. Xiao Ling was moved and said, Thank you, brother Ling Xiao, you're just as good to me as Grandpa. She paused for a moment, then said, Right, I think brother Ling Xiao should also be a very powerful person. I heard from Grandpa that you're very dangerous, but I don't think brother Ling Xiao is dangerous at all. Grandpa sometimes also lies to Ling Heir. How annoying. As Xiao Ling spoke, her big eyes kept blinking, and her sexy little lips slightly pouted, looking very beautiful and cute. If this girl goes out, I wonder how many people will fight for her. Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Ling and sighed in his heart. Right, didn't brother Ling Xiao just ask me why my cultivation is so fast? I heard Grandpa say that I have an ethereal body, or something like that. Maybe it has something to do with that. Xiao Ling thought of something and said as she clasped her hands together. Ethereal body? Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Ling. His expression became incomparably shocked. Brother Ling Xiao, what's wrong? Xiao Ling's delicate face moved closer to Ling Xiao's face and lightly shook her hand as she asked. Ling Xiao recovered and said, "No, nothing, it's just that brother Ling Xiao is a little surprised. Now I know why Ling Er's cultivation is so fast." Xiao Ling said, "Oh, it's nothing. Ling Er doesn't fight with people. At most, she just drives away those spirit beasts. Why does she need to be so strong?" If Xiao Ling's words were heard by the people outside, they would probably all wail, "What do you call it, nothing? Then give me your constitution, I don't mind." The ethereal body was a constitution that was 1 in 10,000. It was not inferior to the chaotic body at all, and it was even better than the pure attribute body. It was a true divine body, and it was destined to reach the God King realm. The most amazing part of this constitution was that it could comprehend martial skills the fastest. Moreover, it had an innate affinity with the world's spiritual energy. Its absorption speed was 10 times or even 100 times faster than others, and its comprehension of Tenbin was also very strong. It was not inferior to the chaotic body in any aspect, but in terms of combat strength, the chaotic body was a level higher. Although Ling Xiao had the help of the divine art, if he didn't have the 3 foreign objects in his sea of knowledge, it would be impossible for him to compare to these monstrous constitutions. That was simply asking for a blow. "Not good, the roving bandits have entered the village, everyone run." A voice came from outside. Chapter 11:14. The village was on the outskirts of the chaotic mountain range, and it was close to the towering river. However, the village was located in an inconspicuous location, and there were layers of mountains as a natural barrier. If ordinary people did not look carefully, they would not be able to find it. However, even if they found it, ordinary powerhouses would not come looking for trouble with them. After all, they were just the name of an ordinary hunter's village, and there was nothing valuable worth looting. However, in the past, some ignorant roving bandits wanted to hurt the villagers, but they were all killed by Xiao Ling's grandfather. However, now that Xiao Ling's grandfather had gone out, what should they do? Xiao Ling stood up and ran out of the house. At the same time, he did not forget to say to Ling Xiao, "Brother Ling Xiao, don't come out. Grandpa said that the roving bandits are bad people. Wait until Ling Er chases them away before you come out." "Ling Er, come back." Ling Xiao shouted anxiously, and then chased after her. Ling Xiao did not know how strong the roving bandits were, but they were definitely not weak. How could he let Xiao Ling deal with them? Sure enough, the roving bandits had come. There were more than 10 of them, and each of them was riding a ferocious spirit beast. They were looking at something outside the village. However, only Xiao Ling dared to come out and face the roving bandits. It was unknown where the other villagers had hidden themselves. Not a single one of them appeared. Ling Xiao had lost his cultivation, but his physical strength was incomparable to ordinary people. Even if he was empty-handed, he could still challenge anyone below the demigod king level. He could not fly, but his running speed was not slow. When he arrived outside the village, Xiao Ling was already surrounded by more than 10 of them. "Hee, this little girl is so pretty. I've never seen such a cute girl." The leader riding on an iron armor beast sneered. This person was at the peak of the Holy Emperor level, and the others were all at the Holy Emperor level as well. Not a single one was a saint. They might be roving bandits, or they might be a mercenary team. However, just by looking at their wild and murderous aura, one could tell that they weren't good people. "That's right. We've been making a living in the chaotic ridge for so long, but we didn't even know that there was such a wild game here. Vice Hall Master, you've really struck it rich this time," said one of the Holy Emperors to the Holy Emperor. "Isn't that right? Such a beautiful woman, I'm afraid you won't be able to find her even with a lantern. She's a genuine Mureo Shingu. Our stronghold is gone. From now on, the leader will be our leader, and this girl will be our leader's first wife. Ha! I think that's fine. This girl has the looks and the body, and she's also a virgin. You've struck it big this time." These people surrounded Xiao Ling and kept saying obscene things. Their eyes were filled with a strong desire, as if they couldn't wait to push Xiao Ling down to the ground and ravage him. Xiao Ling looked at them and blinked her big eyes. "You're all bad people. Hurry up and leave, or else my grandfather will definitely make you guys look good when he comes back. Ha, your grandfather is also my future grandfather. How could he let us look good? Little beauty, obediently accompany me, or else we'll go in and slaughter the village. The vice hall master said with a carefree laugh. These days, he had been chased by the blazing flame merchants and had been forced to hide. It wasn't easy for him to stumble into this place and see such a beauty. Naturally, he was in a good mood. Why would I go with you? I don't like bad people like you. Xiao Ling pouted. But I like a beauty like you. The vice hall master laughed lewdly and formed a claw with his hand, grabbing towards Xiao Ling. Condensing the void into a claw was a move that any powerful warrior could use. This vice hall master was at the peak of the Holy Emperor's strength, so the power of this claw was not ordinary. Xiao Ling's strength was far inferior to his, so it was too late for her to dodge. She was pulled towards his embrace by the void claw. The vice hall master revealed an incomparably lewd smile, as if he could already feel the feeling of a beauty hugging him. However, at this moment, a figure quickly rushed over from a direction. I like your mother. An explosive sound rang out. It faintly contained a supreme dragon's might, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. At the same time, a golden energy directly shot towards the vice hall master. Its power was quite extraordinary. The vice hall master frowned. He had no choice but to let go of Xiao Ling and attack the sudden power. Boom. The collision of the power produced a strong sound of collision. When everything disappeared, Xiao Ling had already escaped from the encirclement of the roving bandits. At this moment, she was being carried by Ling Xiao 100 meters away. Linger, go back to the village. Leave these people to me. Ling Xiao said sternly as he put Xiao Ling down. Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear in his hand, displaying an awe-inspiring aura. Xiao Ling could see it clearly. She did not expect him to seem like a completely different person at this moment. Brother Ling Xiao, Grandpa said that you can't use your power. How can you still do this? Xiao Ling asked, puzzled. Of course, Ling Xiao could not recover his power. That attack just now was just the elemental attack power contained in the golden dragon spear. Even if I can't use my power, I can still make them suffer. Ling Xiao said confidently. No, Brother Ling Xiao, it's better if you leave. I'll stop them, Xiao Ling said firmly, shaking her head. Don't dawdle. Trust me. Ling Xiao refused. He pushed Xiao Ling behind him and shouted at the roving bandits, Are you bloodthirsty or fierce bandits? How dare you act wildly here? Oh, it seems that you have some knowledge. You actually know of our existence. But, so what? You're just a piece of trash. Do you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? The deputy hall leader looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. He could feel that the young man in front of him did not have any elemental power at all. The attack just now was completely caused by the weapon in the young man's hand. Deputy hall leader, that boy might have a demigod weapon in his hand. Otherwise, how could a piece of trash like him make such an attack? Take him down for me. A low-level holy emperor volunteered to please the deputy hall leader. Then, he rode his spirit beast and charged towards Ling Xiao. This person was ferocious. He waved his broadsword and went straight for Ling Ji's head. Xiao Ling exclaimed, Brother Ling Xiao, be careful. Just when she was about to go and help, Ling Xiao suddenly jumped up from where he was. Although he couldn't fly, he was able to reach a height of several dozen meters with a single leap. His golden dragon spear was aimed directly at the Saint Emperor's face. Ling Xiao's attack was fierce and fast. The Holy Emperor had no chance to retreat. He could only brace himself and block. He did not think that a piece of trash with a little bit of strength could hurt him. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated this time and lost his life because of it. When his broadsword came into contact with the golden dragon's spear, a crisp sound was heard. His broadsword was broken, and the golden dragon's spear smashed down. Bang! He did not even have the chance to scream. His head was smashed into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. Ling Xiao did not stop. Without elemental power to attack, his combat power was greatly reduced. The only thing he could rely on was the golden dragon spear in his hand and his physical strength. At the same time, he wanted to kill a few more people while they were careless. Only then would he have a chance of winning. "Bastard, kill him!" the deputy hall leader shouted angrily. As soon as he shouted, several of his subordinates burst forth with power at the same time. They were ready to lock onto Ling Xiao and kill him on the spot. However, Ling Xiao burst forth with his remaining physical strength and chose to fight them head-on. The Tyrant Dragon Spear technique displayed a mighty momentum that swept in all directions. Although the Golden Dragon Spear was a semi-divine weapon, Ling Xiao did not have the elemental power to fully activate its power. Therefore, in this fight, Ling Xiao was sent flying by the joint attack of his opponents. He lay on the ground motionlessly, making people think that he was dead. Xiao Ling, who was not far away, also saw this scene. She covered her delicate lips and burst into tears. "Brother Ling Xiao, don't die. Grandpa, quickly come and save Brother Ling Xiao." However, no matter how much she shouted, no one came to help. "Just a piece of trash. I thought he could stir up some trouble," one of the holy emperors said disdainfully. He wanted to go over and give Ling Xiao another blow, so that Ling Xiao would die without a complete corpse. However, Ling Xiao, who was lying on the ground, suddenly shot up. His figure was like a phantom, and he instantly appeared in front of the holy emperor. He fiercely stabbed his spear into his chest. The holy emperor did not expect that Ling Xiao would be unscathed after being hit by their combined attack. Instead, he was assassinated. He really could not die in peace. Ling Xiao did not stop. His body kept changing positions, and his physical strength exploded to the extreme. The Golden Dragon Spear turned into a sky full of spear sparks, stabbing towards the throats of several people. In the blink of an eye, another 3 holy emperors' throats were pierced by Ling Xiao and they died. Everything happened too quickly. Out of the 10 roving bandits, only 9 were left. "A bunch of trash. Watch me take care of him," the Vice Hall Master roared angrily. He bounced up from his spirit beast and an ancient longsword appeared in his hand. He slashed the sword at Ling Xiao's head. Clang! The collision between the weapons produced intense sparks. The Holy Emperor's weapon was a demigod weapon, but he was unscathed after colliding with the Golden Dragon Spear. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was sent flying due to the difference in strength. The Vice Hall Master did not show mercy. Countless sword chi swept towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao blocked with all his might, but he still suffered from the impact. If it were not for his monstrous physical body, he would have been cut into countless pieces. Golden blood splattered from his body, making him look like a bloody man. He looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. "Damn it. Looks like I can only let Ro Fei and Sha Tian come out." Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. He knew that he was no match for the other party. If this continued, he would die. However, at that moment, a powerful force rushed towards the Vice Hall Master. "You bad guys, go away. I won't let you hurt my brother Ling Xiao," Xiao Ling's delicate voice shouted. Chapter 11:15. Xiao Ling only had the strength of a high-grade saint, but the power that she could unleash when she was enraged was actually not inferior to a low-grade Holy Emperor's peak strength. Waves of extremely pure and boundless energy revolved around her body, making her look like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. She was elegant and beautiful. In her hand was a true divine weapon, and when she unleashed it with her strength, its power was comparable to a high-grade Holy Emperor's. The vice leader did not dare to face her head-on. His figure flashed and he dodged the attack. At the same time, he took the opportunity to send a palm strike at Xiao Ling *bang. Although Xiao Ling had used her full strength and had the advantage of a divine weapon, the gap between their levels was too great. A casual attack from the vice leader had immediately heavily injured her and sent her flying. This vice leader did not intend to take her life. Otherwise, Xiao Ling would have already died. "Ling Air!" Ling Xiao cried out in alarm. He wanted to go over and check on Xiao Ling's injuries. Unexpectedly, the Vice Hall Master charged over again. Ling Xiao let out a bestial roar. "I'll kill you!" Ling Xiao was enraged. He swung his golden dragon spear at the vice leader with all his strength. However, without elemental power, his attack power was greatly reduced. His golden dragon spear was sent flying, and his body gained more than 10 wounds. He has no elemental power, yet his fleshly body is comparable to a sacred artifact. This kid is a freak. However, he still has to die. Although the Vice Hall Master was surprised by Ling Zhao's freakish fleshly body, he would not let him go. He slashed out with countless sword rays, each of which was powerful enough to split mountains and split rivers. Ling Zhao used his fists to continuously meet the sword rays. Right now, he could only fight with his life on the line. After a series of attacks, Ling Zhao was sent flying. His arms were almost broken, and blood flowed continuously. He looked extremely miserable, and his aura was at its lowest. Just as Ling Zhao was about to summon Yuro Fei and Sha Tian, the Vice Hall Master actually stopped his attack. At this time, Xiao Ling ran to Ling Zhao with difficulty and cried, "Brother Ling Zhao, how are you? Let me help you recover from your injuries." Xiao Ling's ethereal body was a dual element of water and wood. She also had an advantage that others couldn't achieve, and that was the ability to quickly heal other people's injuries. Back when Ling Zhao was rescued in the towering Sky River, Xiao Ling had contributed a lot to the recovery of his external injuries. "Little girl, don't forget that you're my captive." The Vice Hall Master laughed lewdly. Then he turned to the others and said, "Today, I'll give you a show of my golden spear won't fall. I'll let this little girl know how great I am." As he spoke, Hall Master Qiu hugged Xiao Ling and wanted to press her between his legs to pamper her. Ling Zhao didn't have time to summon Yuro Fei and Sha Tian. He struggled to jump up and pushed Xiao Ling away. His legs exerted a terrifying force. His arms were broken, but his legs were not. The moves of Wind God's kick still had unparalleled lethality. Unfortunately, he was facing the Holy Emperor, who was at his peak. His efforts were destined to be futile. He was sent flying again. The Vice Hall Master shouted with a murderous look, "I wanted to let you watch a good show before letting you die. Since you don't know what's good for you, you can die first." The Vice Hall Master was determined to kill Ling Zhao first. The sword in his hand went straight for Ling Zhao's vital points. However, Xiao Ling stepped in front of Ling Zhao and said, "If you want to kill him, kill me first." The Vice Hall Master didn't expect Xiao Ling to fight with his life on the line. He wanted to stop, but it was too late. After all, the distance between the two of them was too close. Ling Zhao's mind went blank. His eyes widened in anger, but it was too late to stop. But right at this moment, an indescribable force descended from the sky and sent the Vice Hall Master flying. Bang! The Vice Hall Master fell heavily on the ground in the distance like a dead dog. He couldn't get up anymore. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. A man descended from the sky. He was dressed in plain clothes and looked very ordinary. He didn't exude much aura. However, he made people feel that he was the master of this place. They had an urge to worship him. "Grandpa!" Xiao Ling cried out in surprise when he saw the man. The other people's faces were ashen. They didn't think about it and immediately wanted to escape. However, before they could run for their lives, a terrifying aura suddenly pressed down on them, causing them to be unable to move. Immediately after, Xiao Ling's grandfather casually waved his arm and said, "All of you, die." The terrifying power made it difficult for people to escape. One by one, the Holy Emperor and the spirit beasts were crushed to death. Miserable screams and roars spread in all directions. Puddles of blood were everywhere. It was so disgusting that people wanted to vomit. With just a mask, all the Holy Emperor were immediately suppressed to death by Grandfather Xiao Ling. What kind of strength was this? What kind of prestige was this? "Grandpa, quickly save Brother Ling Zhao. He was seriously injured, to save me." Xiao Ling cried. The man descended from the sky. His figure was elegant and dignified. He looked like a man in his 30s. He didn't look old at all. Needless to say, Xiao Ling's grandfather was also a terrifying existence. He used to be a proud son of heaven. "Silly girl, didn't Grandpa give you the holy liquid? You don't need to use your own power to help him recover. Just feed him the holy liquid. Grandfather Xiaoling smiled. Xiaoling came to his senses. He slapped his forehead and said, Ling Heir is really stupid. I'll treat brother Ling Xiao right now. Ling Xiao drank the holy liquid that Xiaoling fed him. His body slowly recovered. Because he couldn't use his divine power, his recovery speed was naturally very slow. Grandpa, brother Ling Xiao's recovery is very slow. I have to help him. Xiaoling said with a pained expression. His palms were full of vitality and energy, which were transferred to Ling Xiao's body. The wounds on Ling Xiao's body gradually began to heal. However, Xiaoling's face gradually became paler. That's enough, Ling Heir. Leave the rest to Grandpa. Grandfather Xiaoling stopped her from continuing to transfer energy to Ling Xiao. No, Grandpa, I can still hold on. Xiaoling insisted. However, Xiaoling's grandfather forcefully pulled her away. Don't worry, Ling Heir. Grandpa won't let anything happen to this kid. Step aside. Grandfather Xiaoling said. Xiaoling knew her grandfather's ability, so she didn't force him. She just looked at Ling Xiao worriedly and retreated. Grandfather Xiaoling came in front of Ling Xiao. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, Although you have the strength of the Holy Emperor, your godly soul is injured. You can't recover to your original state. However, you're lucky that you can pass my test. This is the godly soul grass. It can help you recover to your original state. Ling Xiao, who was originally weak, became a little more energetic. The godly soul grass was a top-notch spirit grass that could restore the godly soul. Its price was much more precious than the divine grass of the same level. This was because it was very rare. Moreover, there would be a 10th stage spirit beast that attacked the godly soul near it to protect it. It was difficult for ordinary people to approach it. Ling Xiao really didn't expect Grandfather Xiaoling to be able to get his hands on the godly soul grass. With it, he would definitely be able to recover 100% of his strength and condition. Grandfather Xiaoling forcefully stuffed the spirit grass into Ling Xiao's mouth and said indifferently, You can recover here. No one or spirit beast will disturb you. Then he turned to Xiaoling's side and said, Ling Heir, don't disturb his recovery. Let's go back to the village first. Xiaoling glanced at Ling Xiao, then obediently followed her grandfather back. However, she looked back every 5 steps, her face full of worry. Don't worry, Ling Heir. This kid is not an ordinary person. He will recover soon. Grandfather Xiaoling comforted her. The two of them quickly disappeared and returned to the village. Ling Xiao closed his eyes on the ground and gradually digested the 2 powers. One was the healing power from the holy liquid, and the other was the healing power that targeted the sea of consciousness and the soul. Just now, with Xiaoling's power, he had healed a lot of his injuries. Now, Ling Xiao did not care too much about the injuries on his body for the time being. Instead, he wanted to find a way to absorb the energy of the godly soul grass as soon as possible. He silently chanted the soul-controlling arts chant, continuously guiding the power of the godly soul grass towards his soul. His soul, which was already severely injured and difficult to heal, was nourished by the power of the godly soul grass and immediately became spirited. With the power of the godly soul grass, his soul was recovering at an extremely fast speed, and his strength was also constantly rising. Ling Xiao gradually felt that the pressure in his sea of consciousness had been swept away, and a vast power was constantly nourishing his soul. At the same time, he could also feel the existence of the 3 foreign objects. His strength had already recovered by more than half, and his heart was filled with ecstasy. Immediately, Ling Xiao sank into his thoughts and focused on restoring his soul to its peak state. After about half a day, Ling Xiao's condition was getting better and better. Not only had the power of his soul recovered, but it had also strengthened a lot. Then, he took the opportunity to sense the power of his dantian. Under the guidance of the soul power of his soul, the 5-colored dantian finally resumed its operation. This made Ling Xiao ecstatic. The power that he had lost for more than a month had finally returned. Ling Xiao suppressed the impulse of joy and hurriedly operated his divine power to quickly absorb the power of the holy liquid. Not only did he want to restore his soul, but he also wanted his body to reach its peak state. As Ling Xiao gradually recovered, he suddenly noticed that a lot of power in his soul had redirected to his dantian. There seemed to be some kind of connection between the two, which gave him an impulse to break through the shackles. Ling Xiao became even more excited. He knew that he was about to break through to the high-level Holy Emperor realm. More than 2 months ago, he had used the Source Heart Fruit to break through to this level. Unfortunately, most of the power of the Source Heart Fruit had been absorbed by his soul, so he could not complete the breakthrough and only reach the peak of the intermediate level. Now that his soul had recovered with the help of the Soul Grass, the power of his soul had greatly increased, and his dantian had resumed its operation. There seemed to be some kind of connection between the power of his soul and his dantian. This was the opportunity for him to break through. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. After failing to break through the last time, he did not want to fail again. Ling Xiao unleashed the power of his soul, sweeping the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and the power of origin within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Ling Xiao absorbed all the power into his body and focused on breaking through to the advanced level. Ling Xiao's power had reached its peak, and he, who had reached the peak of the intermediate level a long time ago, had the help of these powers. Everything was finally completed. Chapter 11:16. Ling Xiao was no longer in a dispirited state. His entire body was shining brightly as a peerless dragon roared behind him. Ling Xiao couldn't help but let out a long roar towards the sky to release his pent-up frustrations. Not only was his divine soul repaired, but it was also several times stronger than before. Firstly, it was because the godly soul herb was the best herb for the divine soul. It could repair the divine soul and strengthen the divine soul. It was something that even divine kings needed to cultivate with. Secondly, Ling Xiao had broken through to the advanced Holy Emperor, which would also affect the strengthening of his divine soul. It could be said that the divine soul and the dantian had some kind of connection. Ling Xiao had broken through to the advanced Holy Emperor, so his physical strength would naturally increase as well. His defense would definitely increase by a level 2. It would not be easy for ordinary demigod weapons to hurt him anymore. Now, Ling Xiao had the power to challenge a demigod king. His divine soul had even surpassed an ordinary demigod king and was infinitely close to the low-level divine king realm. He had a kind of support and control over the power of heaven and earth. He knew that as long as he was familiar with the use of this power, it would be unparalleled in both battle and cultivation. Ling Xiao opened his arms and looked up at the sky. The powerful power kept circulating in his body. It felt so refreshing. From now on, I should be the strongest person below the divine king realm. Ling Xiao said to himself confidently. Although he could defeat the peak Holy Emperor before, it was mostly because of the help of his divine soul. Now, even if he did not rely on his divine soul, Ling Xiao was confident that he could defeat any opponent within the Holy Emperor realm. Now is not the time to be arrogant. Only when I reach the divine king realm can I truly stand in the heavenly region. Ling Xiao calmed himself down and rushed back to the village. When Xiao Ling saw that Ling Xiao was as good as new, he immediately smiled like a blooming lotus. "Brother Ling Xiao, are you all right?" Ling Xiao habitually stroked Xiao Ling's head and smiled. "Yes, thank you, Ling Heir." "Thank you, Grandpa." Xiao Ling enjoyed the feeling of Ling Xiao caressing her. She looked at Ling Xiao with her big eyes and said, "Brother Ling Xiao, you seem to have become more beautiful." Is that so? Was Big Brother not good-looking before?" Ling Xiao teased. "They're both good-looking. Linger likes to look at brother." Xiao Ling said seriously. "Well, I also want to look at Linger, but..." Ling Xiao responded and showed a reluctant expression. He didn't want to continue. Although Xiao Ling was naive, she was not stupid. She believed that she could understand Ling Xiao's thoughts. Brother Ling Xiao wants to leave Linger, right? When Ling Xiao wanted to say something, a voice came from the bamboo house. Ling Xiao, come here. Grandpa is calling me, I'll go over for a while. Ling Xiao said as he strode toward the bamboo house. Xiao Ling looked at the dignified figure, and for some reason, an inexplicable feeling arose in his heart. Greetings, Grandpa Xiao. Ling Xiao said respectfully to the figure whose back was facing him. A person who could obtain the God Soul Grass, needless to say, was already an existence of the God King, which was enough to earn his respect. Moreover, this person was his savior. Grandfather Xiao Ling turned around and revealed his resolute face. His wise eyes seemed to be able to see through anyone's mind, so no one dared to look directly at him. Are you a descendant of the Kim people? Grandfather Xiao Ling asked faintly. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and shook his head. I don't know if that counts. I just came to the heaven domain from the Xianling continent not long ago. I'm currently a guest deacon of the Blazing Flame Merchants. A few days ago, I participated in the black market trade to help the Commerce Alliance recover lost items. At the same time, I wanted to find the whereabouts of the Mad Monk. In the end, I was attacked by the roving bandits. If it wasn't for Grandpa Xiao and Ling Xiao would have been dead. Ling Xiao thanks you for saving my life. If Grandpa Xiao needs any help, just let me know. I, Ling Xiao, am not an ungrateful person. Ling Xiao didn't hide anything about himself because Xiao Ling had saved him. Moreover, he could tell from Xiao Ling's temperament that his grandfather was definitely not a bad person. Otherwise, why would Xiao Ling save him? Grandfather Xiao Ling looked at Ling Xiao calmly and said, Very good, you didn't lie to me. Otherwise, I would kill you right now. After a pause, he continued, Today, you risked your life to protect Ling. You're very good. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel at ease letting her follow you. Protecting women is a man's duty, Ling Xiao replied. He felt that Grandfather Xiao Ling's identity was not simple. It was as if he already knew everything about him. You still don't understand what I mean. I'm saying that from now on, Linga will be under your care. Can you ensure that she doesn't suffer any harm or grievances? Grandfather Xiao Ling said very seriously. What? You're handing Linger over to me. How can I do that? Ling Xiao exclaimed. He really didn't expect that Grandfather Xiao Ling would say such a thing. He didn't have any improper thoughts towards Xiao Ling. It wasn't because Xiao Ling wasn't beautiful, but because she was too beautiful. Moreover, she was as pure as a piece of white paper. How could he not have any blasphemous thoughts towards her? He felt that he was completely unworthy of Xiao Ling. However, he didn't understand why Grandfather Xiao Ling said such a thing. Could it be that he was just testing him? I said I'll hand her over to you, so I'll hand her over to you. Don't you like Linga? Grandfather Xiao Ling said with a domineering tone. Grandpa Xiao, I only treat Linger as my younger sister. I definitely don't have any improper thoughts towards her. Ling Xiao waved his hand hurriedly. Grandfather Xiao Ling glanced at Ling Xiao and suddenly sighed, I have something that I have to do. I may not be around Linger for a while. All these years, I haven't let her go out into the world. She doesn't understand how sinister people are, and she doesn't understand the chaos in the outside world. I don't know if I'm harming her by doing this. However, it's too dangerous for me to do this now. I'm not sure if I can escape unscathed, so I secretly observed your character. For the past month, you've only been polite to Linga and didn't have any other bad thoughts towards her. I think you're a good person. However, I'm not sure if you'll do anything for Linga. So, I brought some ordinary roving bandits into the village and deliberately created this incident. I've seen everything that you've done, so I've decided to hand Linger over to you. I hope you can take good care of her and don't let her suffer any grievances or harm. Ling Xiao was so shocked that he was speechless. He never thought that everything that happened before was just a show that Grandfather Xiao Ling was watching. Even if he did not help Xiao Ling's son, Grandfather Xiao Ling would not let anything happen to Xiao Ling. It was no wonder that Grandpa Xiao Ling could save them in time. Kid, do you agree or not? Just give me a quick answer. Grandfather Xiao Ling said in a serious tone. Grandpa Xiao, it's not that I don't want to agree, but you know my strength. I'm afraid I can't take good care of Linga even if I want to. Ling Xiao said helplessly. Although he had just broken through to the advanced Holy Emperor and had the combat power of a demigod king, if he encountered a real god king, he would not be able to do anything. One had to know that Ling had the ethereal physique that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. It was a true divine physique. Any divine king realm expert who saw such a physique would definitely not want to let it go. Grandfather Xiao Ling knew that Ling Xiao was telling the truth. He said, "I know it's hard for you, but I don't have many friends. Even if I let them take care of her, Linger will not be happy. It's rare for her to be so close to you, and she likes to be with you. I hope that she will always be happy, so I can only be at ease if you take care of Linger. As for your strength, it's a little weak, but you're now a guest deacon of the Blazing Flame Merchants, and you have the blood of the Kim people. As long as you return to the clan, with the care of the Kim people, I think Linger will not be wronged. As long as you agree to this, this interspatial ring is yours." There are many divine herbs and pills that I've accumulated over the years. There are also many divine crystals that will be enough for you and Linger to reach a higher realm. There are also some records of me breaking through to the God King realm. I believe it will be of great help to you. Ling Xiao looked at Grandfather Xiao Ling's slightly pleading eyes and hesitated for a moment before accepting the interspatial ring. He knew that the moment he accepted the interspatial ring, the burden on his shoulders would become a little heavier. "Grandpa Xiao, you can rest assured that as long as I, Ling Xiao, am alive, I will never let Linger suffer any harm," Ling Xiao said solemnly. "And that's more like a man. If you can't even protect a woman, can you still be called a man?" Grandfather Xiao Ling said in a regretful tone. There was a complicated look in his eyes, as if these words were not for Ling Xiao, but for himself. It seems that Grandpa Xiao is also a person with a story. Ling Xiao guessed in his heart. "All right, I'm leaving, but if one day I hear that you dare to bully Linga, even if I die, I will come back to settle the score with you," Grandfather Xiao Ling said sternly. Then he walked out of the bamboo house. "Grandpa Xiao, you're leaving just like that? Linga will be very sad." Ling Xiao chased after him and said, "I know she will be sad, but sadness is also a part of growing up. It's time for her to grow up," Grandfather Xiao Ling said with a sigh. When he disappeared from the bamboo house, a voice sounded in Ling Xiao's ear. "Remember, my surname is not Xiao. My surname is Qiao, and my name is Feng. Linger is not my granddaughter, but an abandoned baby that was picked up 20 years ago. Her background may be related to the Xiao family of the profound sky domain. If there's a chance, you can let her acknowledge her ancestors." Grandfather Xiao Ling's voice was getting further and further away. He was already tens of thousands of miles away. After listening to Grandfather Xiao Ling's words, Ling Xiao was shocked. He's actually one of the top 10 divine kings of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo, Qiaofeng. Ling Xiao's mouth was wide open as he murmured, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Chapter 11:17. Qiaofeng was a legendary existence at the peak of King God Realm in the Sky Dragon territory. Besides the old monsters at Incipient God Realm, not many people could defeat him. It had been less than 10,000 years since he had started his cultivation, but he had left behind many legends. According to the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo, Qiaofeng was the son of the leader of a small gang. He had been a monstrous tenbin since he was a kid. However, Qiaofeng's gang had been destroyed by his enemies. He was lucky enough to have an old man who didn't show up in this world save him. After that, Qiaofeng had received the divine technique that the old man had imparted to him. Later on, he had gotten a great chance to become famous. His famous subduing dragon palm had become famous everywhere. Since he had started his cultivation, he had experienced so many battles and he had never been defeated. However, several hundred years ago, he had disappeared from people's sight. Some people thought that he had gone to another territory, and some thought that he had secluded himself to cultivate. Some even said that he had been killed because he was fighting for a woman. There were all sorts of legends and theories, but in the end, no one knew the exact answer. Ling Xiao didn't expect that such a powerful character had been in front of him the whole time and he didn't know about it. His heart was filled with hatred. If he had known about such a powerful existence, he would have tried to flatter him. He would have asked him to teach him some techniques and give him some divine weapons to save his life. How good would that have been? As Ling Xiao was thinking about this, he wanted to check if there were any divine treasures in the spatial ring that Xiao Feng had given him. At this moment, Xiao Ling walked in from outside. She had tears on her face, which made people feel sorry for her. Ling Er, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? I'm going to take revenge for you. Ling Xiao said with concern. Xiao Ling jumped into Ling Xiao's embrace and cried, "Did Grandpa leave? Does he not want Ling Er anymore?" Ling Xiao didn't expect Xiao Ling to know about it. He immediately patted her on the back and said, "Ling Er, don't worry. Grandpa just has something to do. It won't be long before he returns to Ling Er. I know there must be a reason why Grandpa left Ling Er, but this time, I feel like Grandpa is really leaving me forever. I feel very sad," Xiao Ling said sadly. Ling Xiao didn't know how to comfort her and could only let her cry on his shoulder. It was only when she was tired from crying that he wanted to say a few words. However, he found that the lass had actually fallen asleep on his shoulder. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly, picked her up by the waist, entered her room, and put her on the light couch. Just when Ling Xiao wanted to leave, Xiao Ling hugged him tightly and said, "Grandpa, don't leave Ling Er. Grandpa, don't leave Ling Er." Ling Xiao felt Xiao Ling's dependence on her grandfather. He couldn't bear it. He immediately sat on the soft couch and let her hug him to sleep. Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest impulse in the face of this warm and fragrant soft jade. He only had infinite love for this lass. Who would have the heart to blaspheme and hurt such a pure and beautiful woman like her? Unknowingly, Ling Xiao seemed to feel that he had a strange feeling. His power seemed to be out of control, constantly absorbing the surging power from the outside world. At the same time, his various martial techniques appeared in his mind. Sky Frost Fist, Cloud Expelling Palm, Wind God's Kick, Heavy Fist, Limitless Doppelganger Technique, Tyrant Dragon Spear Technique, 9 Sun Burning Heaven Fist, Illusion Technique. All the martial techniques that he had cultivated in the past were self-practicing with his divine soul in his sea of consciousness. That fist intent, palm intent, leg intent, movement technique, and many other concepts all underwent earth-shaking changes at the same time. Ling Xiao unknowingly fell into an inexplicable epiphany. His eyes gradually closed. Only his divine soul was repeatedly cultivating. His whole person's aura was actually gradually rising. Although this kind of improvement was not fast, but for any holy emperor, it was absolutely very terrifying. If this strange phenomenon were to be seen by others, perhaps they would be so envious that they would drool. Not knowing how long had passed, Xiao Ling finally opened her eyes again. Looking at Ling Xiao, who was close at hand, a different kind of emotion surged in her heart. That pure white face was suffused with a bashful blush. However, she saw that Ling Xiao was meditating with his eyes closed. His complexion was quite ethereal and elegant, which made her pain just now lessen a lot. At the same time, she didn't dare to move for fear of disturbing Ling Xiao. So she simply leaned on his chest again and closed her eyes. Lying in brother Ling Xiao's arms is really comfortable. This last thought very innocently. Ling Xiao didn't know how long had passed, but it seemed that the person in his arms had moved slightly, causing him to wake up from that wonderful feeling. When he saw Xiao Ling in his arms, his face revealed an incomparable joy. He muttered in his heart, "The ethereal body is indeed extraordinary. I can actually use Ling Er's miraculous power to enter an epiphany, allowing me to perfect all aspects of the concept by a lot." "Brother Ling Xiao, why are you looking at me like that? Is there a flower on my face?" Xiao Ling opened her watery eyes and asked Ling Xiao. The beauty's breath was like orchids, making Ling Xiao feel exceptionally warm. He intimately scratched her nose and said with a smile, "Yes, there are a lot of flowers on your face." Whiz! Xiao Ling instantly bounced up from Ling Xiao's embrace and exclaimed softly, "Really? Then I must be very ugly right now." No matter how naive and pure Xiao Ling was, she was still a girl who loved beauty, And she also cared about her appearance. Hee hee, silly girl, your face is covered in tears, of course it's ugly. Ling Xiao said jokingly. So brother Ling Xiao is playing with me, I hate it. Xiao Ling pouted in dissatisfaction. Then she thought of her grandfather, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. Ling Xiao stood up and patted her shoulder. Ling Heir, your grandfather has something important to do. He will come back to find you after he is done. He is only temporarily entrusting me to take care of you. You are no longer a child, so you must learn to be independent and strong to face all problems. Xiao Ling said, I know brother Ling Xiao is comforting me. This time, when Grandpa came back, I felt that he was going to leave me, but I didn't expect him to leave without saying goodbye. Ling Heir grew up with Grandpa, and I really can't bear to part with him. As she spoke, tears welled up in her beautiful eyes again. You can't cry anymore, it'll be ugly if you cry again, Ling Xiao hurriedly said. Then he changed the topic. Ling Heir, don't you like to be with Big Brother? I'll take you outside to play, the outside world is big. And, thank you, brother Ling Xiao. In the future, you can't suddenly abandon me like Grandpa. Xiao Ling showed a look that made people feel infinite pity for her. Ling Xiao gently stroked her head, smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Big Brother will always be by your side. The shadows of the night swayed, and the night breeze blew. Ling Xiao opened the space ring given to him by Qiao Feng and carefully looked at the items. When he saw the many good things inside, he almost jumped up in joy. Not only were there many holy grasses, but there were also many ninth-stage divine grasses and some divine pills, one of which could be used when the Holy Emperor reached his peak, while the others were used for tempering and healing. As for the number of divine crystals, there were already 30 million, which was the richest wealth Ling Xiao had ever had. The space rings of the roving bandits that he had killed before were also thrown here, so there should be many good things inside. In addition, there was a handbook, a divine scroll, and a pair of golden gloves. The handbook recorded some of Qiao Feng's experiences when he broke through to the God King realm, and the divine scroll was actually the dragon-subduing palm that Qiao Feng cultivated. This was a top palm technique among all divine arts. Ling Xiao didn't expect that he would even leave such a secret technique for Xiao Ling. As for the pair of golden gloves, it was a mid-grade divine artifact forged from the armor of a 10th-stage golden-armored beast. This divine artifact was specially left behind by Qiao Feng for Ling Xiao, and it would serve as a deterrent to Ling Xiao when he used the dragon-subduing palm in the future. Ling Xiao did not expect Qiao Feng to be so generous. Was he not afraid that he would just take the items and leave? However, when he remembered that Qiao Feng was the famous divine king of the celestial dragon domain, these items were nothing in his eyes. With these spiritual herbs and divine crystals, Ling Xiao did not have to worry about not being able to reach the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor. With the dagger, he would be able to understand the secrets of the Divine King. At that time, breaking through to the Divine King realm would no longer be an extravagant hope. On top of that, the dragon-subduing palm would definitely increase his battle prowess by another level. Thus, Ling Xiao decided to first comprehend the dragon-subduing palm before leaving this place. Before this, Ling Xiao had already sensed the monstrous nature of Xiao Ling's physique. Thus, he suggested that the two of them cultivate together. Of course, it was not a cultivation session where the two of them would roll on the bed and discuss life. Instead, it was a very pure meditation session. Xiao Ling's thoughts were not that complicated. She only thought that her brother Ling Xiao liked her. Therefore, she immediately agreed. In the same room, with the help of Xiao Ling's qi, Ling Xiao soon entered a state of emptiness. He recited the incantation of the dragon-subduing palm and looked at the diagrams, absorbing and digesting the profundity and power of the dragon-subduing palm at an extremely fast speed. The more he learned about the dragon-subduing palm, the more Ling Xiao felt that its vast power was not inferior to the Nine Suns heaven-burning fist at all. It was countless times more powerful than the cloud-expelling palm. The dragon-subduing palm was divided into 18 palms. Each of the palms contained the power of subduing dragons and tigers. Moreover, each palm would carry dragon-shaped battle chi. Its killing power was very shocking. If an ordinary person obtained the dragon-subduing palm, it would not be easy to learn. Because to learn the dragon-subduing palm, one must absorb dragon's blood in order to display the true power of the dragon-subduing palm. However, this condition was met by Ling Xiao. Therefore, it was really a piece of cake for him to cultivate the dragon-subduing palm. At the same time, with the help of Xiao Ling, his ability to comprehend the dragon-subduing palm increased by several times. In just a few days, he had already mastered the first 9 styles, and had more or less understood the last 9 styles as well. It was just that he lacked actual combat experience. Having stayed in this village for about 2 months, Ling Xiao didn't intend to waste his time like this anymore. He had to go out and find her adoptive father, Mad Monk, for Euro Fei. He didn't know whether Mad Monk was still in the Chaos Ridge. At the same time, he wanted to send the news that he was still alive back to the Blazing Flame merchants in case Xian Yao and his master's wife would worry about him. Chapter 11-18. Chen Zhong was a town elder of a medium-sized faction. Although he wasn't on the same level as the Sunjin of Goguryeo, he was still a peak divine king. His strength was naturally unquestionable. Previously, he had spent heavy crystals to exchange for a divine scroll in the black market. That divine scroll had a restriction that even a peak divine king couldn't open. It wasn't that easy to open. He didn't believe it. He felt that there would definitely be records of a high-level divine art inside. He felt that he had the ability to open the restriction. When the time came, it would give him a powerful divine art. It would also give his Qin family a stronger foundation. However, before he could open the restriction, he was targeted by someone. Ma Ying's roving bandits was a faction that was second only to the bloodthirsty and the fierce bandits in the Chaotic Ridge. Ma Ying was also a high-level divine king. He also had 20 to 30 divine kings of different levels. When Chen Zhong left the black market, Ma Ying and the others immediately chased after Chen Zhong. They asked Chen Zhong for the divine scroll. Others might not know who had auctioned the divine scroll in the black market. However, Ma Ying would definitely know. This was because he was the one who had obtained the divine scroll. He was also the one who had auctioned it in the black market. He had obtained the divine crystals from the auction. However, he didn't want the divine scroll to be lost. Therefore, he planned to steal it back. His plan was really good. However, Chen Zhong wasn't easy to deal with. He also had 3 divine kings with him. Under the encirclement of Ma Ying and the others, Chen Zhong was still able to break through and escape. However, he was also severely injured. He had to find a place to recover as soon as possible. However, the Chaotic Ridge was the territory of the roving bandits. They didn't give him much time to recover. They chased after him again. After a series of fierce battles, Chen Zhong's divine body was severely injured. If it wasn't for his outstanding strength, he would have been killed long ago. However, misfortune never comes alone. Just when he thought he had gotten rid of Ma Ying's roving bandits, he encountered the 6 silver snakes of the Snake Righteous sect. Now, he was surrounded by the 6 silver snakes. Among the 6 silver snakes, the strongest was Gamma Origi. He was a peak intermediate divine king. 11 and 12 were intermediate divine kings. And the other 3 were low divine kings. Logically, with Chen Zhong's strength, it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with them. However, he had been continuously injured by Ma Ying and had been continuously chased after him for 2 months. His strength couldn't reach its peak. He could only exert 60% of his strength. He couldn't fight against the 6 silver snakes at all. Old man, if you know what's good for you, hand over the divine scroll. We'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll die here. Gamma Origi stared at Chen Zhong. Although he knew that Chen Zhong's injuries weren't light, he didn't dare to snatch it directly. He was afraid that Chen Zhong would be driven to desperate measures. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. Now, Chen Zhong was in a sorry state. He held a divine sword in his hand. The protective spiritual beast he was riding was also covered in blood. There weren't many intact pieces of flesh. Even a sick tiger still had the prestige of a king. Chen Zhong shook the divine sword, and the sound of the sword rang out. When a tiger falls, a sheep gets bullied by a dog. However, it won't be that easy to get my divine scroll. Ma Ying and the others couldn't stop me. Do you think you're stronger than Ma Ying and the roving bandits? Our snake loyalty sect is naturally much stronger than those roving bandits. Hurry up and hand over the divine scroll. Do you really want to force us to fight? Gamma Origi said in a stern voice. Chen Zhong knew that the other party was certain that his strength had declined greatly. Thus, he didn't care about anything else. He shouted angrily, "Come and take it if you dare. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let you have it easy." Immediately after, Chen Zhong attacked preemptively. He planned to kill one or two of them first. The heavy sword in Chen Zhong's hand weighed 10,000 jin. Wherever the sword ray passed, a huge spatial crack would appear. Its destructive power was extremely shocking. The 6 silver snakes were already prepared. They had already split into 6 directions. They rode their respective silver corrosion snakes and attacked Chen Zhong at the same time. Not only did they block his sword attack, but they also released a terrifying corrosive poisonous gas. The gas filled the space and enveloped Chen Zhong. Chen Zhong seemed to be prepared. He had already used layers of power to isolate the corrosive poisonous gas. However, his spiritual beast was not spared. This was the poisonous gas of the silver corrosion snakes. Once it came into contact with it, it wouldn't be easy to get rid of it. Moreover, his spiritual beast was already heavily injured. It was in a worse state than him. Soon, it was poisoned into a pool of blood and a skeleton. Chen Zhong knew that it wouldn't be easy to please them. He could only clench his teeth and say, "Damn it. In the future, I'll definitely make you pay the price." After saying that, he used a powerful move and rushed out of the encirclement of the 6 people. He shot into the distance. "It won't be that easy to escape." Gamma Origi snorted coldly. He took the lead and chased after him. The others also caught up. Moreover, they simultaneously released their fused power. They formed a silver corrosion snake and pounced at Chen Zhong. The power of this condensed silver corrosion snake was not inferior to a high-level God King's attack. The impact caused the space to distort and sway. Chen Zhong was heavily injured. His speed was greatly reduced. He couldn't dodge so quickly. He could only clench his teeth and slash several times. Every sword strike had a divine might that could split the heavens and split the earth. Boom, boom. 2 powerful forces swept away everything in the surroundings. Chen Zhong's figure was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he also wanted to take the opportunity to escape. 3 of the 6 silver snakes couldn't withstand it. However, the other 3 intercepted Chen Zhong in advance. A storm of attacks blasted toward Chen Zhong. The other 3 sneak attacked at any time. They affected Chen Zhong greatly. Chen Zhong's injuries became more and more serious. He felt that if this went on, he would really die. "Even if I die, I'll drag a few of you down with me." Chen Zhong was determined. He forcefully withstood the attacks of Gamma Origi, 11 and 12. He raised his speed to the extreme. The heavy sword in his hand was like a sweeping army. He concentrated all his power on his sword. He slashed at the 3 silver snakes, 13, 14, and 15. The heavy sword was like a mountain. It shook the space and caused it to collapse. The surrounding space kept distorting and changing shape. 3 blood-curdling screams rang out at the same time. The 3 silver snakes had no way to defend themselves, and their bodies were directly crushed by the heavy sword's light. Blood splattered everywhere. Although Chen Zhong had destroyed the bodies of the 3 silver snakes, he was also seriously injured by the other 3 silver snakes. One of his arms was forcibly chopped off. Moreover, his body was invaded by the corrosive snake's poison. His skin turned black and his power rapidly decreased. "Son of AB***, how dare you kill our brother? Go to hell." Gamma Origi screamed in shock. He stabbed the silver dagger axes in his hand at Chen Zhong. The silver dagger axes directly penetrated Chen Zhong's body. Blood splattered everywhere. "Haha, I said that if you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price." Chen Zhong smiled ferociously. He ignored the pain of being stabbed and waved his heavy sword quickly. Gamma Origi's head was cut off by Chen Zhong. The headless corpse fell straight down. Damn it! Gamma Origi did not expect Chen Zhong to disregard everything and fight until both sides were injured. He immediately roared angrily and attacked in the direction of Chen Zhong in a frenzy. Chen Zhong was already facing death calmly. A shield appeared in his hand. He rushed in the direction of Gamma Origi and Zeta Origi. His body also self-destructed at this moment. Boom boom boom. How terrifying was the power of a peak divine king's self-destruction. It caused the air in the sky to churn far away, and the mountain ridges on the ground shook non-stop. The spiritual beasts were so frightened that they prostrated themselves and trembled. Gamma Origi and Zeta Origi dodged it in a sorry state. They did not receive too much impact. However, there was still lingering fear in their hearts. Bastard, this old man actually self-destructed. My brother's souls have probably been destroyed. They won't even have a chance to resurrect. Gamma Origi roared gloomily. 10th brother, don't say anything. Let's quickly look for our space rings. Otherwise, when the others rush over, the gains won't make up for the losses, Zeta Origi reminded. Gamma Origi also knew this was the truth, so he immediately looked for the space rings with Gamma Origi. However, when they found their brother's space rings, they did not find Chen Zhong's space ring. Did you find 12th brother? Gamma Origi asked Zeta Origi. Zeta Origi shook his head and said, I didn't find him. He probably exploded too violently. I don't know which corner he flew off to. This is a big loss. When Chen Zhong self-destructed, his space ring was naturally scattered. Even if they had amazing divine senses, space rings were inanimate objects, so it was not easy to find them. However, they still refused to give up and expanded the scope of their search. At that moment, however, many powerful auras rushed over from afar. Both Gamma Origi and Zeta Origi sensed the extraordinariness of these auras. 10th brother may be one of Ma Ying's people. Zeta Origi said with some worry. Damn it, they didn't come earlier or later, they just had to come at this time. Let's go. Gamma Origi gritted his teeth and could only give up on searching for the space ring, leaving together with Gamma Origi. Their snake loyalty sect was naturally not afraid of Ma Ying's roving bandits, but they had already lost several of their brothers, and these roving bandits dared to rob them no matter what force they were from. In order to avoid trouble, they had no choice but to retreat first. When Ma Ying and the others arrived, Gamma Origi and Zeta Origi had already hidden far away. There were a dozen people on Ma Ying's side, all of whom were God King realm existences. Boss, they've escaped. A mid-level God King reported to Ma Ying. Ma Ying furrowed his brows and said, looking at the remnants of the poisonous gas, it should be those silver snakes from the righteous snake sect. However, I don't know if they were fighting that old man. Saying so, he closed his eyes and sensed the remaining auras in this world. After a while, he coldly snorted and said, Chen Zhong is actually dead. I'm afraid the spirit scroll has fallen into the hands of the snake loyalty sect's silver snakes. Let's quickly chase after them. Once one reached the God King realm, they would have various divine abilities. A battle had just occurred here, but Ma Ying could rely on the residual auras to deduce the situation of the battle that had just occurred here. Saying so, their group hurriedly chased after the Gamma Origi and Zeta Origi. Chapter 11:19. The dense forest was lush and lush. A pair of young people were shuttling through the forest. The man was handsome and confident, while the woman was beautiful and graceful. They were like a pair of golden boy and jade girl, a perfect match. Weren't they Ling Xiao and Xiao Linger who came out of the village? Brother Ling Xiao, aren't you going back to the city? Why are you walking through this desolate mountain? It's much faster to walk by water, and there are often spirit beasts roaming around here. Xiao Ling returned to his lively appearance, lightly tapping his feet as he asked Ling Xiao. I also want to go back as soon as possible, but Big Brother still needs to find someone in this area. Ling Xiao replied. No matter where brother Ling Xiao goes, Linger will follow you. Xiao Ling said obediently. Suddenly, at this moment, an earth-shattering explosion came from afar. Even Ling Xiao and Xiao Linger, who were far away, were shocked by this terrifying power. After a long time, the tremors gradually subsided. So scary, is this a natural disaster? Xiao Ling said with a hint of fear. Ling Xiao patted her back and said, "Don't be afraid, there are too many experts here. Their battle is indeed earth-shattering. Let's go in another direction and not meet them." With that, he pulled Xiao Ling away quickly in another direction. He was afraid of running into those god kings, just in case they got into trouble. However, at this moment, something was thrown in front of them from high up in the sky. They were startled like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Ah! When Xiao Ling saw what it was, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Her entire body shrank behind Ling Xiao, and her delicate face became incomparably pale. "Don't be afraid, it's just an arm." Ling Xiao hurriedly comforted her. On the ground, there was a bloody arm. The arm was still holding onto a heavy sword. It looked extremely savage and terrifying. Clearly, the arm had been sent flying here by the battle in the distance. "Brother Ling Xiao, let's go." Although Xiao Ling had the strength of a high-level saint, she had never fought with anyone before. Looking at this arm, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. She pulled Ling Xiao and was about to leave. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "All right, let's go." Then he pointed at the arm, and a corrosive aura of death wrapped around the arm, completely corroding it. Only the heavy sword and the spatial ring were left on the ground. Without saying a word, Ling Xiao put these two items away and flew in a direction with Xiao Ling. Too slow, not fast enough. Ling Xiao faintly sensed that he was being watched, and he became more anxious. He simply carried Xiao Ling and raised his body movement to the extreme, and his body kept moving in the forest. Ling Xiao ran for half a day, and finally felt relieved when he was far away from danger. However, as soon as he steadied himself, a figure appeared in front of him. This made Ling Xiao's body and mind go cold. "Hand over the things you just obtained," the figure said in a calm tone with his back facing Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling. The figure was extremely tall and strong, wearing a white robe with a white cloth wrapped around his head. Clusters of refined energy surrounded him, and he gave off an otherworldly aura. The fact that he could appear in front of Ling Xiao without a sound showed that his strength was far above Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao was certain that this person was definitely a real divine king, and not an ordinary demigod king. Ling Xiao was depressed in his heart. He thought that his destiny was heaven-defying, and he could casually pick up divine weapons and interspatial rings on the road. Unexpectedly, he still got into trouble. Fortunately, this person in front of him was not unreasonable. If someone else made a move to kill him immediately, it would not be too late to take the interspatial ring. But this person only wanted the things he picked up and did not show any signs of making a move, which made him feel that it was acceptable. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and took out the interspatial ring and the heavy sword. He did not dare to walk over, so he could only put these two things on the ground and said, "Sir, these are the things you want." After Ling Xiao put the things down, he pulled Xiao Ling and hurriedly retreated quite a distance. That person tilted his face and glanced at the things on the ground. With a light wave of his hand, he kept the interspatial ring into his hand and left the heavy sword. "You picked up these things, so I won't let you suffer a loss. You and I will each take one," that person said indifferently and immediately left. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao cried out in alarm, "Sir, wait." That person stopped and turned to look at Ling Xiao, and faintly said, "Why, are you not convinced?" Ling Xiao waved his hand repeatedly and said, "No. You misunderstood, I don't know that sir is called Sha Yan." That person raised his eyebrows, and his divine eyes burst out with two seemingly solid divine lights, which was quite frightening. "How do you know this name?" That person's aura rose steadily, and his aura pressured Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling to the point that they could not breathe. Ling Xiao did not speak, but under his will, an additional beauty appeared in front of him. This beauty's delicate face was seductive, and her figure was full of charm. She was covered in multicolored holy light, and was filled with a punishing temptation. Wasn't this beauty Yuro Fei, who had always been inside Ling Zhao's medicine cauldron? She looked at the person in front of her, and her beautiful eyes rippled with pleasant surprise. She could not help but shed tears. Foster? Foster father? You are Fei? That person showed an expression of shock. Yuro Fei arrived in front of that person in 2 steps and knelt down in front of him, saying, "Your child has finally found foster father." Hi, good. I didn't expect Fei will also come to the heaven domain, and your achievements are not small at all. Not bad. The man laughed maniacally, then took off the white cloth wrapped around his head, revealing a bald head with rings on it. This person was Mad Monk, who was being pursued by the Snake Loyalty sect, an existence ranked 78th on the God-slaughtering list. His original name was Sha Yan, and he was the leader of the Holy Yin cult in the Xianling continent's Sand region. After he left the Xianling continent and came to the Heaven domain, he passed the position to his eldest disciple. Yuro Fei was a woman, and at that time, her strength was a notch lower than his eldest disciple, so she was only arranged to be a holy maiden, and later became the deputy sect leader. Ling Zhao really did not expect that the mad monk that he had been searching for would appear on his own. This made him heave a sigh of relief, and it could be considered as fulfilling Yuro Fei's wish. Sha Yan did not expect that when he left the Xianling continent, Yuro Fei was only a low-level saint. Now that thousands of years had passed, she had actually reached the high-level Holy Emperor's strength, which made him feel very gratified. After the two of them sighed for a while, Sha Yan turned his gaze to Ling Zhao and asked, "Is this the kid who brought you here?" Yuro Fei's face was flushed, and just when she was about to introduce Ling Zhao smiled and stepped forward to greet Sha Yan. "Greetings, father-in-law. I am Yuro Fei's husband, Ling Zhao." Sha Yan came forward and looked Ling Zhao up and down, then laughed. I did not expect my daughter to come, and even my son-in-law. Not bad. On the other hand, Sha Yan admired Ling Zhao a little. After all, he dared to admit his relationship with Yuro Fei, and was also very tactful. However, when he saw that there was a delicate woman beside him, he felt a little unhappy in his heart, but he did not bother about it. It did not matter if a man had a few female confidants. "Father-in-law, have you heard of the saying, Blade Tyrant is bloodthirsty, Evil Emperor is romantic, Sword Fanatic is single-minded, and Mad Monk is invincible?" Ling Zhao asked seriously. "What does this mean?" Sha Yan did not answer and asked instead, his eyes revealing a hint of interest. "It doesn't mean anything. I just want to ask father-in-law, are you that Mad Monk?" Ling Zhao did not beat around the bush and asked directly. "It seems like you know quite a lot of things." "That's right, I am Sha Yan, the leader of the Sacred Yin sect of the Sand region, and also the rumored Mad Monk of the Central region." Sha Jing replied and rubbed his bald head out of habit. Then he sighed and said, "However, this false reputation is useless in the heaven realm." Ling Zhao's expression became a little excited as he said, "Then father-in-law, do you know my master, the Evil Emperor?" "Evil Emperor? He's your master?" Sha Yan asked in surprise. "That's right, Ro Fei and I came to the heaven realm for the same purpose. She is looking for you, and I am looking for my master." Ling Zhao nodded. "So that's how it is. No wonder you have a peach face. It seems like you are in the same boat as the Evil Emperor. However, if you let Fei suffer any grievances, I will not forgive you." Sha Yan warned and then said, "This is not a place to talk. Let's leave this place first. I will talk to you about your master later." Ling Zhao and the others naturally didn't have any objection. They followed Sha Yan for a while and opened a cave mansion in an inconspicuous mountain ridge. Then, they set up a concealing restriction formation and entered the cave mansion. "Actually, I came to the heaven realm with your master and 2 other fellows, but we were separated at the heaven realm stronghold. However, I received some news from your master later in the heaven realm," Sha Yan said. After a pause, he said, "I heard that he might have encountered some trouble at that time, and I have been looking for him all these years." After all, outsiders like us don't have many friends, and it seems too weak to do anything. Something happened to my master? Ling Xiao screamed in fear. Sha Yan said in a low voice, "It happened 100 years ago. The heaven realm is too vast. It's not easy to find someone. I heard that he had offended a force, so he was chased into the disorderly burial space, one of the 8 forbidden lands. It's an extremely dangerous place. Any king god realm warrior who enters that place has a slim chance of survival. However, the ones who can come out alive have great achievements. Anyway, the situation isn't very optimistic." "What? My master entered the disorderly burial space? He has only the Holy Emperor's power. He will definitely die if he goes there." Ling Xiao was panic-stricken. He fell to the ground, his mind in a mess. When he was in the Jianghu family, he had read many books. He knew that the heaven realm had 8 forbidden lands, and the disorderly burial space was undoubtedly one of the most dangerous ones. The environment there was extremely harsh. It wasn't a space where humans could survive. The chaotic energy there was enough to kill any king god realm warrior. Even incipient god realm experts couldn't guarantee that they could escape unscathed. That was why it was called the disorderly burial space. Chapter 1120. The chaotic burial space was one of the 8 great forbidden lands. It was extremely dangerous. Even divine kings didn't dare to enter, let alone the Holy Emperor. However, there were many secrets hidden in the records. Those who were lucky enough to come out alive all had extremely high achievements. But so far, the number of people who had entered the chaotic burial space had not exceeded 100. It should be known that the heaven domain had experienced tens of millions of years. The number of people who had entered the chaotic burial space was terrifying. But only a few people could come out. It could be imagined how terrifying it was. Back in the central region, Ling Xiao had heard from the evil emperor that he was only at the peak of the intermediate Holy Emperor's strength. Entering the chaotic burial space with this kind of strength, if it wasn't death, then what was? You said that the evil emperor was only at the Holy Emperor's strength? Sha Yan laughed involuntarily. "Isn't that so? That's what my master told me." Ling Xiao replied. Then he told Sha Yan the general situation of the evil emperor accepting him as a disciple and teaching him for a year in the central region. Sha Yan pondered for a moment and said, "So that's how it is. I know why your master dared to enter the chaotic burial space." Ling Xiao looked at Sha Yan nervously, hoping to get a definite answer from him. "Your master came to the Heaven Region Fortress with us. At that time, we were only half a Holy Emperor. There were already quite a number of Holy Emperors in the fortress, and there were definitely more peerless experts in the Heaven Region. So we planned to become Holy Emperors in the fortress before going to the Heaven Region. However, at that time, none of us were willing to submit to each other, so we all acted on our own. However, I heard from your master that he once obtained an ancient secret technique that could split his attributes into multiple clones, but the conditions were extremely harsh. He didn't know if he could succeed, but if he did, he would be able to have multiple clones and multiple lives. The clone that he took in as a disciple should only be one of his clones, and that clone's strength was at the peak of the mid-level Holy Emperor, which was the strength we had before we went to the Heaven Region. With our Tenbin strength, how could we still be at the same level after being in the Heaven Region for thousands of years? 100 years ago, when I heard news about your master, he was already a divine king like me, but I didn't know which stage he was at." He paused for a moment and continued, "Maybe he felt that he was in danger at that time, so he sent his clone back to the Xianling continent to take you as his disciple." Upon hearing Sha Yan's words, Ling Xiao was stunned speechless. He didn't expect that to be the case. Was that really Master's clone? Ling Xiao mumbled to himself in confusion. As he said that, he took out the jade tube of life that his master had left for him. He said that he could use this jade tube of life to find his location in the Heaven Region. The jade tube of life was still shining brightly, which meant that the evil emperor was still alive. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Master is fine. I can feel that the direction it is pointing to is in that direction, But it's not obvious. Maybe it's too far away. As he said that, Ling Xiao pointed to the northeast. Sha Yan exclaimed, "That's the direction of the chaotic burial space. I didn't expect the evil emperor to still be alive. It seems the four of us still have a chance to reunite. The battle in the central region hasn't been decided yet. Bloodlust Mad Blade, Demonic Emperor Charming, Sword Fanatic Single-Minded, and Mad Monk Invincible. The four of them were once legends of the central region. No one knew who won the battle on the heaven-ceasing peak. In truth, the four of them didn't have a clear winner in that battle, but they felt it was a pity that they didn't become the true Holy Emperor. So they went to the Heaven Region stronghold together, hoping to find a way to make a breakthrough before deciding the winner. However, as they all pursued higher realms, the battle was pushed back again and again. Until now, no one knew what had happened in the Heaven Region. After learning about his master's situation, Ling Xiao also felt relieved. At the very least, he could give an explanation to his master's wife when he returned. However, if his master was in the chaotic burial space, how were they going to find him? This was a problem worth considering. Afterwards, Yuro Fei and Sha Yan chatted about the general situation of the past few years. The father and daughter both sighed with emotion. "Godfather, you've been gone for thousands of years. I thought I would never see you again." The person Yuro Fei respected the most in her life was her godfather. Now that they met again, her heart was filled with excitement and joy. At that time, Godfather wholeheartedly pursued the pinnacle of martial arts and neglected you. But I knew that you would one day surpass Godfather, so I let you continue to stay in the Sand region. Now that you've come to the Heaven region, you and I don't have anything to worry about. Let your eldest senior brother manage the Holy Yin cult. In any case, it's nothing in the Heaven region, Sha Yan said. He paused for a moment, then asked, "Do you have a place to stay now?" "Right now, I'm following my husband. He's temporarily a guest deacon of the Blazing Flame Merchants, so he has a place to stay in Blazing Flame City." Yuro Fei replied. Sha Yan revealed a surprised expression. "Good boy, with your strength, you've actually caught the attention of the Blazing Flame Merchants. Not bad indeed. The evil emperor and my daughter both have good taste. Godfather, why don't you come with us? That way we can all take care of each other," Yuro Fei said impatiently. She had just reunited with her godfather, so she naturally didn't want to be separated like this, so she said this. Ling Xiao also said, "That's right, father-in-law, Ro Fei has been looking for you for a long time. Once you're in Blazing Flame City, you can also cultivate in peace and not be disturbed by others." Sha Yan waved his hand and said, "I won't be going with you to Blazing Flame City for the time being. I'll stay in the Chaotic Ridge for a while, and I'll come find you in the future." He paused for a moment before continuing, "But don't worry, I'll escort you back to Clear River City." Yuro Fei was quite disappointed when she heard Sha Yan's answer. Ling Xiao comforted her. "Didn't father-in-law say that he would find us? You don't have to worry." Ling Xiao also felt that it was a bit of a pity. If they had Sha Yan, the God King of the God Slaughter list, by their side, they would feel much safer. Xiao Ling had been listening to their conversation, and her expression turned a little gloomy. She was thinking about her grandfather again. Next, Sha Yan escorted Ling Xiao and the others out of the Chaotic Ridge. At the same time, he returned the space ring that Ling Xiao had picked up. However, before returning the space ring, Sha Yan took out a portion of the divine crystals from the space ring and the divine scroll. He tried to open it, but he was almost killed by the backlash. Helpless, he no longer had any thoughts of touching the divine scroll and handed it over to Ling Xiao to see if he had the chance to open it. At the same time, Sha Yan gave Yuro Fei quite a few light attribute saint treasures and divine objects so that she could accumulate strength as soon as possible. He also told her many secrets about the God King realm. To Yuro Fei, these were definitely the most valuable experiences, allowing her to avoid many detours in the future. Along the way, Xiao Ling, who was lively, became a little dull. Ling Xiao asked, "Is Ling Heir thinking about grandfather again?" Xiao Ling nodded, then shook her head. She glanced at Yuro Fei, but did not say anything. Ling Xiao naturally did not know that this girl was actually a little jealous. After all, a beautiful woman had suddenly appeared, and she was also Brother Ling Xiao's wife. Moreover, Brother Ling Xiao's care for her had decreased slightly, so she naturally felt a little unbalanced. In general, Xiao Ling had not experienced much in the ways of the world, and it was not that Ling Xiao had deliberately neglected her. Clear River City is just up ahead, so I won't be going in with you. I'm currently wanted, and once I become a high-level god king, I'll definitely make Snake Loyalty Sect pay the price. Sha Yan scratched his head and said with a cold expression. Foster father, how about I go with you? Yuro Fei said rather reluctantly. Don't be silly. If you follow me, I'll have to worry about you. Don't worry, once I find what I need, I'll go to Raging Flame City to see you, Sha Yan said, and then he said to Ling Xiao, if you want to find your master, wait for me to come back. I'll accompany you to the chaotic burial space to take a look. Don't be anxious for now, with the evil emperor's ability, nothing should happen to him. Perhaps the next time he appears, his strength will be above mine. With that, he returned to the chaotic ridge by himself. Yuro Fei looked at Sha Yan's departing figure, and tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Father and daughter reunited after so many years, but separated again in just a few days. It really made her feel sad. Xiao Ling looked at the sad Yuro Fei and felt that her experience was very similar to hers. He immediately comforted her, Sister Fei, don't be sad. Uncle will definitely come back to see you. Ling Xiao also said, that's right, Ro Fei. Father-in-law has his own ideas. He pursues the highest realm. Do you want to be a burden to him? Yuro Fei wiped away her tears and said, I'm fine. I'm already very happy to be able to see foster father again. Let's go back. Once again returning to Clear River City, Ling Xiao's heart was filled with emotions. It should be known that he almost died 3 months ago. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to be saved by Xiao Ling and barely survived. Ling Xiao put Yuro Fei and Xiao Ling into the medicine cauldron, and then returned to the Blazing Flame merchant's property shop. He couldn't wait to know whether Lai Ruyu and Ryoai had returned safely or not. When the shop manager Duan Liang saw Ling Xiao again, he opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, You are the guest, Deacon Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao rubbed the bridge of his nose and said, Manager Duan, don't tell me that you don't remember me after not seeing me for a few days? Duan Liang hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, I didn't think that you would still be alive. Bah, I said the wrong thing. I didn't think that you would suddenly come back. This is great. Duan Liang's expression was extremely excited, as if he was very happy to see Ling Xiao. Could it be that Miss Ryu and Elder Yong didn't come back? Ling Xiao asked with an unsightly expression. At that time, he still remembered that Lai Ruyu had suddenly crushed a jade tube, and then a giant palm had taken them away. He was afraid that they were still being chased by the bloodthirsty roving bandits. They came back long ago. Now that you're back, it's even better, Duan Liang hurriedly replied. Chapter 1121. Since Ling Xiao had blocked a fatal attack for Lai Ruyu had been living in guilt. In the first 2 months, Lai Ruyu had urged her father to send a lot of warriors to kill the bloodthirsty roving bandits and the Ox Village gang. The leaders and gang leaders of these 2 groups of bandits had already been killed. The remaining people didn't pose much of a threat at all. Lai Ruyu led a large group of experts, mobilized a lot of manpower and resources to find them, and then killed them one by one. When Lai Ruyu returned to Clear River City, she looked so haggard. She didn't have her lively personality anymore. Lai Wudi felt so sorry when he saw his daughter like this. He had to ask Ryoai to take Lai Ruyu back to Blazing Flame City to heal her heart wound. At the same time, he used the secret technique to inform his father that they didn't need to make a big fuss. After all, if they sent an incipient God Realm expert, it would create a big commotion. On a big flower boat on the moat of Blazing Flame City. This was a private boat of the Blazing Flame merchants. It wasn't a boat for the flower and wine business. 2 peerless beauties were sitting in the cabin. One of them was holding a glass of wine and drinking while the other was sitting in front of a table. She was playing a sad melody, which made the woman who was drinking even sadder. It was like the old saying, "Drown your sorrows with wine." When the song ended, the woman sobbed as if she couldn't finish her grievance and pain. The woman who was playing the melody had a beautiful face like a flower. Her beautiful eyes were like autumn water. She was wearing a light blue silk dress, which outlined her seductive, snake-like body perfectly. This woman was Zhou Zhijing, an inner disciple of the blazing flame merchants. She used to find a husband on this moat. The other woman looked like a fairy. Her facial features looked like they were made of exquisite sculptures. She looked so perfect and flawless. However, she had a sad but beautiful smile on her face, which made people feel sad and sad. "Little junior sister, don't torture yourself like this." Zhou Zhijing walked over to Lai Ryu's side and pressed down the wine cup in her hand. Seeing her junior sister so sad for the first time, Zhou Zhijing's heart was also very distressed. A vague figure appeared in her mind, and she sighed softly in her heart. What is love in the world? It's called living and dying together. Lai Ryu bitterly smiled and said, "Senior sister, I just want to get drunk. Otherwise, I will always think of that guy. Tell me, why did he block that attack for me in the end? Otherwise, he wouldn't have died." Thinking of Ling Xiao, Lai Ryu's heart ached. In the beginning, she hated this guy to death and wanted to kill him as soon as possible. However, after interacting with him, she found that he was not that hateful. Although he was a little thick-skinned, shameless, and lecherous, he was quite loyal and knew that he would stand in front of women in times of danger. That was what moved her the most. She still remembered the first time he touched her chest, the first time he didn't care about her identity, and even the first time he spanked her. Although they only got to know each other for a short period of time, in her heart, he had become extremely important. Zhou Zhijing gently stroked Lai Ryu's back and said softly, "Didn't you say that you would never like those stinky men in your life? Forget about him, you still have me." Lai Ryu did not say anything. She grabbed the wine pot and drank it alone. Zhou Zhijing did not know how to persuade her. She could only pray in her heart that Lai Ryu would get through this as soon as possible. In her heart, she was also wondering if she would be so sad for a man one day. "Greetings, Vice Club Leader." The servant's respectful voice came from outside. A well-built figure stepped into the flower boat. This figure had a strong waist and a strong back. From afar, she looked like a strong man, but she was actually a woman. She was also the Vice Club Leader of the Blazing Flame Merchants. "Missy, you're here?" When Zhou Zhijing saw Lai Rui, she immediately became well-behaved and greeted her. She was one of the few people who knew Lai Rui's identity. This was also because she was Lai Rui's best friend. Lai Rui nodded lightly. She then looked at Lai Rui, who was still drinking, and frowned. "Sister, you're here. Come and drink with me. Let's not go home until we're drunk." Lai Rui called out with a dazed expression. Lai Rui did not say anything. She walked in front of Lai Rui and flipped all the dishes on her table. "But how long are you going to drink? You've been drowning your sorrows in alcohol ever since you came back from Heching City. Are you going to keep doing this?" Lai Rui questioned. Looking at her dispirited sister, Lai Rui's heart was bleeding. She had once thought of letting something happen between Ling Xiao and her sister. It would be best if they could be in love with each other. In this way, they could form a relationship with Kim people. In the future, the Blazing Flame Merchants would definitely be stronger than before. However, there was a misunderstanding at that time. She had originally dismissed the idea, but it still happened. Her sister actually became like this because of Ling Xiao. It was a far cry from her usual self. Although the two of them were half-sisters, the feelings between them were very sincere. As the elder sister, she also felt distressed for her younger sister. "Sister, you don't understand. He died because he blocked that fatal blow for me. Otherwise, I would be the one who died." Lai Ryu cried. "He blocked that blow for you. That's what he should do. He's just a guest deacon that we hired." Lai Rui emphasized. "That's right. He's just a small guest deacon, but But he once taught me to think more about the people around me. If it weren't for my stubbornness, insisting on pestering my father to arrange for me to enter the chaotic ridge, then perhaps he wouldn't have been in trouble. It's all because of me, emotionally said Lai Ruyu. So what? You're a young mistress, and he's a deacon. It's his honor to sacrifice his life for you. Don't be so naive, okay? Don't tell me you've fallen for him? Lai Rui said loudly. I'd rather die myself than let him die. Wah. Lai Ruyu responded and cried bitterly on the bridge. Lai Rui sat beside her and patted her shoulder. Silly girl, Ling Xiao is a good man. If he can stand in front of a woman, he's prepared. How can he let a woman stand in front of him? Pull yourself together. I believe he doesn't want to see you so sad. Lai Ruyu didn't say anything. She just kept crying bitterly. Lai Rui could only sigh silently in her heart. She hoped that time could heal her painful injury. At this moment, Zhou Zhijing walked in from outside the boat and said, Young mistress, a deacon said he has something to report to you. Lai Rui hesitated for a moment, but she still let go of Lai Ruyu and walked out. After a while, Lai Rui hurried in with a smile. Sister, let me ask you. If he's not dead, what are you going to do? Lai Ruyu didn't know what her sister meant. She hesitated for a moment and said, I don't have any plans. As long as he's not dead, I don't have to feel guilty. That's it? Don't you want to be with him? Tell me the truth? Lai Rui said slyly. Lai Ruyu showed a bit of shyness. When she thought of that naughty smile, her heart rippled. I don't like that pervert. Lai Ruyu gritted her teeth. If that's the case, then I'll send him to a remote place so that you don't have to worry about him. Lai Rui said, Yes, send him. What, sister, what do you mean? Lai Ruyu first said a few words, then suddenly woke up and exclaimed. Didn't I just say it clearly? You don't like that pervert. If I don't kill him, I'll just punish him. Later, I'll order someone to send him to another place, Lai Rui said and walked out at the same time. Lai Ruyu suddenly jumped up and grabbed Lai Rui. Sister? You mean he's not dead? He deserves to die. Lai Rui replied with a light smile. How could Lai Ruyu not hear her sister's words? She immediately showed an extremely anxious expression and said, Sister, where is he? Tell me quickly. Could there be news of him from Clear River City? I'll go look for him immediately. Lai Rui smiled and stroked Lai Ruyu's face. Didn't you say you don't like him? Why are you so anxious now? Lai Ruyu lightly punched Lai Rui and said shyly, Sister, even you make fun of me. Lai Rui said seriously, Ling Xiao is indeed still alive, and he has returned to Raging Flame City. Really? That's great. Sister, hurry up and call him over. I'll go look for him. Lai Ruyu said in surprise. Don't rush this matter. Tell me honestly, do you like Ling Xiao? Lai Rui said very seriously. Lai Ruyu showed a bashful expression and said, Sister, what are you talking about? Why would I like him? All right, since you've said so, then I won't interfere in the matters between the two of you. This time, Ling Xiao didn't come back alone. He also brought 2 stunning women with him. I really didn't expect him to be such a playboy. To think that you would cry your heart out for him. Lai Rui said. What actually brought back women? Lai Ruyu suddenly shouted in shock. Anyway, you're a mistress and he's just a servant. He's not worthy of you. Moreover, his playboy has nothing to do with us. We can't do anything about it. So be it. Lai Rui said indifferently. This won't do. This perverted thief doesn't even put me in his eyes and actually dares to find other women. I'm so angry, and I even cried myself to death for him. Lai Ruyu revealed an angry expression. Then what do you want to do? Kill him? Or kill the women around him? Lai Rui asked. Lai Ruyu was suddenly speechless. She sat back on the deck and revealed a bitter smile. It's good that he's back. This way, I don't have to feel guilty. How many women he brought back has nothing to do with me. Really? You poor girl, don't lie to yourself. If you like him, go ahead and pursue him. With your qualifications, who knows how many people will line up to fight for you? Lai Rui said encouragingly. To be honest, she really approved of her sister and Ling Zhao's relationship. This was a good thing that killed two birds with one stone. You're tuning into the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.